tifate masoja dzekuzvibata nadzo, terera imitemo yose nenzira dzakanaka. Tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yedu, tuserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi. Taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu, kuti masinzwisise zvakanaka musangano. Bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka, mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora. Tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga, tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata. Aya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa. Aya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa. Tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yedu, dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi. Taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu, kuti masinzwisise zvakananga musangano. Bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka, mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora. Tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga, tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata. Aya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa. Aya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa.
Masirasi muZimbabwe. Iyo nyaya yamunangagwa anotaura yekuti kwanzi nini temu yangu kana asvika ndorega iye aimbotombofamba vachipa vanhu madzifoni vachiita mamiting kumabhurazi vachiti aona kuti vanhu varamba ndopavada kutanga kuti kwai haya ndeka tikamurega apa pachafa munhu mujita unotonga nedemoya pachafa munhu haiwa zvatimbotombozviteereri ngatoti kugara aburuka zvokuti kwai chichi 2028 kure kwatinei nazvo izvi panogona kufa munhu kozizvesi 2025 ka 2026 2027 2028 makore wavari pakati apa panofa munhu. Zvimabhireketiya zvose zvimamajeneral ose anopedzwa yese nadhamano ngagara atorwa pasi. Hai izvozvo chakatanga ndo chakachenjedza, ndiye akatanga kuzvazvo 2030 chakatanga ndo chakachenjedza. Ngaarove pasi adzauseti wati machi inogona kure, ngaarove pasi dhamano hatinei naye. Komure zvinoka mabhunu rambe makabata ipapo, tichakurudzira vageza kuti varambe vakabata ipapo. Zvokudzokera kumashure kana zvokumbochinjwa pfungwa nomwe munhu hapana. Ngaarove pasi, atichamuda munhu. 2028 anotoverenga kuregu ngagara atobva chiko chaari kumboita. Hapana zvinhu zvose zvamira zvose vakungotara zva 2030 ndizvo vakungotara nezvazvo. pose nongora 2030 kana mabasa vachangoshandi pachita zvichaitika vari kungota zva2030 chete ikona kubuda kuti kwaichichiya but vaiva nanacha vangu vachidya vachimwa uko vachitaura zva2030 nemusangano yaitikwa nana hwenje takatova vachitoimba hwenje anga atotumwa achitoimba nezva2030 haiwa chidi zvokurikura tichibatwa kumeso izvo batwa kumeso nembavha haiwa chakatanga ndo chakachinjidza akambozvitaurirei vanhu vanga vakanyarara nguva dzose kuti hawina munangagwa hawina takanyarara kuti comrade vawina pairirasha apa ndepa2030 apa ndopakairirasha ipapo ende atimbotombobvuma anga achigara atoriwa pasi tatiwane macho akatoshaya tatiwane macho hapana zvekuti kwai kumbotobodzukira kumashure apa achazokorona takure futi tatiwane macho acho ndezvekwake zvanotaura kuti kwai chichichi 2028 ayanosvika sei achimboitei kusvika 2028 makoreka upenyu kaho
dinyoka emabhunu kana kuti comrade maskera sei macomrades zita rangu ndonzi comrade dinyoka emabhunu kana kuti comrade kid marong nhasi uri musi wa17 February 2025 ndati nditaurawo chimwe chinhu ichi pakati penyu hosi takaona vamwe muchifambisa masaisai enhema tumabhutlika tiri kubhadharwa mari ini away yeulautanisha image yavageza vageza havana munhu havakauraya vageza vane klabhu vanhu vanouya kumba kwavo vanomwa doro vanoita zvavanoita officer in charge akauya nemunhu akauya naye vasvika ikoko ndokunwa doro ndokufara ndokudii vakudzokera vari munzira kuenda kumba ndokusangana netsaona vasangana netsaona munhu angava naye ndokuita tsaona aita tsaona munhu iyeye ndokunge ashakirwa neupenyu zvadaro munhu iyeye anga anewo zvirwere zvanga zviri munyama yake bp neshuga zvazviri maari atorwa kwakuenda kuchipatara kwakuzosvika ikoko achinzi ashaika but nekuda kwomunhu anonzi kambamura uyo imember of parliament anga achirwisana nageza mukumira kwageza paumember of parliament munhu iyeye akanga aita tingoringo even kuti geza anga achita mp akatora vakaita tingoringo maballot papers pakango kwakuya zita rekanzi kambamura instead yekuti geza ndiyanga awina ndiyanga achibuda ipa saka mazwi amune muchitauro hanzi vageza he vakauraya munhu ndeyekunyepa ipolitics idzodzo munhu iyeye akazotorwa akaenda akanotariswa madhokota kuti pane here foreplay yakaitika kana pane painjury yakasangana nayo pane here kuurayiwa kana kuti pakawanikwa nothing hapana bullet hapana banga hapana chii saka mazwi amuri kutaurwa iwo ndenhema tati tizviclarify nhasi ende zvadaro do you think kuti vanhu chai vari normal after 8 years hama yavo vaurayiwa vangazoya here nhasi vachikrema kuti hanzi after 8 years ndopavazoya nhasi nekuti geza ataura kuti no to 2030 no to looting of minerals ndopavazoya nhasi vachitaura kopesa pavaiva kupi maumbwe iwayo emhando yepamusoro vanhu ngavasashandiswe enda pane imwe mhosva iri kupomerwa vageza yakaparwa naanonzi nyabadza akatengesera vageza land vageza vakabhadhara land something like 1.5 something million vageza vakabhadhara vabhadhara land matitle deeds ngaachiuya vageza is the complainant ndo vakatoripota nyaya iyi varipota nyaya iyi vachitoti aiwa iwe nyabadza iwewe wanitengesera land chindipa matitle deeds haasi kubuda only to notify at the end that Nyabaza akaita double allocation. Akatengesera vageza haana kuvapa matitle deeds. Abva anotengesera futi Chigumba haana kumupa matitle deeds. Nyaya iri kuRotten Law. Makaenda kuRotten Law makanotarisa munotoona nyaya iyoyo iriko. Ageza is the complainant akatoripota nyaya iyoyo. Saka zvese zvamuri kunzwa zvichitaurwa nemabhutlika izvo zvoitaurwa zvisane basa pamusoro pageza. Geza ari clean, maoko ake ari clean, haana medha, haana extortion yaakaita. Iye ndiye akatobirwa mari. Makaenda kuRotten Law nyaya itoriko. Geza is the complainant. Ndiye akatoripota takabirwa mari naNyabadza. Nyabadza ndiye akamubira mari. Amutengesera land. Akabvaenda kuti vaanotengesera Chigumba. Saka musanyeperwe nenyaya izvodzo dzakafanana naidzodzo. Iwe Kambamura usashandiswe. Kambamura ari kushandiswa because Kambamura anonzi ihanzvadzi yaAkusiria Mnangagwa. Akusiria Mnangagwa anozikanwa nenyaya dzekuita madhitandi. Is the one akabuda pagold mafia. Basa rake nderekubira nyika mari kuti vaite rich. Ende ipapa tiri kumutonga neimwe nyaya futi yekuMarch Central ine chekuita nekuti akabvisa Lucius. Akabvisa Lucius ndiye anga ari chief ikoko. Vakatora uchief hwekuMarch Central zvisiri pamurau akaisa hanzvadzi yake. We are going to correct all those mistakes dzakaitwa naMnangagwa nemakabha wake nevanhu vake. When time is right, tichaita kuti uchief hwekwaNegomo kuMarch Central hudzorerwe muimba inofana kunge ndo iri in charge. Zvakaitwa naMnangagwa naAkusiria Mnangagwa kuMarch Central zvokutorera uchief kuna Lucius achipa hanzvadzi yake hazvisi pamutemo. We are going to collect it in months. I'm telling you this. Saka nyaya iyo tati tiitaure pachena. Chechitanhatu, Mnangagwa haana chinhu chaanobuda pamuromo wake chechokwadi. Akadedza maminista achapa assignment yekuti iwe ita slogan. Maminista akana muswere nanani vanoreva nhema. Vakabva vatanga kuita maslogan vachiti pamberi naMnangagwa 2030 vanenge vachitonga. Kana iye Mnangagwa asingade kuenda ku2030 akadi kutaura pachena kuti iwe slogan yawaita iri wrong. Saka Mnangagwa ndiye ari centered nenyaya zvese zviri kuitika zviri kusaka musangano ufe weZANU-PF. Mnangagwa is the center of the problem. Anoindikenda kuleft achitenda kuright. Hapana munhu asasamuzive kuti anozvita kunge ane intelligence akapfuura, but you cannot be clever for all the time. This time you're gonna fall and you're gonna regret. I'm telling you, I'm ready for head on. I'm not scared of you. I'm telling you this. Saka ndiri kudi. Ndiri kuti Mnangagwa ndiye muridzi wenyaya idzi. Kana dai aiva ari pachokwadi, hapana chinhu chaasiri kuziva chiri kuitika paground. Vana vemusangano weZANU-PF vari kudzingwa each and every day nemunzira dzekunzi hamusi kuda 2030. Vana musangano vari kupomerwa mhosva. Vana musangano vari kusungwa. Maharare vana musangano vakadzingwa. Apizve nanhasi vari kumba. Kuma-DCC, kuma-provincial vakadzingwa nekunzi hamusi kuda 2030. Kana Mnangagwa ari pachokwadi, ari kudii kutaura nevanhu vake kuti mirai 2020 nyaya dzamuri kufamba nadzo. Mari dziri kubuda ari kupana tungwarira. Mnangagwa is the center of the problem. Ngaende ende chechisere nyaya iripo ndeyekuda izoi. Regai nditaure chimwe chinhu ichi. Chinotungamira intelligence. Vamwe vakuti manyoka emabhunu wakati musi wa31 asi nhasi unoyo wakuti in 60 days. Musi wa31 ne60 days hapana chinhu chakanyosiyana pamusoro paizvozvo. Vanhu nzwisisai kuti chinhu chatiri kudhira nacho chinhu chisina kumira zvakanaka. Tinofana kulidwa neintelligence. Hapana munhu achada Mnangagwa nyika yese. Hapana munhu achada Mnangagwa even in Zimbabwe, even in ZANU-PF opposition party, church members. Hapana. People they pretend. Because we have some people they don't have principles. They begin to say ari right because vada kukipa upenyu wavo because vanoziva kuti he is a killer. But haagone kuuraya maZimbabwe ese. Mageneral akauraya ndiwayo. Kumusiya muchita hanzi ari kuenda ku2020. Let it be open and everyone to know this. Kumusiya Mnangagwa achienda ku2028 mucharasikirwa nevamwe mageneral, mucharasikirwa nevanhu vakawanda vese vanga vachiopoza 2028. So this is the time to head on. Even let it be. We are not scared. This is the time yekuti ticha head on nayo. musamusiye murume wachienda ku2028 kwese kukure. Imvai mamubatira ipapa imvai matongomubatira ipapa. Ngaende ende ari kuenda. Vanhu vachauya vane uwandu mamillions ari kuzopinda mumastreets musi wa31. Saka ndo mamirira zvakaita. Musambefa makaintimidatwa, musafe makanyepererwa nemukomana waitsotsu. Ende zvinonyadzisa zvikuru kuona mao veterans vachinobribwa nekamba kanenge Toilet after 45 years after independence. Mao veterans anovakirwa kamba kanenge Toilet kanouya kuzovakwa nehure rinonzi ningi mahiya. Land baron tsotsi huru maharare iri kusenza nemalend baron ichitorera vanhu mari. Kunovaka kamba kanenge Toilet ndokoitwa noise kunzi mao veterans vane zvimwe zvinhu zvavaitirwa. Mnangagwa is not going to succeed. I'm telling you. He's going home. Chatira ngomuona ndichekuti ngaaende kumbanitamba nemazukuru. Tiri kumuda kukoti. Nyaya dzaari kupomeredza kuuraya mageneral ana parents shiri vese vakafa. Ngauye adaire nyaya dzekukoti. Ana zvuma chaivo vakatorwa vakaenda kukoti. Mnangagwa is not above the law. That is that.
Mavavona ndo General Chiwenga Vice President veZimbabwe mazvinzwa. Okay, test slogan.
ZANU-PF na President Dr. Emmerson Dabudza Mnangagwa nekubatana negwara remusangano pasi nemhandu. VaMnangagwa oye! Vanenge vachipo pasi nemhandu.
Baba Mnangagwa oye! Pamberi neZANU-PF vanenge varipo baba Mnangagwa pasi nenhubu.
Chibakera mudenga pamberi nekomrade Mnangagwa pamberi nekudzidza 2030 woye 2030 woye VaMnangagwa vanenge vachitonga pasi nemutinyasando.
Uyu mazuva ake ndawedzera. VaMnangagwa oye! Icho Kubiko 2030.
I need a bit of help here to understand you clearly. I know the whole country needs you to pronounce yourself clearly. You have said and you've restated this point that you leave when your term ends, or you know when you will leave, the day and time. But like my colleague here said, there's still a lot of confusion. There's the 2030, people were saying you should extend your term to 2030. Can you state and pronounce your position clearly for the whole nation, for the international community, for us, so that when we write our stories, we have the proper information? What is your opinion? When are you leaving, sir?
In fact, you are putting it very clear. Very clear. That I have 2 terms, and these terms are very definite. And I'm so democratic. When they come to an end, I'll step aside, and my party will elect my successor. That is as clear as day. Those who have other imaginations, it is a democratic society for people to dream. But facts will take today. Mavavona ndo General Chiwenga Vice President veZimbabwe mazvinzwa. Okay, test slogan.
Pamberi ZANU-PF na President Dr. Emerson Babuza Mnangagwa nekubatana negwarara msangano pasine mhandu vaMnangagwa oye vanenge vachipo pasine mhandu Baba Mnangagwa oye pamberi neZANU-PF vanenge varipo Baba Mnangagwa pasine nhubu
Chimbakera mudenga pamberi comrade Mnangagwa pamberi nekudzidza 2030 woye 2030 woye vaMnangagwa vanenge vachitonga pasine mutinyasando
uyu mazuva ake ndawedzera vaMnangagwa oye icho kubiko 2030 ndinonzi Honorable Dr. Jennifer Mswere, Minister of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services. Pamberi neZANU-PF pasine mhandu
vaMnangagwa oye vanenge vachipo madzimai woye pasi mhandu
pamberi neZANU-PF
The 2030 people were saying you should extend your term to 2030. Can you state and pronounce your position clearly? When are you leaving?
In fact, you are putting very clear. That I have 2 terms. These terms are very
The 2030 people were saying you should extend your term to 2030. Can you state and pronounce your position clearly? When
I have 2 terms, and these terms are very definite, and I am so democratic. 2030
in fact, you are putting it very clear. That I have 2 terms. And these terms are very definite. And also democratic. Don't become a man. I'll split outside.
mazuva ake ndawedzera
saka vakawanda vari kuva fi democracy inotaura kuti handei kuvazhinji saka panyika pano rufu nokuti democracy yokuti vahwina election vazhinji kana kurufu kama isitakataka tifana kuguma taenda kupi kuvazhinji manje gwendo kuinda kuvazhinji ndo gwendo kwamunovudziwa navamutendi nautaunashi asi sitokudza hugara pano pamunoedzisa muri panyika ndo basa rediwo iroro rokuti gara zvakanaka gara mushe toda unity toda peace toda runyararo hati rimei hati vane minda yakanaka hati vaine marodhi dzakanaka vanhu ngavane mabasa hati vaine dzidzo chisumudzira nyika. Mwari anofara kana vanhu vake vachivaka, Mwari anofara kana vanhu vanonyararo. Saka ndikuti kwamuri kuno kumasvingo yamasvingo manje haisiri Victoria Fort Victoria masvingo ndinokutendai no.
Good morning to you, viewers. This is Jonas Live. This is newsnetworkzimai.com. We just have this footage. It is footage that is running, and these are statements. It's really one statement that the ZANU-PF leader, Emerson Mnangagwa, is making surrounding the calls to extend his term beyond the 2 terms or beyond 2028. And to be frank, really, Emerson Mnangagwa is in his 3rd term. We will say that this is a call to extend his term into the 4th. Really, he's in his 4th term. He served the 1st term, which was from 2017 up to 2018. That was his 1st term, where he was completing Robert Mugabe's term. And he served the 2nd term, which was 2018 up to 2023. And then from 2023 up to 2028 is really 3rd. So Arimo 3rd is in his 3rd term right now. Don't you agree? And he wants to go for the 4th term. I just don't understand why and how and why ZANU-PF members fail to distinguish or just to read or to count here. Because really, this is a man who wants to go for the 4th term. But what he's saying in this footage that we're playing is that he will increase the life of those who call for extending his term. Did you actually hear him? Mamunzwa Ereza Ataura Emerson Apapo. Ega nemuromo wake on the video. And yeah, what do you say about it? Munotichi, we would like to replay this, maybe perhaps so people can get a bit of a glimpse of it. We've shortened or perhaps made it a bit simpler by turning it into a song. Tapatango itakuti vanwanzo iri song, maybe pamwe maybe vanwanzo. One thing that you need to know about people, people who do it seems to be from my observation over the years, over 25 years now to date, that individuals who engage in money laundering, this is just my own personal observation. And by the way, good morning to you, obviously. My name is Simba Chikanza. And early this morning, just making this pass and this observation over the time that people who do money laundering, they have a certain way of speaking that if you listen to them attentively, you can get everything from their mouth. I mean, literally, you don't need to go anywhere. If you listen to a character, a code, Wikno Chivayo, you will just understand. You can get everything you need, almost everything you need to know about Wikno Chivayo straight from his mouth, straight from Muromo Wake. You don't need to go far. If you want to understand the character and everything, the operations of a man called Hopewell Chingono, you just listen to him. Unotera zonza ari kutaura nemuromo wake. Implicate, sungirira nemuromo wake. They don't need to go far. Same thing with Maxo Chikumbutso. You don't need to go far. Listen to what they're saying, and don't go anywhere else. Don't open any book. Just listen to them. Zvaari kutaura izvozvo munhu iye anogona kutovharirwa mujeri nemashoko ake aanenge ataura by their own words. And so it's the same rule that I use for Hubert Anjo, for Shepherd Bushiri, for Maynard Manyoa, by the way, who a lot of people cannot see that he's actually Shepherd Bushiri's spokesman, like official spokesman. Same thing that I'm bringing right now on Emerson Mnangagwa. Terera mashoko ake ataura word for word. Don't go far. Don't try to interpret. Oh, azodai. I am getting people here saying, aiwa tinofanira kumubvisa, anofanira kubviswa nhasi, nokuda kwekuti akazosara ipapa achazouraya vanhu, achazodai, aikozora tina azouya akutraya kuda kuti kureconcile nevanhu. No. Mnangagwa didn't come yesterday to try and make things easier. He actually increased the call to extend his term. But then people listen there. Amuna kuzvinzwa here. Nezuro Emerson Mnangagwa akauya akatodira paraffin pamusoro pezvaanga achitaura makore esai. Amuna kuzvinzwa. He didn't make things. And you know what you don't understand about newspapers in the country is that they're not making this clear. Mnangagwa yesterday, he clearly stated that people who are calling for him not to extend his term, those people are not genuine ZANU-PF members. Did you hear him? Ayo mamunzwere. Amuna kumunzwa. He said it. Why is there not even one newspaper rikunyora kuti Emerson Mnangagwa says people who are opposed to his 2030 president extension or whatever, or his life presidency, they are not ZANU-PF, are not genuine ZANU-PF members. Anzina Honorable Chawukete Muzindo Takashinso. Yes, but so why aren't your newsmen in the country making this clear? That Mnangagwa ndoza ataura ega very, very clearly there. Kuti munhu who does not call for extending my presidency, that person is not a genuine party member. Amuna kuzvinzwa. So what we've done right now, Zimbabweans, is to package this. We actually put this into a short song so that maybe zvidzike maybe zvinogona kuzongonzwisisika. Hi, Major Mamukasi. Major Murefu. Hi, Major Murefu on Twitter Space. You can say hello so that we know that you're on the space. Major Murefu. Major Murefu Mamukasi. Okay, you seem to be quiet, Major. Okay, Major, once you're in, just say something. We're just going to quickly replay this, folks, and let us know what you hear.
Is the 2030 people were saying you should extend your term to 2030. Can you state and pronounce your position clearly? When are you leaving?
I thought I put it very clear.
In fact, you are putting very clear.
These terms are very definite. And I'm so democratic.
That I have two terms.
2030,
These terms are very
2030, yeah. Uyu mazuwa agenda wetsera uyu. Uyu mazuwa agenda wetsera uyu. Uyu mazuwa agenda wetsera uyu.
Mazuwa agenda wetsera.
2030. People were saying you should extend your term to 2030. Can you state and pronounce your position clearly?
I have two terms, and these terms are very definite, and I am so democratic. 2031, 2031.
In fact, you are putting it very clear. Very clear. That I have two terms. And these terms are very definite. And I'm so democratic. When they come to an end, I'll split aside.
We must work in the weather.
Right, there we are. Can we hear the words? Or there's another clip, there's another part where he actually stated that people who are opposed to extending his term are not genuine ZANU-PF members. Right. Can you show me, folks, any newspaper that's got that headline? Any single newspaper, or one newspaper that carried the headline, yekuti Mnangagwa ataura kuti those who are opposed to his 2030 agenda are not genuine ZANU-PF members. And why aren't people talking about that? Seva no asirgutaura about it. Why are people quiet about this? Why are newspapers? Why are not my journalists? Like, if you tell me that maybe journalists in the country are scared, right, of doing this, maybe they're scared of being hunted down. Why is it that we don't have journalists who are outside the country making this clear? Kuti ataura iye kuti vanhu ava. Show me one newspaper maybe that's got that headline. And I've had some people who rush, who many times they rush on social media, and where they actually type the name Rekuti Simba Chikanza, Anzi Aita, Anyora Junizo Kunyepa. Have you seen people who say that, who've posted that? Matimambo waona ere vanhu vakadaro. Vanenge vanyora zvinhu zvakadaro izvozvo. And none of those people have ever called me or even texted to say, look, Simba, can you clarify what you published there? Because I thought that I am the most accessible, perhaps one of, if not the most accessible journalist in the country. People can call me, even in Dakavata. Many times I've picked up the phone even while I'm asleep. And I communicate because I'm Dinacha Kuvanza. So I actually do that. But my point that I'm trying to make here, a lot of people, they fail to see things that are so clear, that are so apparent. Like right now, I'll give you an example. I spent 7 years investigating gold mafia. 3 years I spent alone. Okay? Did she investigate a gold mafia in Rindega from 2015 up to 2018, 2019. And then the next 4 years, I did it this time under Al Jazeera, undercover and overcover. And after all that, having spent 7 years, and still right now, you notice that there is no single Zimbabwean in the country who has ever called me to ask me, Simba, we have seen this breakthrough, this massive breakthrough that has happened now, where the money that was stolen by Emerson Mnangagwa and his cronies, Kamlesh Patni and the like, can now be recovered, can now be attached. Because that is what my work has done now. I have created that platform where people can now attach the money and recover it. So if you lost money, if your account was flawed, kana waka converted mari dzako, and your money was externalized, sent to Dubai by Kamlesh Patni and Navana Hubert, Navana Wicknell, you can now actually claim that money. You can now attach that money. The same way that the Ukrainians are attaching the money that they are claiming from the Russians. I think you've seen what the Magnitsky sanctions law have done for the Ukrainians. The very same Magnitsky law is now has been passed over my work. So you Zimbabweans can attach your money. There's no single Zimbabwean who has ever said, look, let's attach. Even some of these so-called politicians that you people think that they are genuine politicians who are busy receiving court wins, defamation court wins, assisted by Luke Malaba in the courts. Squeaky clean, Borodo accent lawyers. None of them talk about this. They rather spend their endless time on social media, tickling people, making people excited, but not delivering, not interested in delivering the power, not interested in delivering the transition for the masses. None of them are talking about this. And so this seems to be a disease, isn't it? Ikuti vanhu avawone, many times avangowoni so chinhu chavatopiwa. Simbachingani akaspenda 7 years ari paground. Makandiona ndirimo muAfrica umo. Ndandisiri hidden. My face was there. Ndichiconfronta gold mafia. Some of you were not watching over the time. Because memory by social media. But none of you people who spend time clicking muchitaipa sipachikanza nyora fake news. None of you have ever asked, this is your money, these are your billions. But apa patiri kutaura nyaya iyoyi yekuti mazviona here zvataurwa naMnangagwa izvi kuti ndawedzera mazuva emunhu uyo anoita call for extending my term. Good morning, Venancio and Sir Marvel. Venancio, good morning.
Oh, morning. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Perfectly now I can hear you. You're the time.
Morning.
Yeah. So here we are. We are on today's day Tuesday. Right. Let's hear your comment, brother.
Particularly on the issue of, let me just go to the term extension of Mnangagwa. I really can't account why for us, maybe us as the normal people or the normal players in the society, we can see that Mnangagwa, when he was making those utterances about rather, there are those that just say this are not PF regalia, but they're not PF himself. We could speculate that Mnangagwa was talking about people that are not pro-ED 2030. By party line, he's basically saying that party line is something as if something that was agreed at Congress or something that the party wants, regardless of what the Constitution may say or regardless what the laws may say. If the party wants something, the party must get, and that's the party line that they must be following. That's what we took from Mnangagwa. But if you look at it though, Simba, and everyone that is watching, if you look at the whole setup, do you think those journalists were just there out of the blue? They were called there, and I'm pretty sure they were even censored to what to publish about what they're going to be publishing. And the question about ED 2030 had to come out. You saw, I'm not sure about the question, but the ED 2030 had to come out and he had to answer it, maybe to ease tensions perhaps, but also in a way to, but that is basically my take on the issue of
why journalists might not be publishing it, about why ED is attacking people that are anti-2030's pro-Zambia. They do not want to be wrong, and also they are basically under his control at this point. Publishing it about why ED is attacking people that are anti-2030's pro-Zambia. They do not want to be wrong. Can you still hear me?
We can hear you perfectly. Yeah, thank you. Right. Okay. So you think maybe inyaya kuva censored? Savan varukuchka. Maybe that's why I see. So, right. Right. I see. I see. Well, thank you very much. Interesting. Right.
Look at it. Look at it from this perspective. If you look at this guy, Anonzani, Blessed Dara Mhlanga. First we heard that I'm not okay. This one I think I just saw it, but like I was passing through. I'm not really sure what was the charge. But when he was called to court, he was like an assault or an insult to the minister. He was called to show himself to inside the what do you call it? Show himself to the police. After that, and this time again, he's updating us that he's being called to show himself to the police. Look at what Mswere said. He basically said just this week that anyone that gives a platform to someone that is Achatuka president, it's something that is it's a crime on its own. So you can see why the journalist would be pulling back. And even you can look at the Job Scholar arrest at the beginning of just last week or last weekend. We can see that Mnangagwa is trying to control. He's trying as best as he can, and all of these journalists, they do not have cover, fortunately. This is Zimbabwe.
Wow, someone is saying here, asking and saying, so when he said Vanopeka regalia, but Vasirive Msangano, he meant those opposing the 2030 vision. Absolutely. And that's what I heard. I don't know how and why people didn't get it. Those are Kutaure Papo. He's talking about, and my money launderers hours vanoita ma crimes akadai ava unovabata pamuromo apapo nyatsoteerera zvakanaka. Everything about that they say is on their lips. And this is the same thing that I said 3 years ago about Hopo Chingono. I don't know if people were listening back then. Some people didn't get it back then. Ndakati nini teerera izvo zviri kutaura nemurume uyu mukanyatsofollowa zvinhu zvaataura nhasi. After a week, after a month. And at that time, I even wrote on Twitter, the CCC party was still intact at that time. I don't know if people will remember. And I said it one day when people realize who this man is, when the opposition realizes who this man is, CCC will be gone. It will be too late. Because munenge madividwa munenge unovabata pamuromo ipapo vanotaura zvinhu vachitodestroy ipapo. It's the same thing like Wikno Chivai, when you're listening to him paanenge achitotaura ipapa anenge achitodestroya, paachitotaura ipapa anenge ipapa anenge achitokuvhara, anenge achitocommita crime, anenge achitoba mari, anenge achitourayisa vanhu ipapo achitotaura ipapo in that single word. This is weird, but these are the things that I have observed over the last 25 years. Just that our type of vanhu character dzavo. Saka vanhu ivava ukangonzwisisa izvozvi zvaiwa unobva stress. Good morning, Zim Fighter. Fighter? Fighter, are you in? Okay, Fighter is in, but not speaking. Good morning, Fighter.
Hello, good morning.
Oh, yeah, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us on Zima this early morning. We're just analyzing this video footage of Mr. Emerson Mnangagwa yesterday, what he said and what he was saying. It's one thing for someone to utter something. It's another thing for them to communicate, because, a person they can even say, I love you, but they're actually saying, I hate you, that I'm going to kill you, all of you. Oh, I've already killed you. I've already poisoned you. So that's what we're analyzing. Let's hear your view.
Yeah, I'm in agreement nezvamuri kutaura, Mr. Simba. Kuti uyu murume uyu ndingangoti And the Panka statement kanonzi, knowing the truth, seeing the truth, but still believing the lies. That's the definition of stupid. As a result, Mnangagwa kuti azove president muZimbabwe chichakamboitika. Akauya as a result of a coup. And then 2018 akadyiwa ma-elections atinoziva tese akapinda kuita president by force. In 2023 akadyiwa ma-election, everybody knows that akapinda futi by force. And then same person ozotanga ku lecture to us kuti I am a constitutionalist and yes, I believe in constitution, so I will stick by my 2 terms, the Indosia. And us don't believe amoniye kuti zari kutaura it's true. Then who is stupid? Us. So ndakaona social media nezuro about team rinosupporta Emerson. Right, Emerson is intelligent. So pakuti intelligent, pari refer what he said yesterday, like zvautaura izvo zvokuti akati tine vanhu vakapfeka face the ZANU-PF nehembe dzeZANU-PF, but they are not part of us. And that statement riri kureva kuti he is after anyone against or anyone opposing the 2030 mantra. Simply, it's straightforward kuti ndo zvari kureva izvozvo. And given a chance kuti auraya this momentum keza revolution momentum, and ndo yada kutry kukila pachauraiwa vanhu. To be honest, that's the strategy ripo ipapa. Pachauraiwa vanhu. Whoever aidya neZANU-PF achita kunga arimo obatwa kana kuti wotengesa achatengeswa imomo achinzi aligned to 2030 mantra. Pachafa munhu. That's what I predict. And we can't believe this man kutachinda kutoronga kusvika muna 2028 ndosiya. Iye akauya as a beneficiary yecoup. So tinenge tichipenga kana tikabelieve mune this strategy yakaita nezuro uyu. I believe that journalist akabvunza that question uyu anogona akatopakwa mashoko muromo kunzibvunza that question in a way to counter this Geza revolution momentum. And
EP question?
Sorry?
Okay. Which question is that one that you're saying was asked to counter?
Question yakabvunza the journalist angarimo yekuti issue ya 2028 yekuextenda to 2030. That journalist uya anofana akatoudzwa kunzi bvunza that question in a way to counter this Geza revolution, if you get what I mean.
Right.
Yeah. So that's what I believe. And so that one will kill this momentum. They are there to fight the momentum ya Geza. Once it's done, vanozwa kuti hakuna umwe munhu anogona kuuya futi neimwe way yekufighta 2030. So that's the issue iripo. Wakatunhu tuzvikwereti kwokuti vari kudzimba nguva yese vanga vari kupi munhu akapinda 2018 and today tiri muna 2025 pasara 3.5 years kuti apedze term. And then pari kubudikirawo mumwe ari kungobva from nowhere ari kuzviti I'm a carer for all war veterans. I will build dzimba dzemawar vets, I will build my boreholes and stuff. I will look after them. Where was him kubva muna 20? And so the idea is to kill the momentum. So isusu as Zimbabweans, as citizens, tisingafunge kana tikatadza kuona kuti varume vari kuita seya. Remember, vari kuda kuprotect territory yavo pavanodyira. Vakatengesa nyika kumachina, minerals, mari dzacho dziri kupinda muhomwe dzavo, hadzisi kupinda muhomwe yenyika. So even if akanzi akusvika 2028, the other thing, osiya, never ever think kuti ari kusiyira munhu ari genuine. Ari kundopa munhu ari ane same belief beliefs and policies na iye anomuprotectawo. That's the other thing. So there's no way angade kupiwa chance murume uyu. Tufana kuvhura meso and then ekoye kuti ngaaende now. That's what I believe. This force and momentum should be supported. Murume uyu aende. Whatever comes, it was utangira ipapo. Yeah, that's my contribution for now.
Thank you very much. I don't know who is next. Is it Zim Stereo who is next? Just wondering, is it Zim Stereo or it is Signoro? Okay, let's go to Signoro.
Yes.
Good morning, Signoro. Makapiwa ka minduro na vamunangagwa nezuro. Saka hapasina nyaya kapo.
Hanzi mukuru, hanzi munhu mukuru hasuri. You know that.
Right.
But tichazoda kuvadaidza vakuru vataure zvorere because hapana munhu usingasuri. Mungashamisika traditionalist kana makutaura nyaya dziri serious hapana chinhu chinonyadzisa. It's like you're in a court of law. You call it as is. Zvekutaurira nepekutaurira ndozvakakosha. Now, I'm quoting between. I wanted to respond direct to this. You know, that when these people are talking to data, the gentleman of Amuktaura Banaba. Hi, Alex. Geza akamuka akanyarara koktora kokufa kungotonhora kuti zi. I'm saying this talking as Simba can agree with me. Nyaya dzemuzimbabwe dzinozivatika. Toita jinja, topinga, toita sei, toti yongoti dhonono, frozen chicken. Tichanga sei. Because ndikubvunza and not talk about it now. But I'm going to phone maybe after 6 hours or tomorrow. Tozoda kutsvaga kuti Garcia kunonzi kuna plan A and plan B. I'm saying this positively so that this sounds very more because pane zvokuitika zvakawanda kusero zvakawanda zvokuitika kusero. Especially following what we heard yesterday, a two-faced old man, Sekuru Emerson Mnangagwa, who is the president of the country, president of RBF. The two-faced, it should tell us that anything can happen. And Tumkatakapusa. Achichedu chinichi. Chedu message yakabva kuna Mageza, but project I said, I don't know if I'm making sense.
Right.
Zimbabwe ndedu tese asati kutonga. I'll put it that way. Ndedu tese asati kutonga. Kana nchiti chinhu message ndedu tese. But aitungamirwa nesu uye hatisese tine governor. Especially again after yesterday's space here Simba. Notonda nyoka yemabhunu akataura kuti munhu hatida kuisa pamberi ndichivenga. But I haven't seen anything, any movement from us because prior to that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's either but it's either we follow knowing kuti chinhu chakananga kuZANU-PF. The issue of Chiwenga Abraham ZANU-PF or not is too early now. Now I'll move forward to Nyaya Wataura Simba. Nelson Chamisa, in chronological order, he is a member of SRC. Anybody at Panapa SRC, if you really want to save Zimbabwe, it's not everybody who is captured, but the strategy of SRC members is to either put them in the central intelligence or activism. They are used in the authoritarian regime. The others who saw it soon, others they saw it because of America, others they backed off. So I'm being fair here, not everybody. And also Chamisa is a product. So Simba kana uchikwanisa pane mukomana anonzi political philosopher. I know we are all fighting our own battles. Sometimes to this out in we're fighting. But there's something that he always says, which I know and I agree to, which speaks to Chamisa Aka Pinzwa Elizabeth. Elizabeth being one of Changrai's wives. The controversial Elizabeth. But if you reflect, Simba, no, you're correct of information. Again, going back to what you were saying, again, we don't take note. You still remember the controversial issue of passport here, Changrai. You still remember? And the beef between MC and Changrai's brother. You still remember that part?
It's a long time now.
Yeah, there were issues surrounding where outrightly you are saying, this is my brother. You are not even a spokesman of the party. This is a family business. But there was also, which could be lies, suspicion that there was something going between MC and Elizabeth. Don't get me wrong.
No, but I would wish we don't raise those are very serious allegations, Signor. If we cannot, yeah, if we cannot raise, yeah, but the thing is, they are not those are not small allegations, because you know things like that could be said about you, Signor Musipo. Chamisa has to be here to answer for such things. Neither Chamisa nor Elizabeth are here, or those people, or that uncle or cousin that you're talking about. I would ask that we don't pass such suggestions that are damaging, or on public spaces, especially when the accused are not there to answer. Let's bring our comment around Nyaya Tukutaura Ino Igai. We've got enough to talk about Mnangagwa right now. Than bring matters. No, there are matters relating to characterization of an individual.
It will sound like what you said is what I said. I didn't say that.
Yes, but whatever that is, you're throwing suggestions. You're leaving people with something to visualize on an allegation. Yeah.
The allegation that his entry point is true, and I'm also linking it to
Right. Okay. Thank you. But yeah, but let's not talk about things that have not been tested. Yeah, suggestions that have not been tested. But at least a comment from the accused.
Yeah, but you're
Yeah. So
but I'm not talking about that.
okay. So let's if you could roll down and keep.
If it is not necessary for people to learn to understand where LNC is coming from, I'll reduce it to that.
Okay, so if maybe if you can roll down, because we've got a few people who have joined also, Signoro. So maybe give us 30 seconds so that others can now come in and also speak, because yeah, I think Taku's a stretcher, and we might not we might end Tisinaku Pawamo a chance. Thank you.
It's okay, I humble myself. We keep it there. But I'm going to say, go and watch my videos. Starting from the Triple C, our court, Rangu Ndere Kunganzawadi. It came from Nelson Chamisa. Fast forward. Mukandiona ndakufamba nemukoma wangu. Sanetseka nokunetsana kwedu. Kwenya hakuna here. It's coming from NC. Anyone can go and peruse those videos. There is no way you can beat ZANU-PF resoundingly. Again, we don't pay attention when someone is talking. When we're going to demonstrate, lack of better word, it was said. And finally and positively, the people, if I close my eyes, I'm seeing Chamisa Maoko Achtaimeri. The people shall decide. He went on sabbatical. I did not treat a Lagaita. Tagamuka Sipo, Arizona, his boots. I will send it to you, which I maybe send to others. And other people know another. All I'm saying is we don't know, but if we want to know, we have to follow what you are saying, Simba. That there is something that happens, and most importantly, what people say recklessly or not recklessly. We think it's reckless, but we don't pay attention.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Signora. We're gonna move to the next. I think it's Mudara who's next, right? Mudara G, right? Good morning, Mudara.
Sir, how are you?
Fine, thank you very much. Makapi wakam induro na amnanga gwanezuro.
Iri positive kana vachirevesa hakuna ainge ari iye anomhura kana kutyora bundiro remutemo tiri kuna vamunanga assistant.
Sorry, kunenge quite an interruption ka? Quite an interruption ka? Okay. Quite an interruption ka? Okay, can I get quite an interruption? Let's hear the next person. Who hasn't spoken here? Zim Stereo, you haven't spoken, right?
Yes, sir, I haven't spoken.
Okay, yeah, shoot. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm in Canada, and I haven't been back home in a long time, and I just started paying attention to Zimbabwe, what's going on here, maybe 2 weeks. So I'm very new, so I'm speaking from a place of ignorance, so forgive me. I'm just going to, I just want to make some observations based on what I see in Canada versus here. Is that okay?
Please, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so when I see, like Zimai, thank you very much. Like I saw your article about the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, thinking to do the audit at that company. Like basically.
Oh yes, yeah. We're getting attacked. I'm personally getting attacked because of that article. They're saying that it's fake news. It's fake. Did you actually read? Did you check the books of that company? Yeah.
I didn't look into the books, but I looked at you, and then you're not the type to put fake stuff out. So I'm going with you. It's like it's that simple. Like I heard you speak. I know what you're about from your character. So why would you do something so stupid? You won't make up something when there's a lot of evidence for you to find. So I'll trust a journalist until you're just doing something silly. But this is not silly. This is you wouldn't do something so silly.
Yeah, well, actually, natural fact, you know, when you're talking in the UK companies, right, unlike in Zimbabwe, in the UK, in a split second, you can find out all the data about any company, like at any time. So, you know, yes, so you can find out who's behind this company, you can find out their bank balance, or at least their reported bank balance, right? Their operations. And BDO Limited, BDO International Limited, that very same company that is advertised by the RBZ and that was shared by George Charamba, that company, just do it, just do a small mouse click, not nothing else, just a very short mouse click. Click, you get what I mean? On that event type, right? You see all the data about that company. And if it is not the company, then it must be explained. The RBZ, for public accountability, must explain that the company that they reported is something else. But there's no way a name, right, can be something else, right? And so, yeah, yeah.
About the company by RBZ and the procedures I run companies in Zimbabwe, it was deliberate. It was a looting scheme. They were knowledgeable of the company because the Disposal and Procurement of Assets Act specifies if you are applying for a tender, all the information and experiences and references will be met, including your bank account. So for anyone to claim otherwise, that was proper intentional looting. And this time they wanted to loot because RBZ closed the auction system where they were looting foreign currency, and they brought this one. And there are other schemes that they are using to loot the public funds. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. You know, when I actually go onto the company, I'm going to share the link here about the company. It's called BDO International Limited, right? Just just a simple Google search, and I'm putting this here. Yes, of course, it's got directors and all that. There's no doubt about it, right? But in their last statements, their last financial statements, they are very clear that it is a dormant company. It's a company that has never operated. Literally, this is 1 October 2024, right? If you just check in there, aya, maningi awo aya ma statements aya. Let me just bring it up here. There it is. Oh my God, I think.
Dormant, if you don't file for like 2 years, you become dormant automatically. Is that correct? The same law applies?
No, well, you know what? If you no. No, not that. In the UK, being dormant is you actually reporting that you're not doing business at all. So I'm looking at their
So you closing it down, yes.
No, yeah, you're not operating at all. Look at
You're just suspending.
yeah, you're not operating. I'm looking at their balance sheet here. They've got zero balance. I mean, a lot of dormant companies they will have at least $100, but this is zero balance, mate. Do you know? I'm sharing the link here so that people can see.
I'm just trying to get the semantics because in Canada, dormant means you don't file your taxes. Simba, you did a good thing because that one is a looting scheme. You know what they've done? They also have given another doctor right now as we speak 35,000 boreholes. He's sinking 35,000 boreholes. He's also been given another contract to sink boreholes for all war vets. A borehole, if I sink a borehole, the average cost will be 2,000. If it goes above 2,000, it won't go up to 5,000, especially if you are going into rural areas where the water table is very high. The water, you can get it very high, 35,000. And the guy is charging $15,000 per borehole, taxpayers' money. I don't know how many war veterans there are now, plus those, taxpayers' money. You know? And right now, I've got Chinese. The Chinese are looting our antimony. You know, if you look at a mineral element called antimony, ANTIMONY, that's one of the best metals we have or elements we have on Earth. China is the biggest producer of antimony, followed by Russia, but in Russia there's war, and then followed by Bolivia and many other countries. China stopped last year in April exporting antimony. These guys are looting at a large scale. They are, you know, I went to MMCZ because you sell your antimony through Minerals Marketing Corporation of Zimbabwe. Not even a single Chinese company exports. And yet they are
they're actually taking out plus or minus 200,000 metric tons of antimony every single month. That's the scale of looting. And you know what? A few weeks ago, 2 weeks now, we intercepted a truck, or rather a truck carrying gold, 1.5 metric tons of gold. That was actually, they had their scarves on the vehicles going to Borodale. And who was there? All the criminal individuals were there. Wickner was there. Everybody, they made $122 million through that. You know what? Zimbabwe is bleeding. I leave it to you guys. Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption. I'm really sorry. Thanks.
Oh, thank you.
Not at all.
Thank you.
If I can just say,
Yeah, sure.
okay, so it is so plainly obvious that is it's just in your face that they're saying we're corrupt or we're something wrong, right? But they don't make mistakes like that. They never make a mistake on purpose. I can tell you that because I'm in Canada, right? So watch, every mistake they make is made on purpose. So this is a mistake, correct? So what is it made for? Or is it really a mistake? Because it is highly unlikely that it'll go all the way to, okay, we're making an announcement, and the company is a dead company. Even, my friends, I grew up, with all guys who are doing fraud, mortgage fraud, debit card fraud. In high school, and they will double check before they send out something like this, right? If you go and open a bank account with a fake ID, you make sure the ID is correct to work. You can't walk in with a dumb one and get arrested. You haven't even got to make your money yet, right? So what is this? What does it say? That's what I'm asking, because I was confused, because in the United States, they're all showing the mistakes they made. Like they put Biden. Biden can't even think straight. So they're basically telling the American people, your leaders are puppets. There's someone controlling you. This is because of the cabal that's behind them. In a stage called the revelation of the method stage, where they're showing people because of their kind of belief. There's something else, but they have to show you that they're stealing from you. If you do nothing, then they can feel that, okay, now we're absolved of our sin. They actually, because it's a cult, certain people behind it, they push that. So that's why I'm asking about this. It's a Western influence because it looks like an exactly revelation of the method. Like Mossad, for example, if you follow Israel, they're saying they treat ISIS and ISIL, but those are terrorist organizations like Al Qaeda. So they're saying we are with the terrorist organization. They're actually telling you, because those organizations are actually CIA, but not many people know. So now they're officially saying we are with these Muslim groups that are funded by CIA. And so they say we're all the same. Sorry, Please stay. Yeah, we're just talking about corruption. It's not politics. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Sorry.
But I'm just trying to make. That's why I'm just saying I'm confused. What is that RBZ? Why would they make a mistake like that? That's all I want to say. Thank you.
I see. Oh, thank you very much. Well, it's the same thing that you see, when you see the inventor that Emerson Mnangagwa announced 3 weeks ago. That inventor, that man there, that Mnangagwa was calling Maxwell Chikumbutso. He's not even Maxwell Chikumbutso. That's not his real name. His name is Sangolani Chikumbutso. And if you check who Sangolani Chikumbutso is, he's an armed robber. An armed robber who's out on bail for armed robberies, like serious armed robberies. And the only, we're not talking small armed robberies here. Listen to me, folks. Armed robberies that were done by 5, 6 different people, 6, right? And one of the guns that were used in those armed robberies is Maxwell Chikumbutso's own. This has been proven. An unlicensed firearm is the only product that Maxwell Chikumbutso has to his name that he could possibly claim he owns. He has got no invention whatsoever. But you've got a whole president who stands up there, and you've got media companies and journalists who are there reporting. It's so clear that this is what it is. Are you with me, folks?
They're telling you.
Yeah, and that is what scamming does. Mascammers, they will come in your face and they will actually urinate in your face like that. Wakatarisa. Until and unless you stand up and then you confront. And yeah.
You're going far, Simba. We've got a convicted criminal in the name of Wikinel Munoda of Chivayo. My homeboy, who we know for all this thuggery, he's now claiming $1 billion. Where is he getting the money from? Where? And he's one person who comes out of a presidential helicopter with the president, and he goes to greet the vice presidents who came maybe by road. This is a convicted criminal.
Yes.
Right. The other guy was talking about Chamisa. I don't want to get into politics, but I'll go on to Scott Sakpanya. Scott Sakpanya has just finished, building a state-of-the-art refinery. You know Fidelity, don't you?
Yes.
Fidelity printers, they broke it up and they gave a license to Scott Sakpanya. Scott Sakpanya is an accomplice in the murder of Pastor Messiah. The guy has just finished building a state-of-the-art, I'm told, reliably by people from Fidelity, that it is actually the modern. Where did he get the money from? I'll tell you about this guy. Back then, the guy was one of the ushers for Magaya. Magaya is going on raping almost every woman he has come across, or he has had private interaction with. And these things he has confessed in the army before AI, before artificial intelligence. But the guy is untouchable. So, about Maxwell Chikumbutso, it is the president who harbors, who tolerates, who dines with criminals. There's something that surprises me big time. Let's go on to Tagwire. Tagwire is the sole person we are an agrarian country. We actually live on agriculture. It's a fact. And you know what happens? If we do not have enough agriculture, enough produce that we have, it actually puts pressure on the balance of payment. We used to have balance of payment support from other donor countries or an IMF and the like. That's exposed. That's probably why we actually have a lot of problems trying to stabilize our own currency. Because we spend so much money buying food. We are a net exporter. We will have a lot of pressure on our US dollar because we are a net importer. We import a lot. We import much more. We should have big reserves, but reserves are leaking because even the mineral sector or the mining sector, they are porous everywhere. So anyway, we go back. The currency, Zik, will not stand because we need something or a minimum of $4 billion to actually be able to support the ZIG, but we're actually putting something like 511 million. That's a joke. Our industry is just gone. It's actually nothing. How would you buy a tin of beans for $1.18? The same tin of beans ndikatenga ndiri kuno kwandiri ku UK. Inini ndinogara kumusha, don't mistake it. I actually am always in Zimbabwe. Tin of beans ndotenga 23p. If you want to change that to US dollars, it's about 25 cents. 25 cents US dollars. We buy it in Zimbabwe for $1. And down Castle Valley beans, $1.18, $1.14. Why? Because we destroyed agriculture. Simple, straightforward things. Economy is agrarian. Agriculture ikamuka. Industry yes inomuka. But for 40 years, ZANU-PF has won. Kuti kana machida kuti tive tinorarama tinge tinoita middle class economy ye2030 vamunangagwa vakanga vari ku AU ku Addis unofungidzira kuti wakupinda muNew York, unofungidzira kuti wakupinda muLondon. Havazvionawo here izvozvo. Ana Tanzania dzavanotamba nadzo vanowana the same thing, kunana Zambia vanowana the same thing. Iwo unotaurirwa karoad
kanobva kuBeit Bridge kachiuya muno muHarare kakaitwa resurface, vanoti construction of roads. Vanoziva here inonzi construction of roads. Go to Joburg anyway, tongoti Joburg, they will say kuti Colonia. Saka vaMnangagwa vatidzorera mumashure zvekuti 2028 iri kure. Handizivi hangu munhu anojamba jamba achiti how can you have, is it philanthropy kana uchipa pressure motor? Is that the definition of philanthropy? Ndo yaitaurwa naMnangagwa papress conference kuti he is a philanthropist. What philanthropy? Endai munotsvaga vanhu vari mumawheelchair, vanhu vasina mahospital, mogadzira mahospital nemari. Ini I would love to tolerate these and we can dai vaisa mari yavo yavari kuba kubva muzvicherwa nezvedu zviri muno vachizorera muno muZimbabwe. VaMugabe vaiba, asi vaiba mari yavo vachidzorera muno muZimbabwe vachitoposta kuti endai munotsvaga samwe kwamunoda kuisa handina nhingi. Imi majournalists muchinzi endai munotsvaga muzviuye tisidiscuss. VaMnangagwa havangadaro. So nyika yedu inoipo as long as ine, you see, nekuda kwevaipi vatungamiriri vavo, we actually think kuti nyika ino inotongoita zvakanaka kana isisina ZANU-PF. It is not saying kuti muZANU-PF hamuna vanhu vakanaka. Mune vanhu vakanaka zvakanyanyisisa, but nekuda kwenzara varume ava vanoshandisa doctrine yesocialism, deep socialism. Mukatarisa kwese kwavakatrainwa, vakatrainwa socialism nejuche idea yeku-North Korea impoverish people kuti vakuteere wozoenda wonovapa mahandouts. We don't need anything from which no chiva. Toda kuti chiva yasungwe. Mari yedu yese yodzorerwa because those guys between themselves, they can actually pay our debt. Vanogona kana dai vaine conscience yenyika, nyika yedu iri settled on $38 billion debt. If not, if you look at that debt, very small amount portioning for anything that went to development. Iri kukura nema arrears, iri kukura nema interest, iri kukura yoga debt iroro zvekuti harina kumbobatsira nyika yeZimbabwe. They don't see it. But Professor Mturingiwa vazviona. Vanozviona, but these guys are heartless. These guys are greedy. These guys want to make money. And you know what? Vanotora mari yonoshandiswa nemabhenge ekunze. So isu tinobva tazoti chakaipa iZANU-PF. Asi muZANU-PF mune vanhu vakanaka. Vanana Geza, myself, Mbadekoi. Havasi vanhu vane vanhu. But vari kutaura zvakanaka, tinozisupport kunaka kwazvo. Asi mumwoyo mavo chaivo vari kushandira Mnangagwa. Asi vachitaura zvakanaka. VaMnangagwa dai vachiziva, dai varini, vaibva izvozvi kwete tomorrow, because that guy has taken us back kuma 1960s, 1950s, because maroads ukafamba maRare, they crafted the law deliberately kuti munoblame opposition. Opposition cannot wriggle out the situation yavari in, because my councils anoperatwa neopposition, 70% of their income comes from water. Mvura yacho ine president yedefault yekuti rimwe remakore ZANU-PF yakati no, ngatiregere kupeya mvura nemarates zvese. Saka even now vanhu havasi so willing sezvinoitwa kune nyika dzimwe kwekuti people are conscious of their bills, they can pay them on time. Saka chinhu chaipa manje yava ZANU-PF, nekuti mwana wechidiki wega akangoisa sikafu apa akauya pamunda pako akati ndepangu patoo pake. So ndo zvatisiri kuda izvozvo zvekuti vadiki vechidiki vedu vakukura vari muuori, vakukura because hakuna munhu anofunga nepfungwa chaidzo nenjere chaidzo angataure kuti nyika yakaita zvakanaka. Forget about matowns anoadministrwa neopposition, because vanongosvora kuti opposition. Ngatiende mumaruwa. Unoziva magrowth point akaitwa naMugabe nguva dziya, ekuti waisvika ipapo wotamba bhutsu pakabva painenge kanonzi President Smoko vachitamba hachichaitika, hakuchasvikika nenzira dzacho. Ava marwizi kuti usvike, unotomirira kuenda kumusha kana mvura yapera, mozoita vanoenda kuita gravel roads, hakuna matara. 44 years after independence matara haako, you can't access. How do you grow the economy? Because I know personally kuti if you want to revamp your economic activities, then one major thing that you should do is start constructing infrastructure. Infrastructure, my roads are not just the infrastructure, communication infrastructure. power, infrastructure. All those other things, those are attracted to industry. The transportation of goods should be very swift and quick. Hachaitika ukangodarika mumatown chete kumamisha hakusvikiki. Kumamisha kunosvikika pano nepapo. Ukaenda good, yes. Ukaenda kunana Urungwe, yes. Ukaenda kunana Mtoko, yes. But elsewhere else hakusvikiki, hakufambiki. It's very expensive and very costly. There is a division between vanogara mudhorobha nevanogara kumusha, and now you realize that population yedu yese yakuya mutown. Yauya mutown yakustretcha maprovisions. Hatichagone kupa clean potable water. Madhamu haasati avakwa up to this day, haasati apera. Unoziva kuti madhamu have been following anana Toko Mkosi and anana Shanghai, Gwai Shanghai. Those were muted and planned 44 years ago or 50 years ago. Nevarungu vachiriko. But up to now, asati varungu vaitindiketera kuti apagadzirai hatisati tagadzira. Vanana Mnangagwa
Thank you, comrade. But so I just wanted to say, I know you're listening more that they corrupt. So I just want to say, for example, they're throwing it in your face now. So just one more thing, the veterans, the land that was given, the deal, they said, okay, we're going to give this land in this area to veterans and put some money together for them to spend it to build however they want to kind of get that an income generation going. So to me, when I'm looking at it, I'm like, there's something going on with the veterans. They're unsettled, and so the government wants to just bribe them immediately. It was something that was thrown together just to, like squash something, just give them a bribe because they were starting to get rowdy. And just then 2 days later, the whole Gaza thing happens. So, is that an announcement to us? As in, he's saying to everyone, get up off your butts because you can see, but
the war
yeah.
veterans, veterans,
Yes, sir.
I do not understand them because the war veterans left the bush in 1980. You
Okay.
have seen veterans of wars that are prominent elsewhere outside Zimbabwe, and those veterans are honored. I do not see how today in 2025 the veterans would actually accept something new from this regime. These guys, if it was elsewhere outside, they would be all men of honor. But because most of them did not get the doctrine of socialism and Juche idea from North Korea and China. Mao Zedong was very popular in China, but he made China a laughingstock back then, and people were poor, abject poor. This is the same thing that ZANU-PF did to the veterans. The veterans, all of them, if you see, most of them are around. If there is any young war veteran like the likes of Chiwenga, they are around 69, 60, and thereabout. They are in the afternoons of their lives. They cannot do anything even if they were given money. They are
So
actually
what do you
drip-fed.
think that money was given to them for? So
No, they are drip fed to maintain them in their poverty or below the poverty datum line. If they are in the poverty datum line, they can control them. ZANU-PF for its leaders can control them. Give them a little, you raise their hopes, and they go again, slide back where they belong to. ZANU-PF as a party has no respect for veterans of all of liberation at all.
No. What I was trying to ask is this latest news about that land that was given and then people were saying, but there's no planning, this and that. It came out just now.
That's
Is
what-
is that
that's
part
what
of the
I'm
drip
saying.
feed? Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of the drip feeding. You
Oh,
see,
okay,
if
so
you-
because that's
if
why
they
I
have-
haven't known the
if
past.
they have land, if
Mhm.
they have land,
Yes.
land. But these veterans are the ones that invaded farms during the
Oh,
time, and they
so
were
the-
not
Yes.
rewarded that time for that. By this time, they would actually be self-sufficient, doing or tilling the land on themselves. They weren't given even support or
No,
anything.
so you don't understand my question. I mean, this announcement, is it, when you say it's a drip feed, that means there was an announcement last year, like the same kind of one, an announcement the year before. That's a drip feed. Or if this came out of the blue, is it? Yeah.
No. Drip feed does not necessarily go sequential. They can drip feed and stay for years and give you something again. Remember that time they actually collapsed the economy because they had given unbudgeted $50,000 to each and every veteran because they were a bit anxious, they were grumbling, they wanted to uprise. They gave them $50,000 each, unexpected, and we were actually fighting a war in the DRC. So the economy went down. We were also under sanctions, if you want. So this is a drip feed. Following from whenever they complain, they drip something.
Okay. Would you say this is a big amount or something like anomalies? What I want to know, because what I want to know is, I'm trying to tie it into, is something brewing inside, and the veterans were getting mad, so they gave them this amount of question.
Of course.
Yes. Okay. So now I'm talking about right at this particular moment, because everything is falling apart for them. So this particular. Yes.
Speakers. There's other people that might want to share their opinion as well. I'm not sure, but maybe if you can.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can
consider.
Yes. So what I just wanted to say before is that there's two signs. You see, like the Zim I said, that they're basically urinating in your face. Then you have the veterans; they're getting angry in the underbelly. So that thing was to squash them. But then you have Geza coming out, who's part of the group. So he's saying something. But I'm saying, if they want to tell you to get up and start, like let's say, it doesn't have to be a violent revolution, but get onto the streets. It's not done that way. With these gentlemen, they can already find out the community leaders and contact them and talk to them and get it more cohesive. It doesn't happen like this. What is going on is they want to see what your reaction will be or is going to be. That's why they urinate in your face to see if you stand up, and then they can establish where they want to have their defense, is what I would say the strategy is. You see, that's what it's done for, from what I see. That's all I want to comment on, but that's based on what I see for this. Why they're doing this, I want to understand. Thank you. And sorry for taking up so much time.
Wow. Can you hear me, folks?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me, folks? Okay. I think we've got Sir Marvel, Blacknitude would like to say something. Sir Marvel? Okay. Sir Marvel, your hand has been up for a while. Sir Marvel, let me know once you're ready to speak. Yeah.
Super Black want to say something, or Super Blacks?
Oh, Super Blacks is here. Okay. So quickly, I just want to give a short, once again, to do a quick rerun here of how money launderers operate. If you look at this BDO International Limited Company issue that I stated there, have people noticed how the story, you won't see it on any other newspaper? Show me one. This BDO matter here. This matter relating to the central bank, the RBZ, hiring a company with a zero bank balance to audit its billions, the country's billions of reserves. And people can't even see it. And this is perhaps similar to what happened yesterday. When Mnangagwa was speaking, there are words that he communicated so directly into the face.
and people won't talk about. You find that there's not even, I mean, look, I heard the suggestion that, well, the reason why my journalists in the country didn't cover it is because these people are inside the country and so they're afraid. But what about those who are outside? Why is it? Let me tell you, the reason is munovarwa when people who are engaged in money laundering, people who execute money laundering, right? When they operate, they, I'm sorry for using the term once again, it's a bit too much, but it has to be this graphic. They urinate in your face. Uchi wakatarisa. And you can't even ask about it. You can't even scream about it. And that is also the same thing that happened 3 weeks ago. Mnangagwa announced an armed robber as an inventor and stated that he has been behind this armed robber over the last 9 years. And he even gave him $3 million US. An armed robber. Public money was given to an armed robber with a fake name. Mnangagwa called him Maxwell Chikumbutso. He's actually Sangulani Chikumbutso. If you send him money na Mari, I want to send you 1,000 US. You notice that he'll give you the name Sangulani. If you go into the court records, you notice that Sangulani Chikumbutso is actually an armed robber who is out on bail. Now, I'm not supposed to comment on a case that is ongoing at court. I'm not supposed to call him an armed robber until he's convicted. But because I've seen the government is covering up for him, and also because evidence has already been proven that he owns an unlicensed gun that has been used to raid petrol stations, fuel stations in the country since 2018. I've got a duty to inform the public, to safeguard the community. He is actually an armed robber. And people have you seen, show me one newspaper that calls Maxwell Chikumbutso an armed robber?
You know, what's funny is,
so yeah.
What's funny about the Maxwell Chikumbutso situation, after you published after you made a publication about his alleged inventions and him being associated with the president without any invention whatsoever. This week, I'm not sure when was it, but I saw a video of him posting saying that he has invented this, he has invented this, and he says that he doesn't have the patents yet. So if anyone tries to investigate his technology or open the box or something like that, it will self-destruct. I mean, not even a journalist, no one is questioning him. No, not the journalists that were around there. No one is questioning, like, maybe doesn't this raise speculations about you being a fake scammer? Everyone just went with it and they kept quiet.
But do you know what? Do you know what's weird right now? It's even worse, folks. This situation is even worse. The army and the war veterans, particularly the army, they're quiet when they can clearly see that Mnangagwa has introduced an armed robber to the public. Within 24 hours of Mnangagwa losing public and military support. This is danger. This is a threat to national security. An armed robber is roaming around right now. And Asiega, there are many other armed robbers. One of them is Auxilia's brother, called Paradzai Kuchkauripo, who Comrade Mabunu mentioned has taken over the Negomo chieftainship, Auxilia Mnangagwa's home. A convicted, this one is fully convicted armed robber, who is not just that. He is now running all the state house properties across the country. He's now the director of the office of the president and cabinet, meaning that anyone who does armed robbery, who is under his command, soon after committing crime, while being chased by the police, they will just walk into a state house property. If it's in Bulawayo, if it's in Gweru, if it's in Mutare, and that will be the end of an investigation. Because which police officer would want to investigate someone who is allowed into State House? But what I'm saying is,
Simba,
yeah.
you are saying why war veterans are numbed.
No, I'm saying why they're not talking about this. That's what I'm saying.
I'll tell you
Because,
what. Do you know a department of military intelligence called anti-terrorism? Do you know it?
I know
we know
MID, but I
it.
don't know
We know
anti-terrorism.
it. I know it.
Do you know how they operate? And that includes the journalists, which I have personally said anyone who masquerades as a journalist in Zimbabwe cannot fool me that they can speak freely and willy-nilly. And Ndopata Shika yesterday interview is a testimony. It links you to my question, that you know that department and how they operate.
Yeah, I think you are very right, and I support you on that. But you should also see kuti ndichitaura nezvasimba kuti newspaper edu, who owns them. And if you look at my journalists, of course, apart from the duress that you can talk about, which is very rampant, and even if you start from independent freelance, people like Anaita Zamara, they went through and they got all that. Dambudziko ratinaro iko zvino on our journalists ari muZimbabwe nderekuti they are hungry. They then use journalism to make a surviving or to get a surviving. Vanhu havana mari vanotengwa. Hurumende does whatever it wants. Through ana weekend vese vanhu vanopuwa mari vese vakaripota chinhu one. Thank you very much.
I thought you'd speak about the ownership of that media company.
Yes, that's another thing. Yekuti media companies mahombe anoranwa nemukwasha waMnangagwa. I'm talking mukwasha mwana waMnangagwa, musikana mukuru uya akaroorwa neanonzi Mulochwa ndiye akatenga Trevor Ncube. Do you really think kuti Trevor Ncube can be impartial and independent? Iye chairman wake ari mukwasha waMnangagwa. He might try, he might say, but kwandiri hazviitiki. Nevamwe handida hangu kutaura mazita, but vakawanda, they are on payroll and they are being paid handsomely. And voya kuno vachida kutikonzera zvinhu. Vanhu vatoziya isusu. Mamunoziya pure and dilute, straightforward journalists ndiana Simba Chikanza. And uchatoona kuti relationship yavo nehurumende, we know them, we know quite a number. That's why there's a lot of things sprouting. Takambotambiswa bhora rechipepa last year, ndakatambiswa bhora rechipepa naGambako. I'm not saying kuti muZANU-PF for whatever anoenda kunenge kwake kwaanoda, but you'd realize kuti resilience yevanhu maningi akapinda mustreet matengasi nekuda kwedu kwangu if you want. Majournalists edu vanoda mari, vanhu vanopuwa mari, and hurumende yakatiita kuti tive poor specifically for that reason. Opposition chaiyo yakapuwa mari shinu. Every MP andoziva opposition musiyaiwo or akatoenda kunotrainwa havasi serious independent as you thought. Saka izvozvo ndo zvakakoresa zvakadzipa chamisa izvozvo zvekuti munhu wese akapuwa mari, everybody, everybody. Do you know kuti vanhu vanoofwa zvinotyisa naWicknell, zvinotyisa zvekuti havarambi. So majournalists edu muZimbabwe kutiti independent hazviiti. Anana vamwewo vari kunze anana what Mokwena, that lady and the like, ndo vangatoripote nezveZimbabwe nekuti havasi vanogara muno. Muno vari muno akangonzikwa chete akataura anonopuwa mari, akanzikwa chete akataura anonopuwa mari, akarambisisa vanomuabducta, vonomutorture.
The answers or hints to the answers, I think we have heard them for yourself, Simba. And someday, one day, I want you to respond or maybe have a space. Do you know the other comrades apart from Wana, Comrade Keza, who are quiet? I'm still on your question why they would be quiet. And a reference, contact ZBC. I was at an interview here, retired Brigadier General Mtiniri, who supposedly was supposed to be the commander into the New Zimbabwe. It is there. It will probably give you a hint of kuti kune vamwe naye kune zimwe mbinga mao veterans on your question why vakanyarara, and then maybe we'll start from there why vakanyarara. Varipo havasi vatengesi asi
No,
vakanyarara
you could understand. You could understand my war veterans. I mean, real war veterans. Obviously, they are now past past 75. Evakura, right? So they might not have the ability to network these things. I mean, look, the Avandoma Daraedo, right? And you know, with age, look, they should really be in retirement. They should be at the farms, right? But what I'm talking about is the younger generation. I'm talking about the military intelligence, for instance. They should have sniffed out Maxwell Chikumbutso Kudara, like literally, because that person is a security threat to the country. Another man.
That's a contradiction, Katimba. It's a mandate. If you are a criminal, do we have to talk about the presidential powers? It's a directive that they are protected. I'm sure you have gone 360 by.
Well, thank you very much, and that's the point. And that's the
giving
point.
us the latest
now, I'm saying this
director in the intelligence. So it's a vicious circle.
And you
absolutely.
you
So,
also
and that is what I'm saying.
Kuti,
and that is
you also realize kuti kubva papinda Mnangagwa, you realize kuti akabvisa all sema commanders, either some died mysteriously or akava promoter. Saka Mnangagwa has been thinking kuti abata army kuti G. You realize kuti ma colonel aka operate kuti aite ma brigadier general akawandisa zvakanyanyisisa, including kana uchida kuona glaring in our eyes kesi yakazoitika iyi. It was a very big gaffe. Handizivi kuti vakaita sei pavabvisa Matanga, vakamubvisa vakamureplace nemunhu mukuru kwaari asiyo vachiti vamuretire as well. They've done that to the Air Force. You remember that girl Moyo. You know, the kind of thing Mnangagwa akabvisa top echelon yearmy yose kuti pasazova netrace kana kutaura. Vese vakabviswa, I think from 2017 kunofanirwa kunge kuine mageneral anosvika kuma 57 afa to date. Akafa, vamwewo vakafawo naturally, but vamwe vakafa zviri questionable, and we hear a lot of talk yekuti the agent anovauraya somebody anogara ukwekwe. So you can see kuti, you know, military intelligence ukada kuti uitiite sezvainofanirwa kunge yakaitwa iri kudirectwa nemunhu ari partisan.
Dopaneta problem, Papa. Another one here, talking about Nyaya urinating in the face. You see, I was saying there that when you're dealing with people like these, look at basic things. Don't get complicated, right? Don't go too far. Basics like just someone's name. I mentioned that Maxwell Chikumbutso, his real name is actually Sangulani Chikumbutso. There's no Maxwell at all on his ID. And from there, you can actually get to know who Maxwell Chikumbutso is. Here is in the same thing as Wigno Chivaya as well. When you drill down Wigno Chivaya, you know that you actually see he's a convicted person. Another person here that you Zimbabweans fail to see, things that are basic. Why? Because they look at the glitter. He's a man who is called Hopo Chingono. Can you Google Hopo Chingono right now? What do you see? You see every wonderful thing on Google. Very little out there. And you know the reason why? Is because, once again, we've got a community that just doesn't study. Hopo Chingono is not Hopo Chingono. There's no one who is called Hopo Chingono. He did some dodgy name change. That is not very clear. Of course, it happened. We know that it happened. There's some documentation. From Hopo Mukusha, that is his real name. And when you check online, you notice that he publishes online. He says, I did this because my father told me that I must use my great-grandfather's surname or something like that. And when you look at that, you notice that Hopo Mukusha, if you study Hopo Chingono's, what he says, don't go too far. Just check what he says. In a single week, you can pick out that this man is actually worse than Wicknell Chivayo. Worse. And a community haven't picked it up. A few people have, here and there. They've talked about it. A few, but people get fooled by the term journalist. When I want journalist yet award winning, everything is clean. This is what he's doing. So same thing that happened with Maxwell Chikumbutso, inventor. I had a guy who called me last night. I ended up cutting his phone. I shout out to Simba, why are you talking about Mexico? Why are you exposing Maxwell Chikumbutso? You're criticizing him. Let's talk about the invention. Why can't we celebrate our own? Hey, let's product. Don't you believe in green energy? Don't you? And he kept on talking. Like I could play the recording here, but it was such. It tormented my ears. Why? Because people are not paying attention. A lot of people still believe, even right now. And I think also maybe Christian religion, fake Christian religion, has got a part to it as well. Because they've been put into this place where their mental condition just has hope. They just believe that, oh, maybe it's true. Maybe it could be true. No, look at the basics. Why did someone change his name? Why did Hopo Chingono change from Hopo Mukucha? Yes,
Simba.
yeah.
You know, Hopewell yakanga, I told a lot of people long back that Hopewell project could destroy opposition. Hopewell was sent kuti aende, of course, Tsvangirai yakayuzwa madzimai aya too kuti vanyatso extractor information everything. I mean, this is ZANU-PF, gentlemen. It needs superior strategy and superior intelligence. Simba, that is superior. And I want to thank you very much for exposing Hopewell. Hopewell akapinda muna Chamisa. Chamisa then no, late, takunosvika kunana 2023, he had all these people. Hopewell, because you know, aripa stage managed control ne ZANU-PF the same way na Geza Hopewell because you know vabuda munyika. Hopewell akabuda munyika akamba anoita some reasonable act ukauya kuno kuZimbabwe. So that isusu tinoti Hopewell achakwanisi kutodzokera kuZimbabwe whatsoever anotosvika achipinda mutreason takusympathize naye. So that's what ZANU-PF does. And you realize kuti tikaenda iye zvinopa space iwe unosabhelievwa as much as Hopewell will be believed. That is intelligence. And who is the supremo where intelligence ZANU-PF? It's Emerson Mnangagwa. 2008 akaita reconstitute government yabuda vamugabe vatoita handover power zvikaitwa. Saka we are dealing here with a cunning fox. Tasaone geza iko zvinoabuda. It's ZANU-PF project. This ana ZANU-PF ana Hopewell. Iko zvino ndikataura ndichiti geza ZANU-PF project uchaona vanhu vakawanda neve opposition vachiramba kuti no ways hahasi ZANU-PF are straight.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, thank you very much for exposing.
Comrade Budar, I just want.
Thank you very much for exposing Hopewell. Thank you.
Sorry, Comrade Budar, I just want to say to Zima, can you see? I think Mr. Marvel, I see him. He's put his hand up. I don't know if you're getting it on your end. I just want to just say that. In case you didn't see it or there's a glitch.
Sorry, did you say there's a glitch?
No, I said, can you see Mr. Marvel? Because I saw him. He has moved positions, but his hand has come
up. Yes, Sir Marvel. Yeah, I asked him to speak, but he's quiet.
I think he's here now.
So we ended up rolling on. Yeah, Sir Marvel, we called your name, but I think you're probably busy now. We called Sir Marvel up, but he hasn't spoken.
I saw his hand come up and
down. Sorry, Simba. Zim Sterek, my brother.
Yes,
communicate us what you are thinking, because I know I can understand your language. Zim Sterek is my connect, Simba. Maybe you can ask him to elaborate.
Yes, elaborate on. You're talking about what I see going on. Can you be more specific, Mr. Comrade Signano?
Sorry?
You wanted me to elaborate on what, sir?
on why you are asking the or maybe it's not what it is.
You rubber banded. Can you guys hear him? I can't hear. You know, the worst
Let's
time
go.
this
Let's
happened.
move on.
Yeah. Go again, Mr. Signora. Go again.
Let's move on. But Simba
No. Now I can hear you
there are things
perfectly.
that happen on these basis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there are things that happen on these basis. So yeah.
Yeah.
I hope
Okay.
you are speaking
Yeah.
to
So
that.
there's something. Yeah, folks. Just quickly, let me interfere. So Mudara G mentioned issue. Yeah. Hopo. Yeah. Thank you. You know, myself, it took me a bit of time. It took me about a year to realize Hopo. At first, as you know, I will always generally welcome and trust someone who tells me that they've been arrested by the government and have been persecuted, and particularly if it's going to be journalism. So in my head, I'll always want to back someone who says, look, oh, you know what, they've persecuted me for publishing this story, for exposing this story, da 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 da. To me, it will be. So that's what I did from 2020 right through 2021 and right through to the end. I only started picking up some clues at the end of 2021, soon after Jeff Nyarota had published his article. And Grace Mupfuruta, an NHS practitioner, had also made some warnings. She's also been a Zim-I presenter for a while, for some years. And so it was only after that that things started to kind of make sense, that there's something dodgy about this man. So, but from 2022, from around the time when I was investigating Gold Mafia and I was investigating particularly Auxilia Mnangagwa, I actually noticed that Hopewell was Kusai Auxilia, like literally that day when I had perhaps the biggest breakthrough ever in journalism history of a president's wife calling you by mistake on video and freezing on your phone. I mean, literally, you know. That is when I noticed the Auxilia sent Hopewell. At first, I didn't realize that she's the one who had sent him to calm me down and make me back down to my demands for ending my interview. I think people remember a tweet that I announced there, a publishing deadline. I told Auxilia, if you don't come back, I'm going to expose everything. And so, after that, I then got to notice so much more on Hopewell. There were matters where he was like at competition with every journalist. You could tell that everyone, and you can accuse my journalists of taking bribes, but if you are going to be on a rampage where you are just declaring things, particularly naming people, and then when those people turn up to say, look, you accused me, where are you? I'm here. You then disappear. You don't want to be asked. And so I did my own fact checks, and I discovered even what he was accusing my journalists of not doing, what is called rolling court reporting, in reporting my cases, which doesn't happen in Zimbabwe because it's illegal. You get arrested for that. You don't report while a court is in motion. And he was claiming that my journalists were not doing that, have been paid bribes. And you see, that's when things started making a bit more sense. That look, it looks like this man is in competition with perhaps even God himself. He's so busy. He seems to wake up every morning, and so he seems to be wanting to cover up something rather than want to communicate anything or help community. And then that made me now to start to want to dig more into who Hopo is. And that is when I later on picked Jeff Nyarota's article, which was so helpful. Jeff Nyarota is Hopo Chingono's own former employer from 2009. And by the way, I would later on discover that Hopewell once even competed with his own boss. At one time, deleted his boss's own voice from his own production in 2009, his own TV production. Why? Why would a person do that? Why want to compete with your own boss? Only and so there's so many things here that particularly then pointed back to the revelations that were made by several experts in the British NHS and other work environments, that Opo Chingono changed his name during a time of high profile money laundering that involves Wikno Chivayo's gang leader, who is called what is his name, by the way? Chief Joseph Maka. Right? If you Google Joseph Maka, you will see that Joseph Maka is a convict of high profile money laundering in the UK, and there were so many things here that you could just see. But by following particularly of the name, just the name, why did you change your name? And Grace Mufurutsa was very clear that Hopo changed his name from Mukusha to Chingono. Soon after, he had been involved in some deep, we're talking deep level here. And folks, his own personal friends were convicted. I mean, there's one young lady who testifies. She even testifies on video on Facebook here. Look at my documents. I was convicted of money laundering. I was trained by Hopo Mukusha. And Akati trainer, and he then dumped us. I'm very bitter. He dumped us and left us in the UK and went back to Zimbabwe, Akanochinja Zita. And right now, he's playing God on social media. But then quickly, folks, what I mean by this is when we dig deeper, we actually discover even way deeper things about Hopo. One small thing: why does he call himself Daddy? Which journalist calls himself Daddy? Have you ever seen a journalist who call themselves Daddy? Or if it's a woman who call themselves Nanny, or maybe call themselves Auntie? Have you ever seen a journalist, a real journalist?
Simba, let me say this.
And let me just end with this. Let me end in 5 seconds, right? A quick scan of the term Daddy. Daddy in criminal law, you'll notice that every person in case law who has been convicted in criminal law case history for not this last year, folks. We're talking for hundreds of years. Did you hear me? I actually said hundreds of years. I've looked down every person who has called themselves Daddy, even down to biblical times, has been a manipulator. They've been a rapist. They've been a thug. And in the last 9 years, one daddy character who was convicted in the UK, it actually competed with Hopo Chingono for the same victim. And there is a report, a whistleblowing report about that you will notice that is online in Scotland. So this is how deep this is. It's just basic. Looking at the person's name. Don't go far, right? Charisa Zita, why did Simba Chikanza change his name? Why did he change his surname? Why? Why does he call himself this? Before going further. But this is how money launderers urinate in people. So studying Mnangagwa's statement here, what do you hear yesterday? Because I heard Mnangagwa actually stating there very clearly that people who are who are against his 2030 presidency are not genuine ZANU-PF members. And I've also heard Mnangagwa saying that, and this is on video, and we're playing this video right now, I've increased the life of the person who extends my term or who calls for the extension of my presidency to 2030. Right. Shoot. Semavo, I hope you're back. And Signoro, maybe you can speak while Semavo warms up.
Yeah, so let me say this, Simba. I'm not looking for.
I'm back, but only for
I'm
now.
not looking for a job to Zimai. This thing is big. I'll use what you've just said, that you only realized later that people that come to you, that you hear that they've been. I want to repeat, this thing is big. And people who come here, especially now, you'll be shocked. This thing is big. It's beyond the line of work that you are doing. And thanks for taking the lead. There's a lot more than that. My wish, my prayer is we should be going beyond Hopewell. Listening to what you are saying,
Absolutely.
there's a lot, and I want to repeat, there are people maybe right here who could fit into this thing, and Zimbabweans will be shocked. Sir Marvin, you can come in. I'll talk later.
Sir Marvel is just quiet. Okay, let's get Sterek. I only say stereo. Zim Sterek.
So yeah, I think Sir Marvel is wanting to speak. Go ahead, Sir Marvel.
Yeah, he's back
okay,
now.
I don't think so. I'll be quick, man. Sorry, I was on the road a bit but I was listening.
We understand. I hope you have parked, because we don't want you to speak while you're driving.
Yeah, no.
I'm
just parking here. I'm at the garage. Yeah. So I'll sorry, I might take you back, but I'm going back to the to yesterday's Mnangagwa interviews with the journalists there in a bit. Yesterday when I was listening to some folks talking about it here on Spaces, I was kind of resonating, but now that I took time yesterday to think about it, it's actually like sending mixed feelings, Like now, here is my opinion. It's also a scary one, because it now feels like the Geza revolutionary is being quenched now. Because I'm thinking now, how convenient that this man has been quiet all along when all this was going. Like, we've been crying and say, the 2030 agenda, why the man just be on the clear and say he doesn't want this. And the man has been quiet. All we were having were old videos where he was talking about how constitutional he is and all that. But we really never had like him coming up and saying, here's my stance on this whole narrative of the 2030 and all that, like rightly dismissing it. But now maybe the pressure was looming, and we don't know what has been happening in the background now that really made him come yesterday with this interview. It feels like it has been a well-prepared thing, like on just the time it happened yesterday, We would have maybe wanted it at some point or at some time, but why yesterday? After all these days when Geza was like, going on and on and on, like how many weeks has Geza have like pressers, several times, multiple times. So we don't know whatever that is happened on the background. But yeah, it's all speculation at the moment. But to me, it's more like a feeling now that this is just slowly going away. And then the man just going to push for another. To finish his term, of which we didn't want that, or we don't want that at this moment. Because I would say it's not going to go beyond 2028. To me, 2025, it's also beyond 2028, because it can go now. And then lastly, I want to say to those people who were uploading and say, we really wanted to hear that the president is constitutional. It will be scary to hear that a president violates the constitution. Look, we are not only talking about the constitution when we dealing with the issue of 2030. There are a lot of areas, our constitution is not being upheld by the very same men in many regards. We're talking of elections. We're talking of how people's rights are violated every day. So we can't then say if you just mentioned the 2030, then the man is constitutional. But what about the other? Every day. So if we are to talk about the Constitution, we need a holistic approach to what is upholding the Constitution, not just to look at, also it's not extending the term, so it's okay. No, there's a whole lot to look into when we talk about the Constitution. Yeah, many thanks. Getting a bit distracted here, but I'm listening. Thank you.
Right, we've got people here. Someone posted on the Coswa Twitter account and said that Team General faction is saying that the sentiment by ED saying denying 2030 is a delaying tactic. Is it even a delaying tactic?
So Simba, Simba, I'm very blunt here now that Marvin he said something.
Thank you, Bob.
Remember what I said when I joined the space? Remember what I said? The excitement about the case. Look at my post and read them carefully, everyone who is listening.
Yes.
No, and it's Bageza. But I respect all the veterans. All of them. I respect the institution. Actually, it's a case to look down upon them. But we have Benjamin Morombo. We did not worship that he attracted the Nkomos and them. What is ours is the message in case. The rest is not ours. If that is not it, then we should not be talking of let's have a common ground, which is ideology. Because on a good day, we are crazy to talk about this stop following. And healthy that way, not throwing the baby with the water, but understanding what we are doing is important, paying attention to detail, which is again what you alluded to when people speak, and which I took it further to say it's not just speaking. When people do things, you can follow someone from Kwekwe to Harare, and you can miss them along the line. Now, the issue of veterans, Simba, the land today, it's said to be, it belongs to the president. Takanganwa. The war veterans, what Dara G said, it's a shame. It's sort of conspiracy. They are trying to mend, but they are not even 5%. These people should be well looked after. Do you know how much soldiers say at Garau Barak? They are looked after. They receive the best medical care. That's my soldier. They are more senior than the soldiers that are recruited 1980 today. And that being said, it's not copying, it's standard. The Queen, back then, she would not come out without these people. So what I'm saying is, it's an understatement. We have not looked after the war veterans. If I say to the tune, it's an understatement. We have not. This is a political thing, which is done to civilians to buy votes. You don't buy votes from war veterans. I'm very blunt and direct to that point.
Yeah, they've starved them.
So there's nothing for war veterans. If we understand, we should fight for them. It's an exchange thing. They are giving us the strength and hope that we have done it. We are tired. But this is how it's done.
Yes.
But there's a gap there. We are not doing it. We should be. Some people come here, they'll laugh at us to say, so what are we? Why are you not protecting? Who do you think Mnanga will protect the war veterans? I yield my mic.
Yes, so can I just add to Senora and Sir Marvel, thank you for talking, because you see, I'm new, I'm outside. If I said what Sir Marvel said, I feel like, I shouldn't be saying that, but because I have been thinking that, but I don't know how to say it. So the people around me know, but I'm not going to come out and say it because people, it's not right for me to say, but I think exactly that. So the payment, like for example, that land given to them, is they here, this, you get this in return. Send Geza to speak and say what we want him to say, but he's saying another message along with it. look at what's happening to us. You can get up for us. He's not saying, we are here. We are here to lead. We just need you to come behind us. No, he's saying, look at what's going on. I'm coming and I'm a puppet now. Can you please help us? This is what I see it as. You see the land thing given to them on his behalf. Like I said, okay, we'll give you $1 million. I don't want you to give me $1 million. Give $1 million to the veterans people so they can or do something for them. Okay, we're going to give them this land and we're going to give them a fund and they can build. And it's just thrown there. Okay, now I'll go and do what you want me to do. You know, we've been sitting here just for years being part of this nonsense. I'll do what you want me to do. And so he came and did this. That's how I see it. I think Samava will agree. You know, I'm doing it. I'm very blunt because I'm in Canada. You know, I've lost my civility because I've been hanging around with the guys who rape and pillage Africa, you know, and I've become a bit like them. The thing with Zimbabweans is also, if one party, a lot of people are talking about, oh, this guy in this party, let's say party X, I don't want to say Zanu Zapo, party X has got a leader. He's so corrupt. He's going for years and years. What do you think the rest of the party is? They're also corrupt. You cannot be looking for anyone to replace him like anything is going to change. It's just a fight amongst themselves to sort out, you know, the contract and how each person. No. Now, you know, that's what they do. But corrupt. You know, the city of Toronto, I work in with the municipality. So the mayor, it was so corrupt. Everyone knew. It was getting to the point crazy. So now he leaves. The one who wins, everyone said, if you want to find out if it's good, this guy's going to win. But who won? The one who's sitting opposite him, always calling him corrupt, right? So then she's now doing exactly what he did. If you sit and call him corrupt, but you're not doing anything about it, but you can do it. You can stop the vote. You can do anything. She would just say, oh, he's doing the wrong thing, and then go along with it. But she's sitting opposite his desk for 4 years and only waited till 5 months before to start going, yeah, he's corrupt. Then you know she's going to replace him and it's going to be the same team. Because for 5 years she's been sitting around. Her character's bad. So I say you can't find anything in that group of people. So why are we people even spending time going, oh, I think this guy, there's infighting? No, they're all bad. That's what I say. Thank you.
Yeah, but you know what ZANU-PF has done is it has cut communication with people that matter. I'm grateful for Starlink that is trying, but again, it is information. What differentiate or what the difference between ourselves in the UK, yourself in Canada, and the people at home is the flow of information. The corruption, the looting, the everything that happens does rarely get to rural areas. And ZANU-PF's stronghold is rural areas. What we need as Zimbabweans, now that we've got technologies like space, we need to see how we can penetrate rural areas, conscientize them, and make them see the way we are seeing. Who is able to do that? Us people in the diaspora can assist. But you know very well that ZANU-PF has been very much against its own citizens, especially those people that are in the diaspora. And that should make us come up more. Somebody was talking about another speaker, very respectively asking whether this guy, ED, meant it or not. Only recently, I think Simba has got the files he will share with you members, that these files, Mnangagwa called people to the stage. He called Minister Moyo, come here. I want you to do the slogan. And they go on sloganeering. Pamberne Zanu, Pamberne Chichi, and they go 2030, 2030, or ED Chakuti. And then the last speaker is the one that excited me most. She came in and she actually went screaming about 2030. And what did Mnangagwa say? He said, I'm going to increase or give this one some trinkets and triples, whatever, because he has done the slogan very well. This is Mnangagwa in the face of in the camera, facing the whole nation and supporting the 2030. Is he genuine when he says he is not going to run for 2030? No, he's not.
I think we can all see the evidence. It's everywhere. I'm not sure if Musorowe wants to speak. But if you remember, you can't be fooled by ED. He was at pre-Cape Farm when people were singing 2030 and he was dancing there. So he cannot be the one to come out and say and tell you what you're saying that is anti-2030 or he doesn't want to extend the 2030 plan. I don't even want to mention the fact that you can't tell me that Mnangagwa doesn't know that Daniel Garwe, and Paul Chungwana or something is busy walking around the country singing the same slogan, including even the war veteran Minya is singing the same slogan. So this, I think, to any average Zimbabwean, they can understand that it's just a sideshow. But I think what is more important in this case, or what is importantly in this case, when it comes to Sterek was saying, the issue of of Geza, whether it's genuine or not, or whether we're going to see some change or not. I think on that one, the average Zimbabwean should understand that PF has been clear on holding on to power. But in this, what is this? And we shouldn't be anticipating a lot of change, even when people like Geza, should they topple ED. The reason being is that they are also the third reason also being that, but okay, here's the thing. The only reason why you should get involved as a individual, or you should actually support the stay or the fights that is happening in ZANU-PF, is because you cannot allow a person to get away indefinitely. Basically, that's what I'm trying to say. There should be some sort of a thing that maybe, just even if it's corruptly done, or even if it's unconstitutionally done, something that will just make them accountable, something that will show them that you always eventually land. That's all that I'm saying. But to expect a revolution, guys, you have to expect it to serve people like in Mozambique, what they are doing right now. Elections were rigged. They protest about it. They are still protesting about it. Daniel Chapo is trying to conform into maybe working with Venancio Mondlane, which is something that Zimbabweans at the moment they cannot do. And the best vehicle, like I'm saying, of which I am not anywhere associated with ZANU-PF or Gays, I'm just an average Zimbabwean. But what I'm trying to tell you is that at the moment, as things stand, a lot of us still call Anawingne Mbinga and they still admire him. A lot of us have not even cancelled certain people that are associated or even praise the so-called Mbingas, despite knowing what they do. So it tells us that our social glue is not, we are not connected on the right things. So that's why I say, for those of us that don't want to see ED 2030 at any cost with anyone, ED must be removed. That's all I'm saying. Also, on the other issue of whether Geza is being a fake or not, that remains to be seen, to be honest. From my perspective, I'm not going to play intelligence here or saying that I know what's happening in the intelligence. But one thing that I particularly know of is that the Zimbabwean intelligence is not as intelligent that people like to make it out to be. I mean, their footsteps, they can be seen. You can actually trace them. I like to think of intelligence when it operates, no one can speculate, no one can actually point the footsteps. I'm talking about, like, for example, what happened with Pastor Chafumani Messiah, or the opposition, Sengezo Shabangu popping up in parliament or something like that. That could be seen, that was clearly traceable. That is something that you can't call intelligent. That was just or even the kidnapping of MPs. That was not intelligence. That just mawumbo politics. What I'm trying to say is that whether Geza is intelligence or not, I do not know, but here they have reached a point of no return, because remember, these people have constituencies, and within ZANU-PF there are people that are anti-EG 2030. I think it will be of a suicide mission to try and test it right now, to test how the people would react, because some people are ready to actually topple this whole regime, or some people are ready to see the back of Emmerson Mnangagwa within ZANU-PF at any cost. So the ED 2030, for them to be playing intelligence with Geza to brainwash the people, no, I do not think so. I think what happened is that they tried to address the issues internally, and at Bulawayo conference, they kind of like reached a consensus when Mnangagwa said that he was not going to 2030. That's why the consensus was reached. But it came out to a point that even Geza or the people that are anti-2030, they could no longer express themselves within ZANU-PF. They were being blocked everywhere. This is why they started coming out on the television to actually start name-calling or start saying this, all of these things. It was because that's how because they no longer have these channels to speak on. Look, Geza didn't go to the Herald, didn't go to BC. He went to the Heart and Soul, a independent broadcaster of someone like Blessed Dharam Klanga. It should be telling you something more of what is happening with the commission that is within ZANU-PF and EDF is headed. I think that's something that we can maybe that we should give credit to, and that's why there is a full-blown out war in this. And in a ZANU civil war, unfortunately, I am picking out who to support. You can speak.
I just wanted to say thank you, Vandencia, because because I was throwing stuff out there based on just feelings. You've shown me facts, and I defer to your thing. I agree with you now. So basically, you've fixed it for me what I had in my head wrong. Thank you very much. For helping me there. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker that wants to speak is I think Musoro Rewe. Do you have something to say? Okay, Musoro is not there. Maybe we can go to Tindo or Tindo So, something like that.
Tindo So. Yeah, so guys, for me, I've been following a lot of discussions around this. Am I audible, Mr. Host?
Yeah, you are.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thanks. I've been following a lot of discussions around this, so out of all that I've been hearing, I've sort of formulated two main views actually, that are informing me on this one. Well, the first thing is that okay, fine, let me just put it this way. I'm all for constitutionalism and the whole issue of term extension, whatever. I've not yet seen a proper articulate argument for it that makes sense, so I'm still I'm really not for it, actually. That is one aspect of the way I'm viewing this thing. And then the other thing is that I feel like the whole Geza issue is not really properly packaged, in my view. Because, of course, I think it's one thing to say, like in an internal conflict, a party conflict, it's one thing to say that there must be a change of government, well, a change of leadership, party leadership, so to speak. And then it's actually a totally whole different thing to say a president must go, That's the part that I'm struggling with, because I feel like, of course, from an emotional sort of, if you're being informed by emotions, of course, you can actually develop this dislike for someone, the president, we don't like this man, whatever. But I feel like if we go the route of removing a president, whatever that means, to remove him, take him out, I feel like as a country, it's really not going to take us in any positive, there won't be any positive outcome from that, you see. I feel like if, for instance, people like Geza, since he was part of the whole system, if he was going to push his argument just within the confines of his party and push his argument there and put pressure on the whole system from within, and then it becomes like everyone is saying that it's a party struggle, I would have liked it that way, because it would not really spill into the national discourse. So now, when we have a situation where there is rhetoric about the removal of a president, I feel like once we move in that direction, we will find ourselves in a much more chaotic situation than where we are, because that fight, I feel like we are just looking at it from I think, should I say, a myopic view, so to speak. Like we are not really looking at the big picture, because once we talk of a forcibly removal of a president by force, the fallout there, guys, is really something that I don't feel like we can be able to live with. That's one thing. So that's why I'm saying the whole fight, the whole Geza Chimurenga thing is being packaged. I'm not really happy with it, because of course, if you look at, I want to look at it from two angles. The politics of it, you see, the politics of it. I feel like it's not really good politics to talk about a removal of a president by force. These guys are making noise. I feel like when you look, so when you look at it from okay, someone is talking.
No, I said no worries. We're okay. We're waiting for you.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. So I feel like even if I were to look at it from the politics of it, like say for instance, if I was with Geza, if I was advising Geza, I would say the politics of if they are going to fight for the removal of a sitting president, I feel like they won't really gain much traction, and the current president, the guy who's running the country at the moment, will be well within his rights to deal with them, because there is no way that somebody can just come from somewhere, whatever disgruntlement they're having, and say we are taking you out of your office. You know, it really won't bring out I would say anything positive. And then the legal aspect of it, where we are saying the man who is in office right now, he is in office through the processes, the constitutional processes of the country, right? And then once you begin to push for his ouster without following constitutional processes, you're already a rogue group, according to the national discourse. So overall, I can just say my view is that the whole Geza thing, in my view, is a little bit misplaced and not well packaged. Whilst I agree with the idea that a term extension is not really within our interest as a country, but how we do it and how we approach it, we also must look at the bigger picture more, so that we'll be driven by reason and a proper articulation of issues, and then so that we can also yes.
Okay, so you are saying that it's unconstitutional. There is no way in the constitution a person can call for the removal of the president.
I think the guy got it a little bit wrong. What Geza was saying, if I heard him very right.
Mdara, 2 seconds. I just need to give this speaker T1 the fourth just to speak. Then you can come after.
Thank you.
So young people here, not to disrespect, if you miss again this opportunity to ask questions, you will miss it, and you will curse us, but it will not change the situation. But go ahead. This is an opportunity here to ask.
Okay,
what
I think
can work.
I think, guys, let me just interrupt. This guy Tindo got it very wrong. I don't know what his thinking is based on what. Because Aruta President, I want to someone cannot have a disgruntlement of President Gavis. Mugabaga Viswase to begin with. And secondly,
thank you.
And secondly, and he's saying it's not well packaged. Why? Because he seems to support the idea of Ambiguity, Arambaripo. Yet he doesn't see Kuti. If it's something coming from Geza, it's representing the people actually, because it's coming from ZANU-PF doesn't necessarily mean Kuti. The people are not disgruntled. So I think his reasoning here, this thing is not well packaged. I don't agree with it, because it's sentiments that we hear mostly from people who want the status quo to continue. Because packaged or not packaged.
Okay, can I correct something, T1, before you go to? I did not say that I want Mnangagwa to stay on. That's not what I said. I actually stated that I am against the idea of a term extension. What I'm saying is, of course, I already knew that somebody was going to give a reference to the removal of Mugabe and all that. But what I'm saying is that if we set a precedence, such a precedence as a country, I feel like the whole issue Mugabe happened the way it happened, and then we are on this this new trajectory at Inayo. And I wish, just for the sake of country, I'm not really here for partisan views and trying to say Mono should stay on, whatever. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just looking at the bigger picture of the country itself and the precedent that we set if we just say when a certain section of the population is disgruntled, then we talk about removing the president. I feel like there are two. Okay, there are two different discussions here. There's a discussion on the removal of the president. Then there's a discussion on the current president's term extension. The debate on term extension and the debate on removal of the president. I feel like they are two different things. I don't know what you view.
Brother Tindall, you're
Okay,
not
sorry.
being honest here.
I'm sorry to challenge you in just 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm not, again, I don't want to disrespect young people. Listen to me again. It's not time to debate. First things first, if you go to a court of law, if there is something trending, you ask for the suspension, you ask for a relief to stop the operation of that thing. It is what we, so it's not 6, 7 things. I ask you, Brother Changova Mkutaura, if you can understand what I'm saying. He didn't say anything bad, but I'm trying to say, let's say something here. We are not doing too many things. It's first things first, to stop an operation. And then in stage form, in everything that you've said, stage 1, the priority is something else. But the first things first, you stop the operation. And the methodology of stopping, we are not discussing. That is critical engine. There is no what the issue of removing Mnangagwa, it's a byproduct. How do you remove him if he's still moving on? I yield my mic.
Yes, and I just want to say to Tindall, you see, you said something, sir. No, I just have to say, you said, there was going to be someone bringing up Mugabe's removal. No one did that. And the precedence we're setting is that if a politician is not working for the people, we will remove him. That's the only precedence. You said that a small portion of the population wants to remove him. No. How do you know that? The whole population wants to remove him. The ones that don't just don't know about what's going on.
Actually,
how can I put that to you? Thank you.
If I were to support you there, Geza, if you listened to his interviews and what he was saying, he refers to the people. The people are the ones that brought about the constitution. As a people of Zimbabwe, we can remove the sitting president. The reason why they are jittery in ZANU-PF is because they cannot get into or they cannot pass the referendum. If the referenda were to be invoked, ZANU-PF will lose power, and Mnangagwa knows it will be a vote of no confidence. If it happens today, if it happens tomorrow, so Geza is rallying the people of Zimbabwe. We are entitled, we are allowed to remove the president even after 1 day in office. As a people, what we can't do is a coup. What they did with Robert Mugabe was that after they removed him, they then sought the support of the people. They asked him to resign. So the mere fact that he went on national television, national radio, saying, I am resigning, was enough for the international community not to consider that as a coup. there's not going to be any coup, but the people of Zimbabwe will remove Mnangagwa. And I am telling you confidently that he will be removed very soon. And that will be very constitutional. So there's no breach of constitution. There's no president. The president is something that has been running in every country on earth, that the people are the people that are support. The people are the country. The country is the people. Not what Mnangagwa says. The voice of the people, the voice of him is the voice of God. No. Here we use the people of Zimbabwe who made the constitution, and they will actually follow a legal and democratic constitutional means of removing him. Referendum is out. Referendum is going to be out anyway.
Okay, so the thing is, when I was listening to one of the speakers here that mentioned, I think it was Tindo, so and then they came the fourth. The problem, the thing is, I think I kind of like understand what he's saying. If we are trying to do this whole thing, there won't be a basis. Like currently, our powers, in some sense, you can agree with me that in some sense, the constitution or the laws that are there kind of like keeps things in control. Normally, what happens in countries that have an uprising is such, or what other people call a revolution, there is always a period of civil war that follows. If you do your history, like from the French Revolution to the Russian Revolution, there is a period of civil war that normally follows after a revolution. The center of power is now decentralized, and a lot of people want to fill in the vacuum of power. Now, in Zimbabwe, is that possible though? I really do not think so, because regardless, the same people that this revolution, although the revolution, let me not call it a revolution. Let me just say that a ZANU-PF presidential removal that happened in 2017, right? What happened is that they needed the people to sanitize it, to clean it, to baptize it, but particularly it was enabled through the military action. So they can do the same here, and it won't have a big impact. The real time when Zimbabwe will have a revolution, it will be actually when the whole country, or at least a large proportionate of it, is now conscious to the fact that we have a political we have a political problem that if we do not deal with it now, nothing is going to change. Basically, what I'm trying to say is we need people that knows how to boycott certain people that are linked or associated to Lutamari. What I'm trying to say is that if you know that someone is this singer that now is busy, like I mean this Papa Light called passion. He goes around, he sings this whole message of president this, and he even makes fun of the people. He even claims that he didn't give when he did the venue, it was because of him. But what I'm trying to say here is that still people, they go and they listen to such people. They still praise such people. They still salute such people. Zimbabwe has to reach a point where those people, they don't even get airtime, where those people would be ashamed to even associate with them. Like what happened in what is just happening in Mozambique next door. I think Mozambique should just demonstrate to us how it's done. Maybe we would conscientize afterwards. But on the issue of constitutionalism, does Zimbabwe really have ever followed the constitution in the first place? Like, even if we are mentioning within ZANU-PF itself, they do not follow their own constitution. Sometimes we saw that the Politburo was amending their own constitution, something that never made sense. This T1 the fourth, I noticed you. Something that never made sense. We saw them actually lying that their conference can actually endorse a 2028 candidate, or can endorse something, a motion that is big like ED 2030, which is a lie. Now let's come to the national. Do you think that they ever respect the national constitution, the right to life, the right to protest? Even the MOPA Act is a disrespect to the Zimbabwean, what is this constitution in the first place, to the freedom of expression. So Do not ever think that we can claim that, no, if we do these things, ZANU-PF, it would be unconstitutional. For them, they do not follow the constitution on their own. And this is how they deal with each other. That's how they deal with each other. This fight is for ZANU-PF. But if you are a smart person, you pick a side, you hype a side, but you do not get directly involved within ZANU-PF and think that you are now a comrade, because they will sideline you as soon as they get what they want. That's what I'm saying. T1, the fourth.
Okay, so Valencio, thanks. I think people, you spoke about Passion Java, you spoke about, I think someone spoke about Wignell earlier. You know, people don't want to say the truth. People say the president is surrounded by criminals and so forth. And EHH the criminal, but I think people just want to gloss it and say, president, Mugabe is surrounded by criminals. No. The guy is a criminal himself. If you heard a proper president who is anti-corruption should have answered that question properly. Akatotanga kutoita majokes. Achibata scarf achiti iweakness kunzi front yangu. You see, that's nonsense. Let's not, guys, be taken for fools. And the fact that this 2030 thing, you cannot do anything ZANU-PF without the blessing of president. Munhu chaya yakatanga kuti truita the 2030 agenda akatowana ma blessings are president. But he wants to distance himself achiti andiskuda vanhu ndo vari kundiforsa handizvi. Vanhu vacho vakuti chibva futi otanga kuramba futi. You see the inconsistency. So I think this issue ageza, we are trying to analyze it, but we know that the guy is behind it and that they want to invoke the constitution when it suits them. Panguwa ya 2017, no one spoke about no Mugabe ngaenda vanhu vakapinda mustreet vakaita sei handizvi. Now that it's ED, people now want to be clever and start talking the constitution and saying, no, panozoita a civil war, it's not right, president ngaapedzise term yake handizvi. I think let's not be taken for fools, guys. Everyone knows what is happening. The president has failed. He's behind all these things, Ranana Wignell and everything. And that's the truth that should be said. But people want to hide behind a finger. President is surrounded by criminals. He's not involved in anything. 2030, I see idea and that's nonsense. Let's be clear, guys. If we can't say the truth, proper diagnosis is 50% cure. Kana tisati taziva kuti problem ndeipi apa, we will never solve this Zimbabwean issue. Problem is ED and ED alone. That's why you see kuti he wants to be per side. Otanga kuti my criminals and everyone and the Zimbabweans, we shouldn't be that damn problem where it is clear. So I think my short submission there, the president is the problem, is the incompetent, and Agutaza has failed. You can't preside over a country in the highest inflation in the world, the sewage all over, then you say the president has the problem. What Minister of Health, and so forth. The top, if people cannot say with the president any problem, I think you continue around in circles. And I think this guy has got advisors, but I don't know why Vasinga moods in secret, not even on live TV.
But the thing is that he's leading that.
Just a second. Chiwa, no one can take away the wisdom that you have. It is the criminals around the president that me, you, and all of us have not demanded to be given the list. But we know the current president is one of the people around. You are so on point. The operation of the constitution ceases to operate when it fails to serve its purpose. I'll repeat. The constitution ceases to be a constitution when it fails to serve its purpose. The revolution that in my leadership host is saying that it will start, it has started, it's trending. Oh, by the way, there are different forms of revolution. The revolution that you are saying it will start at some stage, it has started. There are stages in a revolution. Everything that you said, T1, it's on point. And guess what?
Signor, can I ask a question?
Okay, 2 minutes, 2 seconds. Can you we have Tino
2 seconds. Hold on. Zvema 2 seconds zvenyu zvakomana nasikana. Kana musingadi kuteerera, hatisi kuti tinogona inini aiwa. Toda kutaura, and I'm taking it from one of you, T1. Revolution is trending. It is like crossing a road robot. There's no law that says cross a road robot. But do not be caught. There's no law that allows you to drive without a license. But if you are carrying a pregnant mother, that ceases to be a crime. These are the tactics now that we have to be saying, let's talk about it and see. And the precedent was said. It's being said here. There was no constitution used in 2017. But we are jickering, being technical and ending up saying a revolution will start tomorrow. You want it to be detailed always when the revolution is trending. It's up to you.
Okay, can we
I failed you.
Sorry, Signor.
And I'm landing in 10 seconds. I failed you with my colleagues there. If you want to fail yourself, it's okay. I yield my mic.
Okay, so what is this, Tino, or the constructee? You have the podium.
Tino now, right? Is it?
Yeah, it's Tino. I don't want to Tinama. Yeah, Tino Nama or something.
Yes. Yeah.
Tino Nama. Okay. It looks like Tino Nama he has been raising his hand for a while. Zimsterek. Then after that, you come back to T1, the fourth. Zimsterek, the podium.
Yeah, I think Dole Soul wanted to say something, but I just want to say to T1, thank you very much. You said everything that was on my mind, because I've been outside and I'm thinking to myself, what's up with Zimbabweans, man? What's up with Zimbabweans? These are not the guys I remember from back in the day. You know, you guys know everything. You guys are the smartest people on the planet. Trust me. I live in Canada, this country of fools compared to you guys. You guys are so, what's taking you have to just say enough is enough. You're so civilized. You're too civilized to the point of now, you've been stepped on too long. Yeah, I know you guys can get up. Thank you. T1, loved your submission.
T1 the fourth, you can come to the podium.
Okay, so guys, I think whenever there's a revolution and people want change, you see that some people try to derail it, and they will say, you know what, the president is right, let's give him time and so forth, and which they didn't even do in 2017. Mugabe still had a year to go. That was 2017. My elections were due in 2018, but they said, you know what, enough is enough. And we can say the same right now, but enough is enough. In fact, this guy has failed to the point where he is worse than Mugabe. People started comparing him to Smith. Imagine, would you fail to the extent that people saying Smith was better, and Mugabe, yes, it failed, but I don't think that was the extent. Then the other thing is, you can't put people in front and say, they are my criminals. So this guy is so selfish to the extent that he can't even hand over to his fellow party members. Remember, with the 2 terms, if they wanted ZANU-PF to continue, and he was going to leave to rule for 2 terms or someone else, but he can't even do that. The selfishness, after the 2 terms of failure, continue, not even the ZANU-PF under someone else, as a person. That should show that it's never about development, because if it's about development, someone else can actually carry over the vision. No, let's make sure that not Tunga 2030 so that he sees his vision continue. That's bullshit. If you are such a good president, the mark of a bad president ndeyekuti unosvika pakuti you can't even groom a success. Zvakaita Mugabe izvozvo. You can't even groom a success. If he was good, agona and so forth, there should be a successor anotaura kuti no, I walked in his footsteps, akanditsitsa ABCD, now I'm taking off. The guy is so selfish zvekuti he's not even grooming anyone. Ndiye adongoramba achitonga. Even the vice president akamurescue adzingwa akuMozambique. He can't even just be courteous yekuti, you know what, I've done my 2 terms, I think my VP should continue. He can't even do that. I think people should see it in that way. This guy, 1, is selfish. 2, all he's doing is doing it for his own personal gain, not for the country, not for anyone. Thank you.
Okay, before I go to you, Zimstedek, the thing is, just need to give my little submission. The thing is, here's the thing though. We can't, like, it pains me greatly to see that almost half a century we've been asking for African liberation and for self-determination. And we have people that are so concerned. We have Trump that is threatening to cut off aid or cut off anything. We have people that are so concerned about their own stomachs that they don't even want to raise, like they don't even want to contribute anything to that particular society. And we have the people that are within the very same society that do not recognize the flaws of this entire thing. And that is a recipe for disaster. There are people that have said once that Zimbabwe is a resultant of its citizens. Like what we accept or what we allow is what our leaders will basically be there for. We cannot have for years and for years we have been languishing. We have been languishing at the blame sanction, but a lot of us have been languishing in poverty. And there is not a plan that is there to actually change. And for ED to even have the audacity to claim that he wanted 2030, when people were injured, that were injured in an accident, made the fate of having to be like, your injuries to be like, to use a, they use cast normally if your arm is broken. They use cast, they use something so that your arm doesn't move around. They had to use cardboards. And the type of cardboards that they use, you could see this was a makeshift cardboards. And the person is sitting there, Daniel Garo is there, and the very same person is calling for an ED 2030. I've never seen such witchcraft before in my entire life. I'm seeing it right now. And another thing that I need to mention is that, guys, I don't want to make bad profit. The UNISA prophet, he was hanging out with the president. A common thief, he hangs out with the president. But they take pictures with the president. Moses and Mike Mombe, they know the president, they know the space. So it's not even a difficult thing to throw a stone and actually know that this guy is in the underground criminal organization. Not to mention that we have pastors that are today, some people are still visiting these churches and they're still posting these sermons. A pastor that was caught on gold mafia, that was basically saying that I can pass through with anything on the airport because I have the clearance of the president and no one can do me anything. Doing side dealings and preaching the name of God in the church. And after that, he goes on to tell the people that if your father was slaved, you wouldn't go there and pray for them. You would actually go there and actually fight for your father. Zimstedek, I'm going to allow you to speak. Then after that, to allow the speaker he's gone. He's no longer on the space. I'm not sure. He's gone. Okay, but Zimstedek, you can speak.
Oh, I have nothing to say, brother. I think there's a problem with my phone. If my hand comes up, I'm putting it down half the time. It's a mistake with my phone. Sorry.
I think Bantu is back. I just put him back to the space. I'm not sure if he still wants to speak. Bantu, do you have anything to add, my brother?
Hi. Can you hear me? I think I'm having quite a network challenge. Please confirm you can hear me.
We can.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. The pseudonym I used is Untu Mwebantu, but my real name is Mchulisi Hanana. I'm the Secretary General of ZAPU,
And until recently, I saw Zim-I posting an NTA of some sort with my face there under the Ministry of Home Affairs. You gave me a lot of problems. I'm being congratulated and insulted at the same time. But that was fake news. Anyway, just my small contribution around the subject. One of the things that we must realize is that recently, I think yesterday, Mnangagwa continued to say he is a constitutionalist. And because he's a constitutionalist, you would adhere to the constitution and step down after his second term. And I saw a lot of people celebrating that. But I've always been worried because he says he's a constitutionalist and speaks to the current calibration of the constitution. And he doesn't say anything about those that want to amend the constitution. He says something about people that want to ensure that he goes up to 2030. And he only responds by saying, I'm a constitutionalist. The constitution does not allow. So me thinks that over and above him saying he's a constitutionalist, is on the sidelines pushing for the amendment of the constitution so that the constitution allows for him to extend his term. Then at that point, you say, I've always said I'm a constitutionalist, so the constitution allows for me to extend the term, which is exactly what Robert Mugabe was doing. Robert Mugabe was always constitutionally correct and morally wrong in most of the things that he was doing. And I think that Mnangagwa wants to read from the same script to portray himself as a constitutionalist and a Democrat, when in essence he is not. Every peace-loving Zimbabwean and everyone who's not naive will realize that there is no way Emmerson Mnangagwa would want to go without a fight, because the tenure of Emmerson Mnangagwa has been characterized by serious and mass looting. And I do not think that this guy can afford to be out of power, because if the third regime is to come into effect and start going after him, I think the guy stands to lose everything, including the people that are around him stealing with him or stealing, or that he is stealing through, or that are stealing through him as well. So we must be clear as a people that what we are seeing unfolding in ZANU-PF is something that we must take advantage of if we can, not only to get rid of Mnangagwa, but also to try and find a way as the people of Zimbabwe to say, how do we rid ourselves, how do we rid the state of Zimbabwe of the hegemony that ZANU-PF enjoys through the power of incumbents? Because honestly, comrades, where we are as a country, I think we are going nowhere, or going backwards very fast, because we have seen serious looting, serious corruption under the Mnangagwa regime than we have ever seen. At least under Mugabe, we were complaining about a missing 15 billion that was never verified or accounted for. But under Mnangagwa, billions are being lost. Look at the audits that are coming from all government departments and parastatals in the last 5 years. Look at even the people like Wicknell. I mean, yesterday, he was joking, this president of ours, saying, no, anyone who thinks we can steal from him must go to the nearest police station and report to ZRP. You can tell that the guy really does not want to condemn corruption, because what Wicknell is doing, there is absolutely no businessman under the sun who works hard for his money and spends it the way Wicknell spends it, and all they own are briefcase companies that cannot be verified whether or not they pay tax. We wonder why Zach has not gone to him to ask him a few questions around whether or not he pays tax and the source of his income, and whether or not the tenders that he got from government he has been able to fulfill them. So we have a regime that came into place knowing that they have no time. They just want to loot, steal, so that in the event that it happens that they leave power, they are able to be comfortable. And the reason why those that are calling for Mnangagwa to continue, including Mnangagwa himself, are doing so is simply because they have not stolen enough.
They are not wanting to stay on in power to improve the country or to develop anything. They are staying on in power so that they can continue to fatten their paces through looting state resources. So there is absolutely nothing from where I stand that will suggest that Mnangagwa must continue. They speak of a development, but with a development where the salaries are bad, the rate of employment is high, hospitals are empty, the brain drain is an ultimate high. So really, we should not allow ourselves as well during this period to believe the people that now also want to effect a renewal in ZANU-PF. They are now saying all the right things, the same thing that they did in 2017, where they spoke of an NTA, they spoke of a transition, and we found ourselves where we are. If ever we are going to participate in this Gaza thing, that is revolution, the way people are so excited about it, there must be assurances, there must be guarantees for the masses and for the people of Zimbabwe and for other stakeholders that are not in ZANU-PF. Let's not be so excited.
Bantu.
Yes, sir.
Here's the thing. Let's say
Yes,
that
sir.
we have a guarantee, we sign a contract with, remember, these are ZANU-PF people, we sign with them. The revolution does happen, and they decide to turn back on their promises that were on the contract. What can we do then about it?
Guarantees that I'm talking about are not things written on pieces of paper, because the ZANU-PF has a well-documented history of disrespecting any agreement or covenant. That is why even up to now we can't borrow money from other institutions where we signed contracts to say we're going to be paying back. We failed way back. In 1980, when we were meant to contest elections as a patriotic front and with that thing signed, ZANU-PF reneged on their promise. So when we had the Constitution 2013, ZANU-PF has effected over 100 amendments to that Constitution of 2013, and they still want to further amend it. So guarantees I'm talking about are not guarantees based on pieces of paper. There are things that are tangible that must happen. For instance, I for one would, from the ZAPU side, I mean, because I always have a bias around ZAPU. One of the things that we would want assurances on, or as a token of guarantee, will be the repealing of the Capit 16 of 1982, which said people like Kembo Mohat, who were Zipra and Zap at the time, are terrorists. This is the same Capit that was used to take Vanguard House in Harare, to take over Magnet House in Bulawayo, and many other farms and properties of Zap. So these are some of the guarantees that we will be looking at. Number two, yes.
Okay, Bantu.
The full
Bantu,
yes,
just 2 seconds. Okay, can you sum it
Yes.
up? There's Nika and X that wants to speak after this. Maybe can you just summarize your whole point?
Yeah, so my summary is that I was about to learn. My summary is that the people of Zimbabwe must not be hoodwinked into supporting another ZANU-PF renewal process, and then at the end of the day, we get nothing out of it as the people of Zimbabwe, like we did after we supported Mnangagwa and Chiwenga in 2017, and the people of Zimbabwe benefited nothing. So I think let's try and have an open discussion and engagement as the people of Zimbabwe to say, what is it that we would want as guarantees before we're able to be roped into an internal ZANU-PF revolution? Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry to
thank you.
interject.
Yeah,
Sorry to interject.
sorry, allow me to
Mr.
say
Sindora,
this. And
sorry to interject.
hold on. Allow me to say this and drop. I was about to say I'm leaving you. If you do not want to listen, you have let him a Shiria Buruk, and I'm not shy, Mudara Chi. But you are lucky because this man who was talking, you don't know him. And I'm not belittling. I repeat, understand why I'm saying I'm not belittling you. It's important to make use, to ask, listen, to understand, and ask questions, not being in denial. I do not know if you heard what he said. This leadership, the leadership voice that is just spoken, MOU. it was signed. Signing on paper or what? 2017. There are things that were agreed. There are things that were agreed. Do not be in denial and do not be negative that they will do this. They will... Look, it's either you are in or we are out. When you go to rob a bank, you don't think of being arrested. When you are fighting a revolution, you don't look at the negatives, but you say, this time, never again to be betrayed. I repeat, I'm leaving. Veshdik, I'll continue. I've always said, it's about time we have spaces. Call my leadership. Call my leadership. Buntu. Mwebantu. Umuntu wabantu. There are many. Abasina nguwa. They will give you the confidence more than what Vageza did. Vageza simply gave you the energy. Do not expect him to crawl to all these stick. Wokambaira. Vorwa hondo. Hondo yanduto asema tombo. There are many voices. I say this, Simba, I'm leaving the space. I know what I'm talking about. And I gave a reference. Go to ZBC and ask for an interview. I'm tiniri. You will zero in and find out. Saka kune vamwe vanhu chaunga chevanhu kuseri kwageza. Here is another one. It's up to you, Rashidiki. I learned.
Okay, thank you, Signor, and thank you. Sorry for pronouncing your name wrong. The Buntu. Sorry for pronouncing your name saying Bantu. I kept on referring to you as Bantu. Now, I think there's a lot of people that wants to respond to Bantu at the moment. So I'm just gonna start before I give my submission. I'm gonna start with Nika. Nika, ivakwene vakaipunza. Do you have something to say, my brother or my sister?
My
brother.
Thanks so much, Buntu. I'm not Buntu, I'm Venancio Mondlane. Yes, I would like to respond to Buntu, who spoke very well. No one knows ZANU-PF better than ZAPU. ZAPU worked side by side with ZANU-PF at the most difficult times. I suppose Buntu was a young man, or not yet born, but he would know from the history of the party that ZAPU, worked side by side at the worst time in Zimbabwe's history, just after independence, from 1980 to about 1987, when they struck up the so-called Unit Accord, which was the swallowing up of ZAPU. Well, a lot of ZAPU cadres suffered at the hands of ZANU-PF and Emmerson Mnangagwa, and we lost nearly 20,000 Zimbabweans, mostly from Matabeleland and Midlands at that time. So when ZAPU officials speak about ZANU-PF and Emmerson Mnangagwa, they speak from the bottom of their hearts and with a lot of pain of a history of suffering of the people of the region of Matabeleland. Now, that is the history of Emmerson Mnangagwa. And when you hear him double speak and equivocate like he does when he is asked questions of national importance, such as him leaving power because he has presided over a broken country with a meager economy of 26 billion for 16 million people, it's not surprising because that has been the life of Emmerson Mnangagwa. When you put the life of Emmerson Mnangagwa on a big screen, or what you call today the Jumbotron, you see, suffering, pain, all people, all parties he has interacted with since 1980. It's a history of betrayal. It's a history of torture. It's a history of impunity. You think of his involvement in Matabeleland. You think of his involvement in the Willowgate scandal. You think of his involvement in the maiming of Majonga, that journalist who is said to have been thrown from 3-story, third floor of a building, and remained maimed for life. And you think of how he betrayed the people of Zimbabwe by refusing to admit to a defeat by MDC in 2008, and led to the slaughter of many Zimbabweans and maiming of many Zimbabweans, and led to the so-called GNU, which was a horrible disaster for Zimbabwe. He also has led Zimbabwe into a coup, which was presided over by General Chiwenga. And at the moment, when you hear Emmerson Mnangagwa say, I'm a constitutionalist, what he means is my dictatorship, survives on, giving piecemeal attention to the Constitution, and using the Constitution to suppress the people. And as Buntu correctly said, ZANU-PF carefully chooses what to do with the Constitution in order to suppress and not to rule the country and to make the country progress. And Mugabe, had several alterations of the Constitution to suit him, from being prime minister to an executive president, which we ended up having, and we are stuck with it at the moment. So when you hear Emmerson Mnangagwa saying, I'm a constitutionalist, what he means is, in 2017, he knows that they illegally took over the country through a military coup. And what did they do? To sanitize that, they had to go back to the Constitution and then install a stooge civilian, Emmerson Mnangagwa, and then use the Constitution to sort of, sanitize the coup, which they lied to Zimbabweans that a coup, which was not a coup, which was actually a coup. And that's what Mnangagwa means, that I will use the Constitution to suit me. And thereafter, you then have Chiwenga himself declaring, in front of all and sundry, that if people continue to refuse to be ruled by ZANU-PF, because ZANU-PF ichatonga kusvika madhonga amera nyanga. Those of you who have been following his speeches will remember this speech. ZANU-PF ichatonga kusvika madhonga amera nyanga, kana mukaramba, kana vakaramba. Tinochinja bumbiro remutemo racho iroro kuti ZANU-PF irambe ichitonga. And this is exactly what's happening. And this is what Mnangagwa means when he says, I'm a constitutionalist, because they're going to change the Constitution to suit him. So all he is saying, for those of you who are surprised when he doesn't answer that question, in a straightforward manner and in a convincing manner, it's because what he is saying is, at the moment, the Constitution does not allow me to go beyond 3 terms. But what we are going to do is, this is what he doesn't say, but that's what he's actually saying by being silly and answering the way he does. He's actually saying, we are going to twist the Constitution. Once we have twisted the Constitution, and once the Constitution, suits me, then people are going to choose me. So he's preparing people, he's psyching people now to prepare for that time, to say, well, everyone has been saying that it's me. So he's sort of, being forced, like he's lying that he's being forced to sort of, have that, and he's having people, dissenting voices. He's actually treating these people who are advocating for the 2030 dissenting voices, which they are actually not, because he has been seen at a public rally asking his ministers and MPs to repeat a slogan which advocates for him going beyond 2030. Yes, my friend.
Mr. Nyika, the thing is this, let's look at this. What do you then say about supporting, let's say to some extent in a hypothetical world, the Geza revolution actually holds some water to topple ED? Would you say that we should get involved in it? Or would you say that you want some sort of guarantees or agreement? And what do these guarantees look like to you?
No, the so-called Geza revolution is part of the theatrics of ZANU-PF. ZANU-PF has got a multi-pronged approach to survival, and I think Ubuntu, for those of you who are listening to Ubuntu, will know that this is will know that what he said about the renewal process of ZANU-PF. ZANU-PF goes through these renewal processes every time in our face, and we don't see it. And when they are going through this renewal process, they will come up with a lot of subplots to a point where you don't even know which story to follow. So introducing what we call in debating gish galloping. When you gish gallop, you introduce so many topics, some of them irrelevant to the discussion, so much that your opponent will not be able to rebut you effectively. And in the end, you look like the winner when in actual fact you have said nothing. So this is what ZANU-PF does. They introduce a lot of stories. And some of these stories can be stories to do with Wanama. Yes.
Comrade Nika, just
the Geza story is one of those many stories. Yes, can you ask a question?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I should call you comrade, but let me just say,
no. I don't like to be called. I don't like to be called comrade, because comrades have not, made this country, a beautiful country for all of us.
You guys, ZANU comrades only. That's the problem. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. If you the argument about whether to support the ZANU-PF is going through a self-renewal thing. But I've observed one thing in history within ZANU-PF is that every time it fights, it actually gets a little bit much more weaker. That's one thing that I've actually noticed. We can look at it from since before 2008, like even when the 1997 thing happened, when the war veterans started protesting and Mugabe started paying from the Reserve Bank, leading up, and it gets weaker. And listen, the situation that is around the country, it is like the country deteriorates. For me, I'm looking for that one.
What is your proof that ZANU-PF gets weaker? What do you mean by ZANU-PF gets weaker? Can you explain that?
Okay, listen, the fact that ED got into power, right? When ED got into power, it's less than 10 years ago, and some of them within ZANU-PF, they're dissatisfied with him to a point where they want him to leave. What I'm trying to say is that there is a point of divergency within the party, because they've seen that calling a president to go, they've practiced it before and it has worked for them. So that mindset of succession now exists within ZANU-PF. That's basically what I'm saying. Or that mindset of we can get factionalism in ZANU-PF has always been there. And I think it's becoming more pronounced by the day or as we move forward. But here's perhaps one of my most important points. The point that I want to come across to here is that we as Zimbabweans, while we notice that ZANU-PF does go this self-renewal projects, when is it going to reach a point to us, whether I am a military man, just an ordinary citizen, before you become a soldier or police teacher, you are a Zimbabwean first, or you are a citizen first. When are we going to reach that point where you say that, no, Anchada's swap. This time I'm going to stand for myself in the streets, or I'm going to stand with the people? When are we going to reach that point? Because there is a common meme that I see, that the French Revolution, when it took place, what actually happened was that it's a meme, I'm not saying it's factual, that a 2% tax increase caused the people to go on an uprise. The Russian Revolution, just shooting the pastor, not the pastor, but shooting one of the bishops that was going to, I think this was the October or the February, the Bolshevik Revolution. When they shot the people that were peacefully protesting, the Red Army joined the protest, and that's how the revolution started. So I'm asking myself, when is Zimbabwe going to reach that point? And if Zimbabwe does not reach that point, Nika, what is our best way to defend ourselves from ED 2030? Some would say that, or some people like me on the side of me would say that I think it's best to actually confuse the enemy or confuse them themselves up until they kill each other, or up until they ultimately eliminated each other. I'm not sure if you're getting the point.
Well, Venancio, I don't know if you are aware that we are living under a coup at the moment. So we are being led by military government. In spite of the fact that they have put a civilian in as president, but the military did not withdraw from the government, did not withdraw from their coup that they
But on
did
that one,
in
we don't know for
2017.
sure. But this,
What do you mean you don't know for
Nika,
sure?
The thing is, what I'm trying to say, I say I do know for sure.
Oh, you do know for sure.
Maybe
Okay.
I say that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I do know for sure. Liz, I do know for sure that the military is a major stakeholder in power when it comes to power in Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
But Comrade Nika is this.
No, I'm not comrade.
In order for a Mr. Nika, in order for a revolution to actually take place in Zimbabwe, it kind of needs a unity, one voice speaking in Zimbabwe. And are we going to reach that point the way that you are seeing it right now? I'm not sure if there's another speaker that wants to speak.
Okay, it can be many voices, not just one.
I just want to say, I think so. In regards to is this Uncle Mweti from the ZAPU Secretary General that's here?
Yeah, he's still
yes, that's right. Yeah.
So I wanted to say, I go by Voices T dot. So I'm in Canada for a long time. I didn't know what was going on. I came into spaces and just came into mostly Zimbabwean spaces. Then I dropped into a space where you spoke, sir. And I'm Tamil from Sri Lanka, born in Ndola, moved to Harare. And I had a Shona-centric view. All I thought about in Bele guys is they can fight, they have knob carries, that's it. And then everything was fed to me, So I'm a brown guy among black guys. They're all Shona, so I had Shona-centric. And then I heard you speak, and then I was like, what the hell have I been fed? You opened my eyes up. I'm the reason I'm coming. You're the reason I'm coming back to Zimbabwe. So I just wanted to say, whatever you said to me, I love you from that minute. Because you said, basically, ZAPU is national, it's a nationalistic party, and ZANU is a tribalistic party. And I went back, did all my stuff, and I'm like, good God, what's going on? And now I'm a nationalist. That's what I say. I don't support any party because a lot of my friends are ZANU, right? So I'm a nationalist, and trust me, ballot box comes. If it comes down to it, if there's a ZAPU thing, I'm going to put it in there. I still live at home with the ZANU people, but no way am I going to vote ZANU. So thank you, sir. I just want to say, you're responsible for the reason I'm coming back to Zimbabwe or trying to get back into Zimbabwe is my home and I want to come. Thank you very much. And that's all I wanted to say. This is why I love Zimbabweans and I love you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, that was my only comment.
Vote of confidence there. Can I please come through? I wanted to respond to a few issues there.
Comrade Muntu, you are welcome to respond or to comment.
Yeah, I think the first thing that I want to speak about is the issue of ZANU renewal. I had a sentiment that every time ZANU goes through a renewal, it comes out weaker. It's fair and fine, but I'd want to debate it in the context of weaker than who, because if we are going to be looking at the political power dynamics, we should then be saying maybe weaker than the state, because in as much as ZANU is weak, rather other political parties, because in as much as ZANU can be weakened internally, they still emerge stronger than the opposition parties that are there at the time. This is because generally ZANU implodes at strategic moments. It doesn't just implode. It's like it's calibrated. Like now, ZANU PF is fighting about 4 years, maybe 3 years, almost 4 years before the next election in 2028. So I'm sure in the next 2 years we'll be done with this debate. So whether or not the 23 agenda succeeds, ZANU still has another 2 years of regrouping and coming together. So that in time for the election, whether it's in 2028 or in 2030. If you look at the coup of 2017, for that coup to happen, there was need to engineer certain things in opposition space, so that if Robert Mugabe is eliminated and ZANU fields a weaker candidate in the form of Mnangagwa, number one, it was important that even in the opposition, there must be a new face, because there's no way Emerson Mnangagwa would have won against Morgan Tsvangirai. So there was need for opposition to give us a new face. That's how we ended up with Nelson Chamisa. So there was a serious orchestration internally in ZANU-PF, but also fiddling with opposition to make sure that whatever happens in opposition advantages ZANU-PF. Which is why now, when Nelson Chamisa becomes a president, it's against the background of the goodwill that Mnangagwa and the army had at the time. It is what they carried them through the next election. I mean, people were happy that Mugabe is gone, simply because even the opposition itself, for about 20 years, all MTC was saying was Mugabe must go, Mugabe must go. So when Mugabe is gone, the person who removes Mugabe is the hero of the people. And Mnangagwa enjoyed that goodwill of that particular election. So that's one thing that I wanted to correct, to say ZANU-PF always implodes at the right moment that benefits them. So each time we look at that implosion within ZANU-PF, we must accept that ZANU-PF implodes at the right moment. I mean, when internally they are weakened, they try and borrow support from other stakeholders like the people, so that the goodwill of the people can carry them through. Then the second thing that I wanted to respond to is there going to be an end to people being beaten up by the state or being abused by the state and them not fighting back? And somebody gave the example of the French Revolution, maybe in many other revolutions that we can give as examples here. But the difference is that the people that are living in Zimbabwe now, that are suffering in Zimbabwe, have an option. The option that we have is to leave the country. The option that we have is to be corrupt. The option that we have is to get an education and go out as far from the country as possible. And it is these options that make it impossible and difficult for us to be able to wage a strong resistance, simply because ZANU-PF has conditioned Zimbabweans to be afraid of the state, to be afraid of rising up. And this was done systemically when they initially got rid of ZAPU leadership and ZAPU support in what then became Kukurahundi, because that was one way of dealing with political opponents. Then it spilled and became a genocide. So the people of Matiland over time became scared of ZANU-PF. They thought, okay, what must we do? That's why you see that there was a serious migration of people from Matiland going to Botswana, going to South Africa, and ultimately going to the diaspora in Europe and the Americas. It was because of that. Now, ZANU-PF, having lost support even in the northern parts of the country, Mashonaland, came up with another strategy of violence. I mean, you remember your Operation Rambatsvina, your Operation Short Sleeve and stuff like that, your 2008 rerun. And even when MDC was formed, I think we have over 3,000 people, almost 3,800 people that were killed and disappeared that belonged to the MDC when the MDC was formed, between the time MDC was formed in 2013. So that violence, that brutality by the state is what has conditioned people to be afraid. So that even in 2017, when people took to the streets, it's not like they chose to go to the streets. I was partially involved in the coup planning, because at the time I was working with our then president Tumiso Tabenga, who also was intimately involved in the transition that happened, then which eventually became a coup. The people that marched in 2017, it's not like they decided. It is the army and the politicians at the time that decided for the people that it is night time for you to march, which is why after 2017, there's never been any other march in the country. Mnangagwa does not want a protest because the protest of 2017 was conditioned. So even the people now, they're not going to go to the streets. They're waiting for a Keza signal. Even if Keza said, let's march tomorrow, no one will march without assurances that the army is on their side. So the people cannot rise on their own for a number of reasons. One, it is that fear. Two, it is because we are leaderless at the moment. We do not have a leader who stands with the people in the opposition, a leader that people believes in, who can command and marshal the people to go to the streets. At some point, Nelson Chamisa was almost that kind of leader, but he turned around and said anyone who marched against the electoral fraud of 2018 was stupid and was a fool. So I do not think that he can turn around now and say people march, because already he has given people a signal that this does not pay dividends. He's a leader that has clearly said, no, we can't march, we have to do things peacefully. So the biggest reason is fear. Second one is that we do not have a leader. And the third one is that we have an option. If life gets hard in Zimbabwe, we leave, we go to other places. We have a lot of economic refugees more than political refugees. And finally, I always want to remind people, in 2020, in July, 2021, in July, on the 20th of July, I was part of the people that left the country when the army came to my house in the night because I printed and anticipated ZANU-PF must go masks. And the brutality that I went through, I left the country and came here. I became like a leprous person. I suffered alone when I was thinking I was fighting for the people. It is these things that make it difficult for other people to rise up and fight or lead the struggle, because when it comes to the state coming for you, you are left isolated. Look at Job Sikala. He was in prison for 2 years, and all we did was to tweet free job, free job. And really nothing happened with MRP9 that were incarcerated unjustly. For over almost 2 years again, they were in prison, and all we did was to say free MRP9 with no tangible activity and action on the ground, simply because the state has conditioned us to accept. So we need a revolution that is led by ordinary people that are going to inspire confidence, that are going to inspire the masses to say yes, we can stand on our own. That are also going to say to the people, in as much as I have the option to go to UK or to go wherever, Zimbabwe is my country and I must fight for it. Thank you.
If the floor is open, I just have a question. Can I ask it to anybody?
Yeah, go on, ask, sir.
Yes, thank you, sir. So, Uncle Mwethi, Nika, Brother Nika, everyone here, I'm in Canada, so I got involved in municipal politics then, but I have friends up in federal, in the government, and, and then this Israel thing, Palestine, and I have a background, I'm a Sri Lankan Tamil, so I've experienced genocide. So now the thing is, when I'm putting together everything that's coming together, because I've just been in these spaces 2 weeks, getting interested and viewing everything that you guys are talking about. It's like Western, it's like a CIA handbook to destabilize a country, or a CIA handbook to help one government keep the people down. Everything you're doing, like the PSYOPs, it's called psychological operations. It's run. You make everyone come to Twitter. They talk, and just keep them busy here, so that the day, like when this didn't exist, they talked in a coffee shop. You know where the coffee shop is? Next to the road. In 1 week, they're on the road. But here, the talk is like goes on, because a lot of people get their feedback. It's all psychological. Some people have been conditioned to think that action takes place on this app. It does not. The action takes place when I listen to Uncle Mwethi, and then I say to my boys in the neighborhood, yo, come and listen to this guy. And then I come to him and I say, can I DM you? Okay, can I get your WhatsApp? Then I need you to talk on a private phone. I'm putting you on speaker to 10 guys in my neighborhood, just so they're on point with what you're saying. Just so they listen to you, just so they get the background. Then those 10 guys go, and they meet their boys, and they come back and they go, yo, I've got 100 dudes with it. I've seen Tamil guys came into a space where someone was complaining over and over. They're from Sri Lanka, my friends, right? Live here. So they said, so what do you want to do? We'll come. And they said, we know that this guy, he lives with us, but he talks so much about Zimbabwe. Maybe we'll come and invest there. So what are you looking for? Are you looking for a movement? We'll give you the money. Or are you looking for weapons? Tell us, because we're Tamil. We can get it. We went to the Tigers. Then he says, I don't know what the problem is, but if you need to go to Switzerland to talk to those people, at that Hague, I'm not sure what it goes on there, to say you're being oppressed. We can get you a fake passport. This is what the guy said. My boy said to the Zimbabwe guy. The Zimbabwe guy was like, no. And then my boys DM me and goes, I think this guy just wants to complain all day. He doesn't want to do anything. You see, because they've been under the boot, so they have no choice, right? Those guys just get up. They don't care if they get beaten up, because they've seen it,
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, comrade. You see, there's a difference between talk and action.
Yes, sir, for sure.
I hear a lot of people left the country because of reasons, persecution, one way or the other. But a lot of people would not want to participate in exactly the reason or the causes that made them leave the country. I'll give you an example. There was the SADC issue, and we had been given an opportunity to protest, interact, and give our position to SADC as a whole. the president now was being elected or was going to be elected chairperson of SADC. Some of us did single-handedly fund protests that led. Someone was talking about printing T-shirts. We do it in some massive way. If we can assist, and I know there are comrades or there are people on the ground that really can work if the cause is good. But what we can do is, because we are a constitutional democracy in Zimbabwe, we cannot take up arms. We cannot violently remove a constitutionally elected government. What we are actually, and I also had someone comparing.
But that's what happened in 2017. What do you mean we
No.
cannot remove a government when
What I
we
am
had a coup in
saying,
2017?
in 2017, what happened came from the army. We are not the army. I can
Yeah, but
tell
the
you,
army is
I
part.
could tell you,
But the army is
I
part
could,
of the
yeah, but I
Zimbabwean
could,
community.
not necessarily they still have their commander-in-chief as the president. I can tell you what went on in 2017. Who did what, how, and where they went, and what happened. But once they realized it was a coup, they then went on to force the sitting president to go on national television and declared that he had resigned. That small information mattered very much. It is the one that changed everything.
But Comrade Maduro,
cannot.
sorry, just to
But
interject.
that's how coups are conducted anyway, because the leader has to give up the power. If you follow up any country where a coup has happened, the leader is either killed or is made to appear on television and renounce his leadership.
And Comrade Maduro, sorry to like, I just need to one point. It's not a constitutional democracy. It's a constitutional democracy in name, but not in action. You see?
Yeah, but that's what the public. That's what the public and
you are very
legal.
correct.
That's what the public and legal. You see, when we are actually getting into parliament or into power, or when people want to get into power, don't forget that there are some countries that support us. We are supported financially. We are supported economically, etc., etc. We cannot disrupt that because we want to be in power. Whatever actions we do, we need to make it so that we do not destroy the already destroyed economy. We need support. This government had a lot of
We are not
goodwill from-
supported. We are not supported that much anymore. We are just sitting on 26 billion at the moment,
and
because we've not been supported.
I have to
We are
push back there.
supported.
I have to push back.
We are not supported. Let me tell you why we are not supported. We are
Mhm.
not supported. This government had a lot of goodwill. The international community was going to re-engage it. We are not supported because of our policies, both economic, social, and political. That's why we are not supported. Otherwise, if Mnangagwa had allowed proper democracy, if he had allowed no rigging of elections in 2023, we would see our economy would have actually gone up. It's called EMH, efficient market hypothesis. What information goes to the market is what makes people react. We are not supported for the reasons that even the sanctions are there to about 11 people, if I'm not mistaken, including 3 institutions. It's all because these guys don't want to do what's right.
But
We
Comrade
are
Mudaro,
told, do not kill.
Sir,
kill.
Comrade, with due respect, sir, the international community, you're saying we should not violate certain things of the Constitution, otherwise the international community is going to say this is bloodshed. You know what the thing is? The thing is, here it is. It's not a constitutional democracy because it's not working as one. And you can prove it in law. You can prove it in law in front of the international court. So you're not breaking the law to even rise up in arms.
No, look,
you're not.
What is happening? If
You're
what
not
is
breaking
happening,
the Constitution because you don't have a Constitution that
but
that
listen,
describes
listen,
prescribes to the Constitution, sir.
Listen,
Mhm.
what we are
Okay.
what we are recorded as internationally, and what we are not doing is the reason why people don't support us. Is the reason why we've got sanctions.
No. They don't support for many different reasons, sir. It's to do with the natural resources and what how they think is there. They don't support us because whether or not black people fight with black people. They don't care. Those Western nations don't care. They care about their interests. They don't care about the law. They don't. The same countries are bombing places in Gaza. How can you say they
If you
care?
want to see, they care.
Mhm.
Recently,
They
who
pretend
removed
to care.
support?
If they care, would they be saying hey, you're racist because you're taking land back from white South Africans in South Africa? Will the president and Elon Musk be tweeting like that kind of nonsense? Insightful nonsense? They don't care. They're trying to start a war so they can come in and steal South Africa.
At times we need, as Africans, we need to introspect.
We've been doing introspection for a long time.
We could easily trade between ourselves. There's nothing that stops Africa from trading between Africa itself. We can
I'm saying Zimbabweans have been introspecting for a long time. They've got to this point.
Oh my God! Look, we can actually. We are the one continent with enough resources. All resources that you can find in the whole world are in this continent called Africa. But because we are not united, you can't blame that to the West. We know what the West are. You are
okay. So you just said you know what the West are, sir. You just said now you know what the West are, but earlier you were saying the West have an influence on us. Now you say we know what they are.
It's your duty.
You're backtracking, brother.
Sir. No, I'm not backtracking.
Yes,
I'm
you
saying
are.
Once we know our problem, once we know there's interference from the West, why don't we check them out? Why don't we push them over? And then they will actually sit with us as equals. But
okay, so you're saying chuck them out and they'll sit with us. So then why don't we chuck out the current government, even if it has to be an armed rising, and they will still sit with us? Because we show them that we want a real constitutional democracy.
You're talking from there. I'm in the UK. I will be in Zimbabwe tomorrow.
Hey, but it depends on which Zimbabwean down on the ground hears who better, sir. So you can't discount my voice. That's what I'm saying.
No, let's come down to, you see, the masses in Zimbabwe are not on Twitter. Let's come down on the ground and let's campaign together. And that's what you are suggesting.
But you are arguing to the point. I'm willing to campaign to an armed revolution. You're not. Then we have a problem there. We can deal with it here before I meet you on the ground.
Arms are a thing of the past. Arms are a thing of the past. We can only be
the reason that Zimbabwe is in the shape today is because they haven't threatened. They haven't. No, sir. This is wrong. If you just have to say you're going to do it and they'll step down. You don't say.
We need to be civilized.
Yeah,
we cannot.
And that they're acting uncivilized and they're acting violent without taking up arms. They've been violent towards the people of Zimbabwe without taking up arms. No. I will not be talked down to. They have been violent. They don't follow their own constitution. They've been violent to the people of Zimbabwe just by talking. Brother,
all the men and women that have been in politics, that have actually brought a bit of change, I actually salute them. They are revolutionary.
Yes, so how did they bring change in 1979? What are those people? They're called freedom fighters.
No.
Speakers.
We cannot do it via arms. We can do it.
Nobody said we're going to. You keep just saying that you shouldn't all the time. But I'm not saying that. You want me to make a promise that I shouldn't, and then they can continue doing that because they know I won't. I'm not going to sign that paper.
Come home, let's campaign. Come home and let's campaign. Let's take this message. Let's form a community that brings up funds. We get into the rural areas. We destabilize ZANU-PF there without going to war.
So wait another 100 years. Okay.
No, we won't. It only needs a landslide. We want to vote in such a way that ZANU-PF cannot rig, even with its rigging machinery. We want
Mudaraji, what are you trying to protect?
What I'm trying to protect is that we cannot have a war. No, we can't have a war. No,
why can't we have a war?
We don't need to talk like an I'm forming a government in exile. It's crap. For you to wage a war. There are so many dynamics. Who is going to support you? Who is going to house you? We do not want
there are even dynamics in this space, so you have to admit it too, right? There are dynamics being played out in this space, right?
That's fine. That's fine. You know what? We will campaign. We will go to vote. We won't go to war. I know very well that the alternative will not. The alternative that is coming, it will not go to war. It will not take up arms. It will mobilize people. It will work with the people. It will show an alternative. War is violence. We are saying down with violence. We don't want violence. So we cannot ever engage ourselves in any violent activities. Peaceful protests. Peaceful marches. Yes.
Mudaraji, you are protecting a system that is violent to its own people, and you are saying that we know to violence. What do you mean by that?
That's the difference. That's the
difference. A system that's been violent to its own people.
look, we are different. The alternative is not violent. We will
What do you mean we are
not
different?
go
Who is
with
we?
arms.
Who is
What I
we,
mean
sir?
is, we am actually, I'm we
But
because
you
I'm
and I,
involved.
you cannot speak for us because I'm just disagreeing with you. So who is we?
No,
we?
no. I
Who is
know.
we?
Look,
Yeah.
I go to rallies. I go also to campaigns. I actually know the people don't want violence. When I'm talking, no, and maybe unlike you,
I
this
am not
weekend,
saying
this
that I
coming,
want violence. You see
yeah.
how you're wording this, sir. You have to
What are
listen.
you saying?
You're wording it. I'm saying
What are you
I
saying?
do not want violence, but if I have to, if I have no choice, then I will take up arms for freedom, because we're not free. That's all I'm saying.
No.
And how did it become that I'm advocating for violence? Do you see
But
what
if I have to,
you can't
if I
separate
have
yourself
to,
from the two because you're on which side of the fence?
if I have to, I'll go the length and breadth of Zimbabwe, conscientizing, disseminating information, making them vote.
It won't
against
help if the
ZANU-PF.
military, the police,
helps.
and listen to the government. They're the ones with the guns, and you're not. It won't help.
It will help.
How?
It will
How?
help.
How do you ask them to get out of power if they just laugh at you and point a gun in your face and say, I don't want to?
Right now, we've got ample time. Right now, we've got ample time to 2028. We need to get into rural areas. We need to make our presence felt there. We need to campaign in rural areas. Let us not be afraid of ZANU-PF. Let's get in there. I will be there this weekend.
But sir, I can guarantee you, you go, the people I know in Kumusha, they'll say, but we have to fight if it comes down to it. They'll tell you, you're going to fight in rural areas. They'll say, yeah, no problem, we're behind you. But remember, if it comes down to a fight, don't run away. You ready? That's what they'll say to you. That's what they'll say to you. Are you going to go, you're violent? Those people who have been sitting there, they're the ones who are suffering. Right?
Do you know what ZANU-PF does? It actually distributes these trinkets and samples. They give them. Let's do the same. Let's mobilize finances. Let's go to the people. Let's help build schools. Let's help build clinics. Let's actually pay fees for those that are not going to school. Let's do all sorts. They'll remember you.
How can you build clinics, sir? You can't to build a clinic. You need the equipment. You need the contracts coming in. In a government that doesn't want you doing that. How are you going to work in that environment?
You know what? I go to my village. I am a local. I am a son of that place. I have no political. Listen, this is I have no No, it will happen if we all come out the way we want to. We need to unseat ZANU-PF.
No, you don't need to help them. You just need to tell them, are you going to stand all the way? And they'll come. They don't care about help. They don't want you to build a house for them. They want to go and get the money that's owed to them.
That is what they want. Right now, the president gives what we call presidential input program, all this in agriculture and the like. Let's do them as well. Let's do such.
Sir, in a nutshell, what you're saying, can I speak? In a nutshell, what you're saying is everyone from outside come with money and build up Zimbabwe because the government is stealing money from the people when they pay their taxes. So the people from outside are coming and donating and keeping Zimbabweans fed while the Zimbabwean guy in the Kumusha, he pays his tax, and that guy takes his chocolate and goes. All you do is tell the guy who's stealing your money to give it back, or you will knock him out and he'll give it back.
But you realize if we conscientize and educate our rural folks, if we persuade them, because politicians...
You don't have to persuade them. You tell them the truth. You don't persuade people when it's the truth. You don't need to persuade them. You just show them the truth. They're not dumb.
Even if you go into power, you still also will have opposition. So we need to persuade people to vote for us. We need to say why they should vote for us.
No, you don't need to persuade people to vote for you. People should decide who they want to send into office. I don't go into office by persuading a guy. I go into office by the people in the Kumusha tell me, we want to send you to do this for us. That's how election works. Now you're saying persuade. That's you're lying to get into office. My brother,
is all about persuasion.
No, I'm a public servant, not a politician. I'm a servant for the public. They send me. I don't persuade them to, hey, I'm better than that guy. That means I'm a cheat. They should immediately not send me.
No. You persuade them.
Yeah. You see that you got it all wrong.
You persuade. Some people are ZANU-PF. Some people are ZANU-PF, and there are some places where ZANU-PF genuinely...
Did Uncle Mwethi here persuade me to follow him? How did Uncle Mwethi persuade me to follow him? Do you understand? How did he persuade me? How did he persuade me? He wasn't even talking to me. He was just speaking the truth. And I woke up.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was not persuaded. I woke up.
Anyway, let's see. Anyway, why
Brother.
I told you
No,
my position.
you're starting to be disrespectful. Calm down. There's no need to talk to you like this. Don't say.
I'm not talking. I'm not even talking at the top of my voice.
No.
I'm simply
Okay,
saying,
brother. I'm not like this.
word.
I don't use. Listen, we're talking nice now. You're going. Iwe. Brother, please just keep it logical. I'm asking you, how did this guy persuade me? He didn't. He was just speaking the truth, and I heard it with an open mind. You think people in Kumusha are dumb? They are not.
But
so you
but
speak
his
the truth.
open mind persuaded you to come over.
No,
That's
it
what you
didn't
need to do.
persuade me. I was not. Persuasion means you go and look up the definition of persuasion, sir. You are it's trickery. You are doing something.
I don't want to even look at the definition because I know
Of course,
even
because you
English
don't know
itself
because the
is
word
very.
you've been using and how you've been saying it is all wrong.
No, but do you know? Do you know?
Okay.
Do you know I am at
Sorry.
the heart of English? I'm at the heart of English. I've lived here for almost 30 years. I know English very well, but persuasion means exactly what we're talking about. Politics is about selling your ideas to others and persuading them to come to you. And
That's
we should
politics,
also
correct,
allow. We should
it's not
allow
government.
opposition.
Politics is not government.
The idea is not to annihilate ZANU-PF. We want them to stay as the opposition, but tolerate what they do in a
I
democratic
will not
manner,
let
not
opposition be a bunch of thieves. Why would I have thieves in opposition? No, I must have opposition that are like me, that have opposite views, not guys who have robbed the bank and I keep them there because they were there. And when I took power, I said, okay, you were there, now you're the opposition. No, they have to pay the penalty for breaking the law.
You know what?
Don't they?
I've been talking too much. I think
Yeah,
there are so many
we have.
people
Sorry,
that want
thank
to
you.
talk. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
And no disrespect to you. I love you. Thank you.
I love you. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry for disrupting the space, ladies and gentlemen.
No, you didn't disrupt the space. That's the that's all part of the conversations we need to have. Sometimes they can turn that way as long as people don't end up slinging mud at each other's faces. It's all good. It can get heated up, so that's what you call heating up, and then it's good. It's healthy.
Yeah, I've been in
And this is
Canada
what
too
the
long.
truth.
That's why they're a little bit uncivilized.
This is when the truth comes out. When you fact check each other, when you challenge each other to provide evidence, and you challenge each other to get out of our comfort zones. That's part of what we need to be doing here. We're not coming here to make people comfortable.
So, yeah, and all I wanted to say, I just want to suggest this because I've seen it. Just you saying, buddy, I know what you're doing. If it comes down to it, right, I'll knock you out to a guy. He stops immediately. You don't. So that half the people that I know will be like, you're violent. But the other half I hang with is like, perfect. Exactly what he needed to hear. Because he knows that those guys will not even say it. But if you even say that you will do it, that's enough for him to know, it's time to pack up and leave town. But if you're saying, I promise I won't do it, then he knows he's got another week. You get it? When you say, okay, now you've got a week and I'm going to come on Friday, trust me, Thursday night, he's gone. I guarantee it. I guarantee it, people of Zimbabwe. I lay my life down. I'm coming with you. I guarantee it. Seriously. I know because I've seen it. Thank you.
Venancio, have you fallen asleep? Yeah, chromosome. It looks like host and co-hosts are sleeping now. What time is it in the UK? It's in the afternoon, isn't it?
I'm in Canada, so it's 6:43 a.m. So it must be 6 hours ahead, I think. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
6:43 a.m.
6:43 a.m. in Canada, 11:43 a.m. in England, I think.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's on Tuesday, is it?
Yes, Tuesday. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Yes, Tuesday. Yeah,
it's
Tuesday. Where are you guys? In
it's
Australia,
Wednesday.
You're
It's
in
Wednesday
Australia?
here already in Auckland. So.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh. People are so behind. It's 12:43 a.m. here on Wednesday morning. So you guys are so far behind. Like
So you know
a.m.
the
in the
future.
morning on
You know what's
Tuesday morning.
happening. Yeah.
Goodness.
You will know when the coup takes place ahead of me.
Of course. Yeah. That's right. No, the coup is usually behind. It's always behind. Like it's
Yeah.
because we wake up, do what we have to do, go to work, finish before everyone else does anything else.
Yeah, you know, I have my friends. They tell
And then
me
we go to another day before you guys even start the the new day.
Yeah, and I had some friends sitting with me in Canada. They were listening to the space, and they go, "Like, listen, how many of these guys are actually in Zimbabwe? It seems nobody's in Zimbabwe. Who are you talking to get stuff done?" And I go, "I don't know."
Yeah,
You know.
yeah, that's right. You know, many people in Zimbabwe will not get the time to come online because
Yes.
unless you live perhaps in an affluent life and your life
Because
is
they're just
just
surviving.
flying around like Weekend Chivayo, maybe you might have the time to go online.
Yeah, they're surviving. The rest of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know this guy called Weekend Chivayo? Oh, he's disappeared.
No, I don't know. A Wignall, yeah. I mean, I've
Oh,
heard of him. I know the story, but I don't know him. Yeah, I heard the story just recently.
You know the story, yeah. Okay, yeah. Now, I was just going to say, unfortunately, the host is gone. It's not available at the moment. I just wanted to say, he's got an aeroplane. He just bought a private jet recently, and that's so suspicious. Like, I just think that's not his jet. It's probably Mnangagwa's feminist jet, and he's probably using it to, launder money. Like there's probably a lot of money laundering going on there.
Yeah.
Because I suppose when it's a private jet, I don't know how these private jets get checked at airports, like their luggage and all this. How much checking goes on there? Like how much does immigration check? Like say for example, he flies to Dubai with gold. Would he be checked at the airport?
So no, if he's flying to Dubai with gold, right? A private. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
So hold on 1 second. Oh, I think I may be dropping out. Sorry. Okay. Hold on. Did you hear me right now?
No,
Yeah,
I can
you can
hear
hear
you.
me,
You're
right?
not, you're not dropping.
So in Dubai, if you're dealing with Dubai, listen, you've already made your contact is already waiting for you with the gold to receive the gold, correct? Because it's Dubai and Switzerland that do this stuff with the conflict gold. Dubai and Switzerland are the big players. So you are landing in Dubai airport, but you taxi to a different location. You taxi to the private terminal, and you get out.
Yeah.
Right. And there's no customs. You just walk through. Because it's Dubai. I mean, they're basically launderers. I mean, it's controlled by the United States. It's like completely, very small people are actually Emiratis. The rest of the place is all, workers from migrant workers, Palestinians. So if you're going to Dubai and you've already made the deal, there's no customs. You don't go through anything. They'll break any law. It's like Israel, right? Israel is the center for conflict diamonds. Israel's major contributor to imports is diamonds. Major contributor to GDP for exports, diamonds. The biggest, the person who supplies them, US. So it's just a farce. It's just bullshit. They take conflict diamonds, mix them, and send them. So if he's going to Dubai, he's just landing and walking through. Nothing to do with the law. They're above the law.
Yeah, that's what I think. That aeroplane, that private jet is possibly just for money laundering, and all these trips that he's taking are probably trips to, deliver gold, deliver cash, and all that. And
it's on behalf of these guys in power, right? Correct.
And it's behalf of these guys in power. Emerson Mnangagwa was asked yesterday if what his comment is on Chivayo, and he said, well, and he basically clowned about that question, and did not give a meaningful answer. Just said,
that's the answer.
If anyone has had money stolen from him by him, just go report to the police. Stupid answer.
That's the answer himself. Basically, we're above the law. Why are you asking me such silly questions? I'm not even going to answer.
It's like, don't ask me. You're embarrassing me. But I'm above the law. You can't do anything.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they do that in states, and they do that. It's part of the game too. They did that in the United States to show people that you have a puppet in place. They put Biden. So if you're actually looking, you're like, how this guy is supposed to be the leader of the country, right? He has to be astute, but he's senile. So they're showing you that the president is not in power. They're telling you, right?
Yes, same as Donald Trump. He's
exactly
he's got all these people that are controlling him, Elon Musk and a couple other people. So every president is always going to have issues because they come in at the patronage of several people that do support them. So
yes, unfortunately, I didn't know that Zimbabwe was a state, because I know Canada is not even a country. 89% of the land is crown land, so it's deeded to the king, and then they operate land title registry on top of the land deeds registry, right? So it's a joke. And the U.S. is a war corporation. They don't care about the people. They just use them. So with Zimbabwe, it was a nation, because it was a nation formed out of what was a nation that was suppressing them. So what they put in the constitution it is a disservice to the war veterans and what those people have done to the number of lives lost in the war, and this is what has become of it. But that's why I always feel it's like Western influence. How much of it is it? It's there, but greed is from the West. Greed corrupts Africa, because Africa was not greedy until the West showed up, right? So
I think much of our problem has been the fact that from independence we never had like a proper civilian government in power. These guys came from the war, basically soldiers. They just gave up their guns and went into the office. So you do have a few maybe who may not have held guns, Mugabe and Mnangagwa, but several of them who held key ministries were actually soldiers. They had held the gun, and they always said that we fought the war, we did this. So that was unfortunate, because you don't want people that have got a military background to be running the government, because they're going to run the government like a military. And running a government like a military does not serve the interests of the public. It does not serve the interests of the civilians, because the military runs on the basis of control, punishment, and elimination. That's how the military runs itself. So, and this is how we've been run. And confirmation in 2017, just came into the open that we are in control. We are just taking what we've always had. We just removing. You think the army is subservient to the government of the day, but our army just showed that it was not. The government of the day was actually subservient to the army, because they took it upon themselves that it was their duty to remove the so-called criminals around the president, when the president himself was actually a criminal. And they themselves taking power is a criminal action itself. So you can't purport to be removing criminals around the president when you are committing a criminal act yourself and then installing yourself. You're violating the Constitution, which is a criminal act. So we have been ruled by illegitimacy throughout. And when you're ruled by illegitimacy, that means no investor with their salt will come and invest meaningfully in your country. You're going to have mafia kind of investment, like the Chinese kind of investment, and a few other countries that have these mafioso that can invest in troubled countries and will always get their money, because they operate like a mafia and they do not fear anything. These are the kind of investors that you will get in your country, and your country will not go anywhere. Your economy will not grow. You will see a few buildings popping up here and there. You will see a few roads coming up. You will see a few bridges coming up there. But your net worth as a country will remain stunted, because no one is doing much. Your resources are being extracted. They're going overseas, and you're not getting anything as a people. So It's completely fucked up.
Mr. Nika, brother, 100%. And for example, China is exactly the same. They just don't, and then what happens is the excuses, no, they're very different. So, it's like in African states, it's like, no. China is different. China is not different because China is in bed with the United States and has been since they started getting into this, the supply. Why is Apple, all the corporations, American corporations are in China taking advantage of low labor. Then China is the main purchasers are Europe and America. So they know it's only the people on the ground going, China, trade dispute. There's nothing. That's a joke. They're playing around, and people should understand that. But when they come into a country, I live, Zambia is my dad's home. He's like, look at what they did to Zambia. Why would you let them come anywhere else? But the next country lets them in. The next country lets them in. They've got the same modus operandus. But these countries, it's like this or America. Which should I choose? How about yourself? You're right. You can. If you just withhold the natural resources, kick everyone out, withhold the natural resources, they'll come begging in 1 week. Right? And then you can say,
that's right.
There's another way to do it, but you have to suffer a little bit. But it's scared. People are scared of that little bit of suffering. But I think I'm telling myself, but you went through uprisings to get rid of colonialism in many countries. You fought wars, right?
Yeah.
So this is nothing. This will be nothing. I don't know what's.
Yeah, that's true. Zimbabwe itself has had what we call, I don't know if you know the name Chimurenga, which simply
Chimurenga
means
1 and 2,
Chimurenga 1, Chimurenga 2, Chimurenga 3. So why can't we have a Chimurenga 4? Who's there to tell us that you can't have a Chimurenga 4? Because we've had all these several Chimurengas because the previous Chimurengas had not given us enough freedom. So if that is so, if that was the logic of having all these several Chimurengas that we've had, why can't we have another Chimurenga again to completely free ourselves?
Yes.
I don't see the logic. I mean, anyone who says that you can't have a violent takeover is just trying to protect the status quo. That's what I think. And what you were saying about China, like China has been like a model for a lot of a model and friend for a lot of these liberation movements, and Russia as well. So China side by side with Russia has been, a friend and a model and a big brother for a lot of these African countries. So when they become independent, they become equally as repressive as China. And what they try to do, they try to emulate the West, but at the same, in terms of trying to have some sort of development, but at the same time, emulate China's over control of its population. How China puts people into communes and, all these kinds of things, tight controls on people's movement and all this. This is exactly what they do.
And they do it in the name of development. They do it in the name of you're stopping our development as a nation.
Exactly. That's the thing. So China then becomes, has total control as well on these, so-called friends in Africa, because China has never used,
a bomb,
violent takeovers of countries like what the Europeans did in Africa, in the partition of Africa in 1914. They didn't do that. What they've always done historically, they've always used soft power, which is, we'll come and build a stadium for you, we'll come and build a few roads for you, and then they extract your resources. They take your resources and take them to China and process them in China. They never process them in your country. So they've done this in several countries. Whereas when you look at America, America is all about violent takeovers. Like, Europe is all about violent takeovers. Whatever they wanted, they would take it over and completely, and extract resources, and then, try to build, a few cities here and there, and you can see some tangible, so-called development, which is not, which is not wholesale development, which is very different from China. China never builds like, like a complete build of a city, of towns and cities. They build few structures within a country. Like, for example, in Harare, they have built what was this called? The parliament, the new parliament in Zimbabwe. And they have built, I think, one, mining sort of complex, which is
and they put
of
5G
interest to
network in
them.
like one day or something, and everyone was going crazy about it. But it's only that complex. It's not like
That's right. That's right. So
and
what
they've
they've
got their
done is,
paid guys to come on the internet and like, hey, they're amazing. Then what?
so they're very clever. So they're very clever. They've built a few hospitals as well. So what they do is they will build those structures first, and then you see them and you go, oh my God, China is so good. China is so great. But in the meantime, what they're actually aiming for is actually that mining complex that they were building. So for extraction. And then they extract, because you can't say no now. They've built you a parliament. They've built you hospitals. Now you can't say no. It's like, girls in the past, you get, a few biscuits and a few, drinks bought for you by a boyfriend. You can't say no when they want to take your skirt off, because it's so hard. You've done it several days. You've been eating out of their pocket.
And the people who can't say no are the people with the good conscience. You see, you can't say no. If I was there, I'd say thanks. Now get out. I know what you're going to do now. Sorry.
Yeah, but the thanks actually, needs to start from, don't do it for me. I will do it myself. I can do it myself.
Yeah. And
rather than
Africa
having it done and then you want to start saying no. This is where it becomes a bit of a problem.
Yeah, you don't bring them in. You can do everything yourself. Africans are the smartest people I know, and I'm not African. I can tell you. I've been to Europe. My parents are from Sri Lanka, so India. Now I'm in Canada. There's nobody as smart as a guy that's the guys I knew and grew up with in Harare.
I don't know if that's actually true, because there's no evidence for that. Like most of Africa. Most of Africa is underdeveloped at the moment.
Yeah, it's underdeveloped because how can it get developed?
So where is the smartness? So where is the smartness you're referring to?
Oh, the smartness is in the average person, not the corrupt person. I'm saying the you and me, the guys here, are clever, right? But they never offered the opportunity because they.
So what would you say about Europeans, for example, the British, the Americans,
they're sneaky.
Australians,
New
Zealand.
Oh, if you want,
so are they smart? Can you categorize them as smart?
No, they're sneaky. They're hustlers. In the hustler world, they're smart. Of course, they're smart because we're naive. They're smarter than us because they had to steal. But it's like this. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying?
You're not being truthful. You're not being truthful.
Okay. No.
European. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
you finish then. You finish then.
I'm saying this. Okay, look at this. I just want to give you the example. I know what you're getting at. And So here's my defense. You own an orchard with all the mangoes. You have everything. You are not going to think of a way to climb over the fence in the middle of the night, break through the electric fence, bring some meat to feed the dogs to keep them quiet, and then pick the mangoes. So of course the guy breaking into your house is smarter than you, but it's because you have never been in a situation where you had to develop that kind of smartness. But you're kind, you're generous, you've always fed your neighbors. But he's been starving, so he's gotten smart. If you're considering smartness that way, yes. But I say, emotional quotient, that's what I mean, smartness, like a guy that I can have a conversation with. But when it comes time to take over a rob a bank, of course, you have to go and talk to different people. So does that make sense? Or does that tell you why I was explaining it or hiding behind something? Or you can tell me what you wanted to say.
Well, what I was going to say to you is because you trying to give me the impression that Europeans benefited from taking over Africa and a few other places all over the world which they took over. And
they still benefit. They benefit to this day. They still benefit.
And you are saying their success is attributable to that action which they did.
Yes.
But what you're forgetting is they had actually developed the means to be able to do that, to be able to travel to all those parts of the world. Means of transport, technology. Europe had undergone through what was called the Industrial Revolution. It had nothing to do with with Africa. It had nothing to do with all these colonies that they have. It was something that was happening within them, out of their own, initiative, out of their own innovativeness. So their own creativity, and you can actually trace it in their history. Around the 1600s, you do have William Shakespeare actually publishing. They had all these published scripts and all these published books.
They developed the writing press and stuff like that, like Gutenberg.
And that's right. And if you take any part of Africa at that time in history, around the 1600s, and place it side by side with England, we will be 5,000 years behind.
So, for example, Great Zimbabwe, you're saying. What about Great Zimbabwe?
So yeah, if you take Great Zimbabwe at the time when Great Zimbabwe was constructed, and then you place Europe on the side, then we're still far behind, because Great Zimbabwe was just stones put on top of each other, and that was the only place where you had, apart from Matopos, and it was a Kami as well. So only 3 spots, but we are talking of people who actually developed towns and cities, not just one outposts like the Great Zimbabwe or the Kami ruins or any other place we're talking about. We're actually talking about towns and cities, and then they came over to Africa and developed towns and cities as well, which we as Africans had failed to develop on our own. So we had developed, minimal representations of what you can call a town and a city, but not to the level that they did.
Oh yeah, but brother, here's the thing: they had to develop those towns and the cities because of where they were located. It's the weather, and it's also the way their society was developing. Right? They had certain.
That's right.
Certain things
I'm talking about their
collective.
ability to do that. I'm talking about their ability to do that. So when you say Africans are the smartest people I've ever met, where does that smartness go?
Oh yeah. So,
where is it used?
Gone? Where is it gone? You mean? Or where does it go?
Where does it go? Yes,
No,
because,
so when I'm saying
I don't see it used in Africa.
Oh yes, 100%. It's used in the West, right? Is that what you're saying? It's the smartness is going to the West because something is calling it, and you're saying it's because the West is more. There's stuff that the West is doing that makes the professional go there. Is that what you mean? So, okay, I'm saying, if I sit down and talk to the average Canadian, okay, and sit down and talk to the average Zimbabwean in Zimbabwe, the average Zimbabwean will know more knowledge, will have more knowledge, will have more sensitivity to certain issues, will be able to process things better, to give me a better answer for a solution I'm looking for. I will say that. So then that's how I get the smartness. I'm gauging on an intellect, on an individual level. The amount of, if I remember when I was in high school, I had to repeat high school here because they said Shona is your first language. You didn't study English. If you want to go to university, you have to do this level English. So I went to high school here, right? So now I came out with 94% average doing nothing, right? Because the average guy in Zimbabwe would have come out with the same amount. Those guys were getting 79, 80. That's how I gauge it. But you're talking about a societal thing, is it, Mr. Nika?
Yeah, but you're using a standard which was developed in the Western world, like the education that we depend on. It's Western education. So we are thriving. We seem to be thriving in a system that was developed by the Europeans that you are trying to compare us to.
But
we're smarter than.
Yeah, no. The thing is, you can't compare the things because they came in and firstly they installed their system. Who's to say that if they never came, the system that would have arose out of just natural thing and not being undermined, sabotaged, not being kept down for a generation? You keep a generation down, they lose 3 generations to catch up.
Yeah, that's my question too. Yeah. Because at the point of contact, which is around, in most countries, around the 1860s, 1890s for Zimbabwe.
Oh, yeah, like a big push, like mid 1800s, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have much. Like, people had basic stuff. Like, our communities were very basic. Basic structures. basic buildings. When in Europe they had, you know, mansions, they had castles, they had ship. They had already, like in 1812, they had already built the what was this ship that was the Titanic? Well, it had already been built, and they'd already built several ships that had, you know, traveled long distances, and all this technology, and they were already experimenting in aviation, and you know, everything that makes money in this world was already being made in the West, and parts of Asia as well. Asia had developed, you know, was the center of the earliest development of written forms, which is why the Bible became so popular, because, you know, earliest forms of story writing, you know, arose from those, you know, from those regions. So when we take developments happening in Europe in a particular period and developments happening in Africa at particular periods, you can't compare enough. There's not much comparison there, and it's no surprise that to date there has been no car invented in Africa. There has been no aeroplane invented in Africa. There has been no phone invented in Africa. There has been no internet platform started in Africa. Everything that makes money, every kind of technology, everything that you can think of is made in Europe. And no wonder all of the 54 countries in Africa are sitting around a measly $3.4 trillion, which is the economy of one country. Let's say, for example, France or Italy. That is what they have as their economy.
That's the
3 trillion.
combined GDP. The combined GDP of Africa is like that.
GDP, that's right. So your GDP, so the GDP of all of the 54 African countries is 3 point something trillion. You compare that with France, compare that with Italy, compare that with Germany. We can't even match. Canada, I think Canada is 2 point something trillion, isn't it? Just Canada on its own.
I don't know, because everything in Canada is fake, including the GDP numbers. I can tell you that.
Yeah, it's about two point something trillion. I suppose, and so I don't know. It's because it's because Africa has not been able to step up when we are supposed to do that. You compare us with Asia. Some you know, lots of countries in Asia have been able to step up. Think of countries like Korea, Japan, you know, Taiwan, China, you know, India, you know, Pakistani, you know, all these countries that you have in Asia. They've been able to step up in some way and meaningfully contribute to technologies, industry in the world. So I find that Africa has had stunted growth, stunted development, and stunted intelligence as well. I don't know what has happened to us. Maybe it's because we haven't used our languages, because we use other people's languages to be able to access education, access technology, and access innovation. So when you use other people's languages, you basically become a consumer, isn't it? Because when you are using another person's language, you're basically living in their culture. So you become a consumer of their culture. And no surprise, we have a love for everything Western. We have a love for everything Asian. So I don't know. I would disagree with you when you say.
I want to add some things, because based on what you said, but I'll let you finish because you've moved on. So continue, sir.
No, so I was just saying that it does appear that when a country uses its own language, that becomes the basis of success. And that is actually shown in all countries in Europe. If you go to every country in Europe that you visit, they use their language. Small countries like Netherlands, very rich countries, 7th in terms of whatever. I think it's also part of the G20 countries. 16 million people, very small country. In 3 hours, you would have finished driving in the whole of Netherlands, but they've got a big economy. They use their language. They use Dutch. You go to Finland, they use Finnish. You go to Norway, they use their, Norwegian. You know, you go to any European country you go to, they use their own language. Russia, they use their own language. You know,
and what
every
does it
country
do?
you go to.
Yeah.
And the same applies to Asia. All the countries we know in Asia, they use their language for education and technology and everything. Korea has been able to dominate the world through its technology, not through English, but through Korean. Japan has been able to make 5, 6, 7 brands of cars and dominated the world through Japanese. If you go to Japan today, most of their degrees are accessed in Japanese. You have to struggle very hard to be able to find degrees that are taught in English. And that has been the hallmark of their success, that they use their language. They teach mathematics, science, chemistry in their languages. Go to Africa. All the countries in Africa, except maybe for, I think, Ethiopia and perhaps, I don't know, most of the countries in North Africa, they use Arabic, and I'm not sure to what extent Arabic is actually, and Arabic is not, yeah. So most countries in Africa don't use their original languages. And as such, your level of thinking becomes second remove, you know, like Plato says. If it's not the real thing, then it becomes second, third, or fourth remove from the real thing. And therefore, you're not able to sort of succeed.
Yes.
You know, as much as other people have done. I don't know if you agree with that.
You know, you listen. I'll tell you, because you just opened my eyes up to what my people have been telling me for a long time that I didn't understand until I heard it from you. But I'll let you finish it. I'll tell you. Like you just woke me up to you know, people have been screaming at me for like months, and I didn't understand what they're talking about until you just said it. So I owe some people an apology. But keep going. Or do you want?
Yeah. So,
yeah. Okay.
yeah,
So I'm Tamil, right? I'm Tamil. So you were talking Tamil.
Yeah, you're Tamil, and
Yeah.
Tamil
It's
is
the oldest written language in the world. It's the oldest written language in the world. You can check it. So,
yeah, of course,
yes,
it is, and you do have what is it that was invented in is there something mathematical? I think is it in mathematics?
Yeah, I mean, math was invented in India, yes, and a certain like logical process and thinking, yes. But I'm not sure because I was born in Ndola. So
because there's I think there's a part that is attributed to Arabic, which is it
not Aramaic? Aramaic?
Algebra. Algebra. No, algebra is algebra originates from what was I think was originates from Arabia. I think Arabia you know, is credited for algebra. And it's actually in Arabic. You know, to say algebra is actually Arabic itself.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know if you understand this, because you guys have you lived in because Tamils are they is it part of Sri Lanka? Is it?
Yes. So Tamil Nadu is a state in the southern part of India, and then early on, people going to that island, which is Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
So so I'm Sri Lankan Tamil is my heritage from the island. So we're different from Indian Tamil. So, but just to get back, the Tamil guys have been telling me in the Tamil spaces, you should learn Tamil. You should learn Tamil. I keep saying, listen, I have something wrong with my head. I can't pick up Tamil because I could pick up Bemba when I was young because I was born in Ndola.
Yeah.
When I went to Harare, I picked up Shona, but I lost it immediately, and it goes. My mom used to send me to classes, so I can't pick it up. But they're telling me exactly what you said, because they keep saying you don't understand. If you learn Tamil, it opens your brain up because it's the oldest language. You get wisdom out of the language itself.
Yeah,
they were telling me this,
that's
right? And
So
now this is what you've told me. Yes, because
that's very true. There is wisdom in your own language, and when you think in your own language, you are at your most creative.
Yes,
so
that's what they were telling me. And
so
this
Europeans,
so
Europeans knew that when they colonized Africa, that the best way to kill initiative and innovation and creativity is to introduce a language and then say that is now your official language. So that means a child in Africa.
While you're on the space, can you subscribe to the presser at 7 p.m. British Zimbabwe time, so it'll be 5 p.m. British time. War veterans are going to be responding to Mnangagwa's presser. So we've posted it up there. Just subscribe to it so that if this space drops, you'll be alerted when we resume, because that's the official time that we're going to start again. Cheers.
Where did you post it again? Is that on the chart?
Yes, right on the chart, right on top. Can you see?
Yeah, the one.
Can you see? Right
The one I can see is Grand. Is that the Mnangagwa and the ZBC one?
No. There should be one that says War Veterans Respond to President ED's presser. There's one.
Maybe it's not appearing.
Yes,
I'll send a link to you, brother Nika. Is it Nika, right?
Yes. That's right.
I'll send a link to you. I'll send a link. I'll open it. I'll send a link.
It's also on the Twitter account. So in the Twitter account, handle ZimI, and then just subscribe to it so that when we start, we don't have to delay.
Yeah.
Because what's going to be happening? These comrades are going to be joining us from the bush, right? And if their network cuts, so we can't have a session where we wait warming up for 30 minutes for people to come up. We might as well just start jam straight in, and they just smashing it. And and then we could be done and dusted in less than an hour. So subscribe to it so that because nas in your time so pisa fake news that it.
Yeah, that's done. I've subscribed.
Oh, what do you mean subscribe? You mean subscribe to Zimai, like follow Zimai?
The actual presser. So what you do is you're just attending. You're signing up to attend it. That's the point. I don't know how
you're just setting up a reminder. Yeah.
Set up a reminder. That's right. Because it only says 28 people there.
Yeah, I set up a reminder and added it to calendar. That's all you want me to do, right? There's nothing
and
to
those
subscribe
who are watching on video, we know that there's over 1,200 people on video right now. Click the link going, because there are only 32 people who've subscribed over there, and it doesn't make sense. When we do the session, when we're hosting the war veterans at 7 p.m. at this was Omira. Right. So I'm saying that those who are watching on video, can you go to the ZimI Twitter account and subscribe and sign up to say that you're going to attend so that you can be notified? If you don't, you're not going to be alerted when the vets start speaking. And when they do, for 5 minutes, that will be your opportunity to connect with them, speak with them, and interact with them. I can tell you here, stuff is happening. Folks, I'm actually afraid. Like, the things that I'm seeing is the background to go. I'm really serious. And I'm going to also be posting a message on my own portal to show you how involved now I have become in this effort. I'm now involved at a very, very senior level, at a very big level. Right. Okay. So
Why do a general?
You know what happens? You default to politicians. You have no choice. You default to politicians.
I can't. You know what? I can't. These guys, right? Let me tell you. I can only play my own role as a media practitioner, as a news practitioner, to help these folks make the right, best decisions, and make them also connect Nevan. And that ends my engagement. I cannot be in any way right at the front, even though the invitation is there, folks. Even though the invitation was there,
when you chill with soldiers, right? If you're honest, the real soldiers will make sure you're safe. They'll take you to the place, but they'll make sure if you say, "Hey, this is not for me," you'll be right there. They'll take care of you. Trust me. Real soldiers know what to do.
No.
Let's see when we get there. Let's
they won't. Oh, they won't take you there. Yeah.
Let's
no, I'm not. No. I don't want people to think I'm inciting violence.
Let's get the country first, right? Before we talk about that.
I talk about a fight now, and someone will just come from the background and say, "So you want to start a war there, right?" And I was like, "No, I was talking about you."
No. My point is, you know what? The news network has always been a news network for the masses.
in whichever direction the masses have need support, right, to air their views and to champion their causes. That's what Zimai is. It's for the people. It's how people see things. And when Chamisa, during the time, when I think you notice here, it was Changirai first, it was Chamisa, then soon after that. I mean, we had to make that project work, right, from the ground, literally, when Chamisa was handled, because if in our view, right, these are the masses. This is over 80% of the population that is saying Chamisa, right? So we go by that. And right now, general in actual fact, they're not so much about general, right? I'm talking about the war veterans, these senior war veterans, the Zimbabwe Liberators Forum. They launched their program on Zimai. So our commitment is to make it work. We've got to make this liberation project work, and we're not messing about.
Zimsterek, do you know who Chamisa is?
I know. I didn't look into that story. I'm catching up, and there's so much stuff to catch up. You know what I mean? And I'm still have a job in Canada, but it's like inundated. So I know a little bit, but you can give me the background, please. Yeah.
Can we try this? Can you say Chamisa Chibaba Chenyuchi?
Chamisa Chibaba.
Yeah, come on.
Huh?
Chamisa Chibaba Chenyuchi.
Come on.
Chamisa Chibaba Chenyuchi.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, you got it. So you're going to repeat that every time you talk about Chamisa. Chamisa Chibaba Chenyuchi. It just simply means he's the.
So you're sending me to do some dirty work. Okay, what is it that you need me to do?
No, it's not some dirty work. It's up.
No, I'm saying you're sending me out to the front line already with the gun. You didn't even train me nothing, huh? Okay.
No, Chibaba. Chibaba simply means, it can mean male, a male bee, the bees, like bees. So in Shona, a bee is called Nyuchi. So the male bee is the one that basically goes out there hunting and doing all the fights, while the queen bee is making honey. So so that's what it means. Like, Chibaba Chenyuchi. So the male bee, as opposed to the queen bee, who just sits there and makes honey.
Yeah. So what does it mean in the context? I mean, what names are we talking about? Names or parties, or is it relating to what? I don't know.
So Chamisa, Chamisa is the opposition leader who contested with Emerson Mnangagwa in 2023 election.
Yeah.
And then
the MDC guy. I think it's MDC. Isn't it?
No, not the MDC guy. He's the CCC guy.
Oh,
he's
CCC.
Formerly an MDC guy.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, CCC guy. So but he's quit politics now. Because of what happened in 2023, all the cheating and all the targeting that ZANU-PF was directing at him, and then the setting up of a stooge opposition leader and party. After that, I don't know if you know of a name called Chabango, a surname called Chabango.
No.
Sengezo Chabango. Yeah, so it's been, you have a lot of catching up to do. It's been a lot of dirty underhand dealings going on. What we've been talking about, like when you have a mafia government in power, everything that happens is mafioso style. So that's where we are stuck in. So Chamisa was the big political leader, opposition leader in 2023, but he's not there anymore. He's just an ordinary person at the moment, according to what he said. But people are waiting for his return. Like, nothing has been able to move in any direction since he left.
Nika.
Yes.
Mr. Nika.
Yes, Tenancio. Wamuka manje.
Am I audible?
You're audible.
And that's not rara.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Wait, can I ask a question?
Yes, you can ask.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
There is one thing that I just need to know. Chamisa last time, before he says that, he was going to disengage from Parliament and Council, referring to Triple C MPs and councillors, in a form of rather a protest because they needed justice to be done. They were responding to things about Sengizu Chabango. He further stated that he was going to engage with other stakeholders outside Zimbabwe on this issue, like SADC and the EU. Has the guy ever come back with the feedback, or how far is that progress going on so far? Fighting back for Triple C, perhaps. Because for us, trust me, I do have a lot of speculation ever since Chamisa left Triple C. I do not feel confident sticking an X next to his name on
All
the
right.
ballot paper.
Venancio, I'll answer your question this way. You know a country called America, and their unwavering support for Israel, to a point where when Israel slaughters people in Gaza, America will continue to sing, "We stand with Israel. Israel has the right to defend itself." That is exactly what has happened in Zimbabwe. That when Zimbabweans have called on the international community and largely regional, partners like SADC and the African Union, we have not had any meaningful contribution coming from that end, because SADC, when it matters most, they will stand by ZANU-PF, and they will say ZANU-PF has a right to defend itself, or ZANU-PF has a right to do whatever it does, and you as the opposition, you are just treated as nothing. So if you are expecting feedback from SADC, it's what you have seen happening, that SADC went on to accept Emerson Mnangagwa and made him the chairperson. Now, if you can't understand that matrix, then you probably just refusing to see what's in the open, that SADC has always been and will always be a useless body that will not benefit anyone in Southern Africa except the leaders themselves. And also, because your question does seem to suggest that Chamisa has not been able to fulfill his promises. Chamisa was trying to sort of move in what most Zimbabweans feel, believe that we can achieve this in a democratic way. We can use institutions to sort of get through this. That those were his last hopes of okay, we can use institutions, we can do this, we can approach so and so and so on, and that didn't happen. And this is why you saw he did the honorable thing to say, okay, with everyone showing that they can't do anything, I can't do this on my own, I will step aside and let you guys do what you have to do. He didn't say I'm going with so and so. He didn't say I am going to dismantle this and that when I go. No, he didn't do that. He just said, I'm stepping aside. You who have the energy to do it, you who have decided to collaborate, you go ahead and do what you have to do and see where we are now. Now this is nearly 2 years and no one has been able to step up.
No, but this is exactly where I have a problem.
Yeah.
This is
What is your
exactly
problem?
where I have a problem. And this is exactly where I actually start having trust issues with regarding to Komana. Here's the thing though. One thing that
he's now Chibaba Chenyuchi.
You may refer to him as that, but let me just refer to him as Mr. Chamisa. For the sake of, here's where I have a problem. Chamisa is a huge following, and most people, when they were fighting for the Triple C, and I'd like to include Pastor Tafumane Messiah, who died unfortunately at the end of the evil terrorists ZANU-PF. But what happened is that for us to even vote or to even participate during these campaigns, what happens normally is that we are intimidated, we face threats, and sometimes we actually like assaulted physically before we go on these campaigns. The moment John Sengezo Shabangu came in and he took that thing, he actually undermined a lot of people that were, what would you say? A lot of people that were, or he actually stepped on their hopes. And this is where I am expecting the leader to actually maybe rally the people behind. When he said that he was going to engage SADC, I think SADC came through as far as it could, to write that report to say that the elections, there is some things that were wrong with the elections. Now, here's why I put on my why I call myself Venancio Mondlane or Venancio Mondlane. What is interesting is how Venancio Mondlane handled the issue of Mozambique, perhaps, or how he has rallied the opposition in Mozambique. What he has managed to do, one, when he came back, he actually had sent a lot of letters to other opposition leaders in the region of SADC, including those in South Africa. They even tried to approach the South African parliament and the South African Union buildings just to speak about the issue. But when he came here, he was trying to gather support, trying to gather some sort of condemnation for the government of Mozambique. Cyril Ramaphosa, I know that he went scrutiny from journalists because of what Venancio Mondlane has done. Venancio Mondlane, upon the elections being rigged, even Podemos selling out Venancio Mondlane to go on to work it, what we tend to see is that he remained with the masses, he remained with the people. To anyone who has lost a loved one during this protest, to uprising in Mozambique, or to even the lawyer's family, I think they feel like the deaths of their loved ones were not in vain, so much as to when you look at Mkomana, when he said that he just disengaged in politics. And not to mention that a lot of
So
people...
you are not aware that Venancio Mondlane had to leave the country or in fear of his life.
He came
and
back.
that he returned to
He
Mozambique a month ago.
But he came back.
Yeah, he came back, yeah. But he had to skip the country.
But listen, the most important point is that he came back and is now engaging in
No. Do you accept that Mondlane at some point feared for his life and actually fled Mozambique?
Yes. Yes, that's
and
a
people
fact.
stayed,
That's
and
something
people
that I
that
can't even say
remained,
that I deny or
and the Mozambicans
fact
and
is
the
it.
Mozambican people continued without their leader to protest on the streets, and he was giving instruction on his Twitter handle and a few other places, and running things from wherever he was until he came back a month ago.
Yeah, but you see, the leadership.
So what is your comparison?
The people,
so what is your comparison with Chamisa?
So you can't. Okay, here's the thing: you can't say that the people just woke up and just listened to some Twitter feed or listen to some Facebook Live and just decided, let's go to the streets. There were people that were in there, the leaders of the community that were in there, that were pro-Venancio Mondlane.
Yeah.
One thing that people cannot tell me in Zimbabwe is that ZANU-PF is a larger constituency. No, they do not have. Is that we are lacking a person, or we are lacking the quality leadership that actually knows how to organize the opposition, the voice of the people.
All right. Can I answer you? Can I answer you before you
Chamisa
continue?
Chamisa, in that case, I would refer to him as perhaps
Venancio, can
a
I
snake oil salesman.
Can I respond to that before you go ahead? Now, Venancio, we do not lack leaders in Zimbabwe. We have plenty leaders. Since independence, we have had so many good, courageous opposition leaders. What we lack are people. Now, when you have an opposition that is not backed by people's courage, that opposition dies a natural death, like you've seen all oppositions die in Zimbabwe. Because when it matters most, when we need to defend our leaders, when we need to stand by our leaders, Zimbabweans do not step up. We cower and into our shells like tortoises. This is what we have, which is the opposite of what you have in Mozambique. In Mozambique, you can have a strong leader, and you can also have a strong following, a strong povo. And if you know the history of Mozambique, you would know that Mozambique has been like that since 1976, when the Renamo civil war started. The people of Mozambique have learned since that time, just a year after their independence, just a year after Frelimo took over power, they learned to challenge the government. And some people were fighting in the bushes for so many years, until I think it was around 1993 or so. So you're looking at a period of about 15 or 16 years of a civil war, of people challenging the government in one way or the other. So you can't compare Mozambique and Zimbabwe. Mozambique has got both of the things that they need to be able to have a revolution, an effective revolution. They have courageous leaders who have come up at different times in their history, and they also have courageous population that can be easily led into doing something, into fighting for their cause. Whereas in Zimbabwe, you do have courageous leaders, good leaders, all of whom have been decimated by ZANU-PF, while we watch and we are saying, oh, we need a courageous leader. What do you want him to do? If he can't do anything without the people. ZANU-PF did what they did in the 70s because they had people that they were using in the rural areas, and they had all these people that were joining the army and so on. They had a willing recruitment base where they could get more and more soldiers. The more that were killed, the more they would recruit. So we have in Zimbabwe, we have run out of that steam. So I don't agree with you that we don't have leaders. We do have leaders, but we don't have people.
Nkomanyika, here's a simple thing. I'll ask you this question. I think there was a speaker here that mentioned that after the 2018 uprising from the public, with the dissatisfaction of the election.
What 2018 uprising from the people? Like the mass protest?
Yes.
Which resulted in the shooting
the then leader called the people fools of the opposition.
You mean Kamisa's comment?
Yes. Also, I think the best thing that we ever had, that was the greatest opposition leader to exist perhaps in the 21st century for Zimbabwe, was Morgan Tsvangirai, and it ended with him, unfortunately.
What do you mean he was the greatest leader? What do you mean? What did he achieve?
For starters, a lot of people, they like to downplay the government of national unity, but Morgan Tsvangirai actually managed to bulldoze into the government at that particular point in time. He managed to bulldoze into he managed to organize masses.
Okay. By the same token, you are saying Joshua Nkomo was a great leader as well, because he managed to have ZAPU swallowed into ZANU-PF in the Unit Accord in 1987.
Well,
is that what you're saying? Because Morgan Tsvangirai was not the first one.
I said the 21st century, but if I have to go to the Joshua Nkomo thing,
you are choosing to pick Zimbabwe's history from 2008, when in actual fact, what you're talking about had been happening before. There had been leaders before. We had compromised in order to achieve peace and tranquility in Zimbabwe. Joshua Nkomo was one person who did that. He was able to sacrifice his own party and have it, he swallowed into what was called United ZANU-PF. And for some time until I think the mid-90s, they continued to be called ZANU-PF instead of ZAPU. So what Morgan Tsvangirai did, it had already been done before by Joshua Nkomo. So you cannot pick, you cannot choose to pick bits and pieces of history that you want. This is why I'm saying we've always had courageous leaders in Zimbabwe. What we have not had are courageous people to back that opposition up. You can't have an opposition that doesn't have people. So when you have an opposition that has only leaders, you have your leaders being harassed and tossed around like what's happening. And when you have your leader being imprisoned for 500 days with no one raising even an eyebrow, like Jacob Tikala. Yeah, okay.
Perhaps that our opposition doesn't like to engage with the people before or is this after elections, perhaps, or only likes to come out during the time when elections are also reaching. Here's the thing, though. The political education.
What do you mean by that? Can you explain that? You can't just make my statements and then you want to move on to another point. Can you explain what you mean by that?
I'm not making my statements. What was happening
but explain what you have just said. You say the opposition wants to engage people just by my elections. What do you mean by that?
Where is opposition right now?
What do you mean?
At the moment, where is the opposition right now?
What does
Chamisa refer to him? Okay, what does Chamisa refer to himself as right now? Doesn't he refer to himself as a private citizen?
Yes, he's a private citizen, yes.
My question then becomes, why are you people still putting your hopes in him or still thinking that he's going to come back to lead when the guy clearly said that he doesn't want to?
Yeah, he means why are you bringing up a name from the past, is what he's saying, right? Effectively today.
Sorry, Zimtre, what did you say?
Oh no, I was just saying, he's basically saying, why are you bringing up a name from the past? Because today, right now, he says he's not, he's retired. So, yeah, I was just translating, but yeah, I didn't need to.
Oh, yeah. That's right. We always bring names from the past, and Chamisa is not a distant past. He was, a political leader in 2023, and he's a leader I love. So I always continue to talk about him, and I think it's my right to talk about him like that.
Of course.
Even if he's no longer doing politics, and my hope is that he would come back to politics.
Now, yeah, I get that. That is
right. Could I bring a bit of editorial input into that?
Yeah.
Okay. Chamisa didn't resign. And once again, the failure to understand that Chamisa didn't step down, didn't resign, neither did he quit politics. It's also the very same failure that I've been talking about, that people lose it. They get scammed because they don't pay attention to detail. Let's get the detail, folks. Go back to read Chamisa's resignation statement and see what it says in there. Is it not clear?
Because from
okay, again, yeah. So Chamisa, what he did, I'm putting it here. Let me hold on. I'm gonna look for it here. What Chamisa simply did there, it is exactly the same thing that he did when he quit the MDC Alliance to start CCC Yellow. It's exactly the same thing. And he even made it clear that, look, politics hasn't ended here, but we're just entering a different type of politics. Because Mnangagwa akamusquiza, akambata akumana, so how do you feel? Washanda iwewe, your bank account has been taken. Your building harvest house has been taken, right? Your name that you worked on since you were 19 years old, right? MDC Alliance has been taken through a court order, a cheap court order, right? Has been taken. Nakupe na Mwanzora. Soon after that, the party that you have started, once again, it's taken by another court order once again. What do? What would you do yourself?
You resign in protest.
Yeah, well, you could say resign, but if I could use the term, you would change gears. Because what the enemy is doing, the enemy is changing boundaries here. He is shifting the goalposts. Urukutamba bora one munhu. Anditika, uwa goesa bora. Munhu anoiye by the time wanenge wakugoesa iya, iye anosvika obva adzura magoalpost obva amaisa ukoko. What do? Every time you come again, you are now literally about to score. He comes and then he just smashes my goalpost so that Super Zanza will not go. What do? You simply change the game. You've got to win. And that's what Chamisa did there. You just changed my gears. And a lot of people didn't pick this up. That is exactly what happened. And I'm really saddened that Isusu, all of us, I mean myself included, because it took me time to understand this. I got included. Nkulu Sekosbanda is the one person akatozoya akatozondexplain. No. Chamisa anaku resign. Yeah, unfortunately, Nkulu Sekosbanda was sidelined by some people who were after another character who also wins my court cases in a dodgy way, who is claimed to be a spokesperson just because Munu Uyo are in a defamation case. I mean, can't you see, folks, getting scammed? You're getting scammed by the same people, same style. Muna Anongo Uya, and you can see it's the same script. And so, coming to what we're talking about right now, it wasn't just that. There was a time when Chamisa had after 2018, and Emerson Mnangagwa had been exposed for shooting people using Vanasanya to kill people, mu First Street and all sorts. When that happened, Emerson Mnangagwa akaita pull up a new tact, and George Charamba announced it here per Twitter. Agabati, very soon Chamisa is going to be squeezed in, is going to be squeezed out, and very soon he will bleed. He actually said he will bleed. That's what he said, a whole president spokesperson. Now, that should have told you, and you bleed within and you bleed without, bleed within and outside. So what does that mean? These people are just changing games. They use bullets. Ballots. Bullets. What do? You use something that is way more powerful than bullets. And you know what he chose? He chose the Bible. So anakuita paninga chikanda verse when Chamisa actually throws a scripture there. You folks are saying, hey, pastor. No, and you think Chamisa quit. No. He just changed the gears. And you know what? The Bible is actually a very powerful tool. Very, it can help, it can build, right? And build character. Folks, I mean, I'm one recipient of that. I can tell you, it's an amazing book, right? It's the oldest journalistic document, right? At the same time, it's a spiritual document. But at the same time, folks, it is also a book that can be abused to kill people. I mean, to literally, Vladimir Putin, everything that he's doing right now, he's basing it on biblical scripture. Yeah, he's got the Dutch, not the Dutch, Russian Orthodox Church behind him, doing whatever he's doing. Israel, right, is doing what he's doing in Gaza, in Palestine, wherever, based on its version of the Bible, right? And you can't stop them. And so you can't stop them, right? Equal Arab community. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, Chamisa akachinja magia, boys. I mean, what I'm supposed to say. Akangweta akachinja magia. He didn't quit politics. And let me tell you, when it comes to the Bible, in my journalism, I've used the Bible in my journalism. I can tell you, folks, you achieve crazy stuff. I mean, do you want me to tell you one of my feats? One of my feats recently, right, was actually running the life of a minister, the foreign affairs minister of a country. He is now former foreign affairs, the SB Moyo of Zambia. I ran his whole life for a whole month using Bible scriptures in August 2023. Just scriptures, calling him on a random phone call like this and just quoting him scriptures. God's gonna bless you, brother. Some random dude, right? with just Bible scriptures. Of course, I promised the guy that I was going to send him a golden iPhone 15. Right? You can check my live video; it's there. Eventually, when I landed in Lusaka, in August 2023. 2023, just around the time of the elections, 10 days before the elections. The Bible's amazing, folks. And you know what? This guy, him and Nevis Mumba, right? That's another very dangerous character, by the way. Nevis Mumba is a devious fella. I actually, it's a discussion for another day. Big mafia, that person that you opposition people were praising. Nevis Mumba and Harry Kalaba work for Hubert Angel. They get instructions on and statements to announce, right? And then they then make these announcements to cover up for the gold mafia soon after the documentary that I produced with Al Jazeera back then. And then so after that, and when they did what they did, no one knew. And that their statements were actually written by Kudzai Mutisi, who is here. And he was used by Hubert Angel for that. So I stumbled off on the data, and then I started talking to Harry Kalaba, the former foreign affairs minister of Zambia, who is running for presidency right now, folks. I started talking to him UK on a random phone call, on a WhatsApp call, not even a direct call, right? Quoting scriptures. The guy believed in less than 90 seconds, folks. And this is 90 seconds. Anga to believe, anga to perera. And then I arranged for some guys to deliver a cell phone, a random cell phone, because I said, well, I'm not going to buy him. And it was an iPhone 15 back then. It hadn't yet been released, right? So I arranged for some random cell phone to be delivered, right? It was just a Samsung phone, okay? Some dodgy old Samsung phone. And they went and they delivered as fake DHL, right? On the 5th of August. And I was just here and I was watching the footage. That garage, I was like, and then eventually, right, I arranged to fly over to Zambia because my work was also to expose someone who was being used by Mnangagwa to poison Hichilema. So the state security funded my trip. So I was on a literally state security work for that. Flew over there, got there, and then eventually I confronted him. Just on election day 23, and then he was shocked, and we started talking. He came to collect the because remember the first phone that he got wasn't an iPhone 15, right? It was a Samsung one, and even though he thanked me, and I told him no, I'm going to bring you the iPhone 15. I'm actually coming to Lusaka. So when I eventually meet him on 23rd in a shop at Levy Mall in Lusaka, and I had this cell phone. Well, I didn't have a cell phone. Come on, right? And there was no iPhone 15. Actually, this is the hilarious part. There was no iPhone 15 at all at that time. It wasn't even in release. Right. So the guy comes and he hugs me, dude. I talked with him for 4 minutes, right, in that shop. He can't even tell that this is an Al Jazeera guy. So I then pick up, and then I was on live camera. So then I lift up my phone. And then I make him see people, and Zimbabweans were waving at him, sending my loves and my likes, and he didn't know now that in actual fact, because he thought that these people are church members, that they're actually my church members, that I'm a pastor, I'm a prophet from London, who is a friend of Hubert Angel's, who's come with an iPhone 15 to him. And so what happens is that, so they're looking at this screen, and he's waving at them and saying, hello, hello. And he's happy because he's just about to be given an iPhone 15. That's when I just said to him, Honorable Minister Kalaba, I am a journalist from Al Jazeera, and these people are Zimbabweans and they're voting right now. And they are voting under conditions that you created and Hubert Angel. And when you help to cover up the money laundering. So they're voting in very dangerous environments. Many people are being killed. Women are being raped right now. So are you going to apologize for the damage that you've caused to the Zimbabwean people? He was shocked. The guy went up, guys. He was like, what on earth? I mean, it was shocked him. But it's a whole thing. It became a big, huge breaking news in Zambia. It was right now, he's still called, every time he talks, people remind him, iPhone 15, iPhone 15. But folks, I'm just saying here, I controlled, right? Well, if I forgot to tell you that the following day, He then went to a television station because obviously the whole country was talking about it. So he went to a television station where he spoke, and then he confessed and said, you know what, this guy, all this while, I thought I was talking to a pastor who was sent by my friend to bring me an iPhone 15. I didn't know that he's a journalist. So, you're saying this on video, and you know what? I'm just saying, folks, right? And he actually said, I was talking with him. It's true what he said. For the whole month, a whole minister, right? His life was run, right, for the whole month by Bible scriptures. So if I could do that, what more I could, if I was using that, for the greater good, I could actually use these scriptures to build the country. Do you get me? So you need to understand my scriptures are bigger than my bullets. And my scriptures, to steal from, of course, look, I don't like that part, but it's the truth, right? They twisted these scriptures so that they could steal the wealth, and the mental condition that they subjected Africans, they're still suffering from it. Africans are still suffering from it right now. That's why you see there seems to be more Christianity in Africa than there is in Europe, when it's actually fake. You see these people, TB Joshua, Chris Oyakilome, bigger, these sticky tongues and all sorts. It appears like Christianity. It's psychosis. It's psychosis that if you could actually one day, if we could diagnose people, right? We could get all these guys locked up and jailed for life for damaging people's mental health. These fake pastors, most of them. But folks, what I'm saying at the end of the day, Chamisa Anaku resign. I'm just trying to show you the power of bullets. I said he was using ballots, right, for fighting in a contest, an electoral contest. ED used bullets, right? And Chamisa lost everything. He lost his bank account. He lost his building, harvest house. He lost everything. Chamisa upgraded. He starts using Bible scriptures, biblical scriptures. And then you have some daddy character saying, Chamisa apera, Chamisa kazodai, Chamisa, you are busy. And people can't discern that, look, this is the situation here. These are scammers. Daddy character is these are Domba Vanuma Kororo who are damaging your community because they poison your thinking. Now you can't even see what you have. When you have got the Bible, you can actually take over Zimbabwe. I theoretically took over Zambia. I laugh at Zambian when I meet these Zambian government officials. I laugh and I said, I had already taken your country. If I had, let me tell you something, folks. If I had actually came on that day and I'd given him an iPhone 15, do you know what I would have done? I would have been given a mine. I would have been given a passport, because that's what Hari Kalaba does. That's what he did for Bushiri. He gave Bushiri a diplomatic passport. I would have received a diplomatic passport on a fake name. I would have started controlling Zambia politics. One of the biggest countries in Southern Africa, which is only next to the DRC and to South Africa in terms of resources. I would have started controlling Zambia. Nema Bible scriptures. My Bible scripture anoshanda, boys. Anoshanda. In the right proven. You Google for this, check it. If you go per Facebook, just check Gold Mafia.
Zimai,
Gold Mafia.
Sorry to disturb. I have to drop out because I have to head to work. But I just want to say thank you guys.
Sorry, I lost you. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I just want to say I have to drop out because I have to head to work. So I just want to say thank you very much. Like, you guys are amazing, and for sure I'll find you guys. And thank you, Mr. Nika. I sent you a DM as well because I need to continue my schooling on the languages. Thank you guys, and thank you everybody for coming in. Scotty, everyone, I see you guys. I love you guys. You're the best. Thank you. Take care, Zimai.
Cheers, Mr. Bye.
Right, folks. Folks, we're gonna need to end because we need to prepare for program here 5 p.m. British time, 6-7 p.m. Harare time. But I'm hoping that I've helped there. Kuti manzwisisa ere kuti Chamisa ana kuita. Chamisa akatopedza masports, and he actually needs support in that.
Now, for some of us, we're still yet to see, to be honest with you. Some of us want radical action right now. We don't care what happens to us in the streets, so we don't care if we are going to go for another, war or anything. We want radical action. That's the problem with some of us. Hence, we are impatient with everything that's happening in Zimbabwe.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I hear you. Well, come 7 p.m. My war veterans, they're going to be here. We're going to be having my war veterans. And yeah. Come through to
Thanks
Manyanash.
for opening space.
Wonderful. Cheers, folks.
Inda
Those who are on video, those who are on video, can you please subscribe? Go to Twitter right now and subscribe to join the meeting on Twitter. We've got 2,000 people on Twitter, on YouTube and Twitter right now. And you folks haven't subscribed. You need to subscribe, because when we go live, Nema War Vets, panenge pasina announcement. So ukazosara wega iwo ameno ako unenge wasarira. Anditika saka klika subscribe you. Go to Twitter and click and come back 87. Right. Folks, we're gonna end. Anditika. Let's catch up later on. 5 p.m. British time, 7 p.m. Zimbabwe time. 7 p.m. Zimbabwe time. So in 4 hours from now, Chinenge Chaka Chat. Let's catch up later on. 5 p.m. British time, 7 p.m. Zimbabwe time. 7 p.m. Zimbabwe time. So in 4 hours from now, Chinenge Chaka Chat.
Satorwa kumuvengi taura zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakanaka musangano padara izvo munotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa zvinhu zvemasi yedu dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakananga musangano bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa kuzvibata nadzo tererai mitemo yose nenzira dzakanaka tisava tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yedu dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakanaka musangano bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa zvinhu zvemasi yetu dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakananga musangano bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa kuzvibata nadzo tererai mitemo yose nenzira dzakanaka tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yetu dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakanaka musangano bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yetu dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise makananga musangano badala y'izvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachititsitsisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachititsitsisa
Our vision 2030 is for all of us.
Our vision 2030 is for all of us.
Kwete zamunotimbinga uhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Kwete zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Kwete zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Kwete zamunotimbinga kuhondo taidziti zvigananda. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth. Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth.
Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Our vision 2030 is for all for us. Katika munatinda puhulu kai titiri kananda. Katika munatinda puhulu kai titiri kananda.
Those who grow big tummies through ill-gotten wealth and questionable morals.
Usiku kumaputo Dongo akamira Aseka wila muto Atapiwa rufu Asimu makaseka Akanzi masoja siya dongo akafura sina chebumbokwa Unga nyengerei masoja Uchigara wakabona Nyora pacho yoro ondo Uvaite batewe Dunimeti vefent Jino jashanduka Chigaro cha bobo Chala kupisa Mishumu erufu Mutambo we mutengo Masoja siya popo Yokunyangarika kwake Unganyengerei masoja Uchigara wakabona Nyora pacha nyoro gondo Kuvete batewe Maxwell chikunguto Kieleta chisina makumu Maketse mahara Ramangola nakacheka Asisimba lilocha inorisiri kutorwa Muwe muwa kitani Muwe muporofetara shi 2055 Utambu wa tokororwa Chiroto cha soko Chaparaza mukuta Mutungamiri enoseka Tendere twaraka simba Masoja siya soko Kushibakwe usiku Unganyengerei masoja masoja siya soko kushiba usiku. Unganyengere masoja uchigara wakapona
vanhu ndochombo chikuru musi wavanopanduka mese muchamhanya imi muchamhanya imi vanhu ndochombo chikuru musi wavanopanduka mese muchamhanya imi muchamhanya imi
Sanjani buto ushalu punyuga balaga bushumlando denza woge baglandela 1977 Epsugi Maputo Tongo Wame Lutwa Watine File Wapeche Mbufa Koto Munye Washeda Wati Wasoja Yegela Lutongo Wapumengela Kala Unakoshi Sanjani Muto Ushalu Punyuga Palaga Bushumlando Denza Woge Baglandela 2017 izinto ziyakhuphuka Isihlalo sikaBobo siyatshisa Izimoto zobu Nana don't watch your windows stay empty and dirty Profit boys trembling with dread See my bitch me daily He said Nana don't watch your windows stay empty and dirty Profit boys trembling with dread See my bitch me daily He said Nana don't watch your windows stay empty and dirty Profit boys trembling with dread See my bitch me daily He said Nana don't watch your boys trembling with dread See my bitch me daily He said Nana don't watch your windows stay empty and dirty Profit boys trembling with dread See my bitch me daily He said Nana don't watch your windows stay empty and dirty Profit boys trembling with dread When I go up to 2030, but you ain't gonna see stay empty and dirty. Prophets voice trembling with good. Sim I beats me daily says. There's one social media been causing my those ones they just love I don't know. They just love beating me from time to time. That one is not an I go and tell this in my people to change the name to Zimao. When I go up to 2030, but you ain't gonna see stay empty and dirty. Prophets voice trembling with good. Sim I beats me daily says. There's one social media they causing my those ones they just love I don't know. They just love beating me from time to time. That one is not an I go and tell this in my people to change the name to Zimao. Now God walk around to 2030, but you ain't gonna see stay empty and dirty. Prophets voice trembling with dread. Sim I beats me daily says. Now God walk around to 2030, but you ain't gonna see stay empty and dirty. Prophets voice trembling with dread. Sim I beats me daily says.
Many of them don't see any good. See any good. There's one in the social media thing called Zim I. Those ones they just love. I don't know, they love hitting me from time to time. It doesn't matter much to me. Because it's not an eye. It's not an eye. Go and tell the Zim I people to change them to Zim Out.
Around 2030, watch you and I see stay empty and dirty. A prophet voice trembling with dread. He might beats me daily. He says, there's one social media thing called Zimai. Those ones they just love, I don't know, they just love beating me from time to time.
That one is not in my courts. Elders in my people to change their name to Zimbabwe. Younger got crowns in 2030. Watching when my seats stay empty and dirty. Don't feel for shame with dread. It might beat me daily. He says, there's one social media thing causing mine. Those ones they just love. I don't know, they just love beating me from time to time. That one is not an eye. Well, tell my people to change the name to Zimbabwe. Younger got crowns in 2030. Watching when my seats stay empty and dirty. Don't feel for shame with dread. It might beat me daily. He says,
the 2030 people were saying you should extend your term to 2030. Can you state and pronounce your position clearly? When are you leaving?
I thought I put it very clear.
In fact, you are putting very clear.
These terms are very definite. And I'm so democratic.
That I have 2 terms.
2030.
These terms are very
2030. Uyu mazuwa agenda wetsera uyu. Uyu mazuwa agenda wetsera uyu. Uyu mazuwa agenda wetsera uyu. Uyu mazuwa agenda wetsera.
The 2030 people were saying you should extend your term to 2030. Can you state and pronounce your position clearly? When
I have 2 terms, and these terms are very definite, and I am so democratic. 2030.
We must work in the weather. In fact, you are putting it very clear. Very clear. That I have 2 terms. And these terms are very definite. And I'm so democratic. Don't become a man. We must work in the weather.
Saka vakawanda vari kuva fi democracy inotaura kuti handei kuvazhinji. Saka panyika pano rufu nokuti democracy yokuti vahwina election vazhinji kana kurufu kama isitakataka tifana kuguma taenda kubi kuvazhinji manje gwendo kuinda kuvazhinji ndo gwendo kwana kwamunovudziwana vamutendi nautaunashe asi sitokuudza hugara pano pamunoedzisa muri panyika ndo basa rediwo iroro rokuti gara zvakanaka gara mushe toda unity toda peace toda runyararo hati rimei hati vane minda yakanaka hati vaine marodhi dzakanaka vanhu ngavane mabasa hati vaine dzidzo chisumudzira nyika. Mwari anofara kana vanhu vake vachivaka. Mwari anofara kana vanhu vanonyararo. Saka ndikuti kwamuri kuno kumasvingo yava masvingo manje haisiri Victoria Fort Victoria masvingo ndinokutendai
Kuzvibata nadzo tererai mitemo yose nenzira dzakanaka tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yedu dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakanaka musangano bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa tisawa tinotora zvinhu zvemasi yedu dzoserai zvinhu zvose zvatorwa kumuvengi taurai zvinetsika kuruzhinji rwevanhu kuti masinzwisise zvakananga musangano bhadharai zvamunotenga nenzira dzakanaka mudzosere zvinhu zvose zvamunenge matora tisaita zveupombwe muhondo yechimurenga tisanetse vasungwa vatinenge tabata aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamamao vachitidzidzisa aiya ndiwo mashoko akataurwa kare naivo vamao vachitidzidzisa
This is Zimai Media, broadcasting all round the world, on the spot, on the dot.